The shadows grow deeper and the stakes grow higher. Welcome to the tipping point. Welcome back, Grimoire Guardians. You're listening to Part 9 of the Accidental Animagus by White Squirrel, covering chapters 81 through 90. We're hurtling toward the climax, and everything you've come to love, mystery, magic, danger, and transformation, is about to level up. Harry's powers are growing, but so are the consequences of every decision. The web of secrets tightens around him, and the line between friend and foe continues to blur. Old enemies stir, alliances are tested, and the animagus within must rise to the challenges ahead. Disclaimer: this is a fan-made audiobook adaptation of the incredible fanfiction by White Squirrel. All credit for this amazing story goes to the original author. Massive appreciation to the Wizard Army and Wizard Kings. Your support powers every chapter we voice. And to all our subscribers, Grimoire Guardians through and through, welcome back to your story sanctuary. Let's dive into the next chapter of secrets, transformations, and revelations. Chapter 81. The Ugandan national Quidditch team was powering through the group stage of the Quidditch World Cup and was virtually assured a place in the tournament stage when it began next month in Britain. Back at home, however, Uganda, or at least magical Uganda, was not doing well. The nation was at war. The urban south was under siege by the dark forces of Kinaningese in Rwanda, and much of the more sparsely populated north was already de facto under the control of his guerrilla allies in Zaire to the west. The nation was very much living in fear. The Quidditch team had very nearly been called home. In addition to the fall of the North, the sudden and complete overthrow of the Burundian ministry, still unexplained, had sent shockwaves throughout East Africa. Many feared that Ngese would repeat the feat there in Uganda. It didn't seem like it would be that hard. Indeed, many believed it was only a matter of time and were making preparations for the event. In a repurposed farmhouse in the southeast corner of the country, two of the most powerful wizards in the world and the other planners of the war were studying a map of the movements of the enemy forces. One of them, a very old wizard with a long silver beard and, unusually for him, subdued silver robes, pointed to the edge of the occupied territory and said, "The obvious thing to do is to send a company to take back the wizarding quarter of Sarodi." The other leader of the ICW forces was a younger and more exotic-looking wizard, with light brown skin, steel-gray hair, and amber eyes, and he did not look pleased with this idea. "No, no, no, Dumbledore," he said. "The guerrillas are bogged down trying to hold the territory they already have. The thing to do is use our mobility, send a force around the enemy lines, and come at Lyra from the east here." Albus Dumbledore frowned at this idea. "What about Sarodi, Grayson?" "Sarodi is of minimal strategic value," Edward Grayson replied. "In terms of wizards, it's almost all residential. We cannot just abandon them. We won't be abandoning them if we force the guerrillas to recall their troops deeper into their territory." "But, Dumbledore, you said you wanted my help in this operation," he snapped. "My help leading. After all, you have more problems at home than I have." "I did," Dumbledore said stiffly. "However, upon seeing the situation on the ground, I felt it would be prudent to be able to collaborate in this effort." "If you don't trust my judgment, just say it," Grayson said. Dumbledore frowned harder and took a deep breath. "I don't think it's a secret that I have been skeptical of you stratagems." Grayson just shook his head. "This isn't like either of the wars you fought. In your British Civil War, you were fighting terrorists. You never lost control of any territory. In Grindelwald's war you were on a front, fighting with the Muggle armies, but here we're nowhere near them. I saw the Pacific Theatre from Australia, and it's the same here. By Muggle standards, our people live in small enclaves scattered across the country. This is island hopping. You don't sweep across the entire ocean. You take strategically important islands to use as bases for launching new attacks. Dumbledore thought about this, recalling what he knew of the Pacific Theatre. He did remember the island hopping strategy, but he had truthfully not considered applying it here. On closer inspection, though, he could see the merit in it. "Very well, Grayson," he said. "We will make the assault on Lyra." "Excellent. Let's get to work." Exams were over at Hogwarts, but people had not relaxed the same as they usually did. There was excitement in the air as people prepared for the dueling tournament that the late Professor Williamson had planned for the dueling club. Now overseen by Professor Flitwick, it promised to be quite a show. Membership in the club was not required to participate, so nearly half the school was involved. The rules were simple. The first years would go first. Like most tournaments, it would be a single elimination contest with an extra match to decide third place, but in addition to a ribbon and a certificate, the top 3 duelists in each year would also qualify for the first round for the next year up. The first and second years, whose duels were likely to be the quickest, would go together on Sunday, the day after the Hogsmeade visit, with the tournament for the next year held each day until the last day of term. On Sunday afternoon, the house tables were removed after lunch and replaced by viewing stands with the coordinated efforts of the teachers and a large number of house elves. Harry and Hermione watched the Furs ties as they got ready. They were surprisingly cordial with one another about it. Annabel Entwistle and Nathan Boot were still giving out tips on wandless magic. A few of the older students listened in, but the first years were least entrenched in the wand-based paradigm, so it came most naturally to them. Several of them had succeeded in casting wandless Lumos charms or hover charms, but Harry and Hermione suspected that Annabel and Nathan were the only 2 who had a chance of using it in the tournament. Many of the younger students also flocked to Harry and Hermione with questions, which they answered as best they could. The tournament began, the contestants selected by random draw. A pair of first years dueling was actually pretty cute. Many of them couldn't cast the disarming charm yet, so they would hit their opponents with minor jinxes like Leglocker or the Curse of the Bogies until their opponent dropped their wand, and then they would just run up and grab it. Some of the clever ones would use a full-body bind on their opponent and a levitation charm to call their wand to them, if not an actual Expelliarmus. It looked more like little kids playing a game than the serious business the older students made of it. Sure enough, Nathan and Annabel did very well in the tournament, supplementing their wand spells with the occasional wandless one. The wandless ones weren't very strong. It was more the advantage it gave to the speed of their casting that helped them. In one especially entertaining duel, Annabel was disarmed by Billy Carmichael of Ravenclaw and repeated the feat that she had only heard tell of Harry having done last year against Theodore Nott. She threw out her hand and screamed, "Expelliarmus!" The spell connected, and Billy's wand flew across the platform, landing at the edge of the dueling wards. Both children stared at each other for a moment, both disarmed, and then Billy ran for his wand. But Annabel didn't. Nor did she try another wandless spell. As a Muggle-born, she thought like a Muggle and charged him. Billy shouted in surprise. Many in the great hall gasped, but then a louder shout could be heard over the noise. "And no contact rules!" Her brother, Kevin, warned her. Annabelle skidded to a halt just before she would have tackled Billy to the ground. Instead, she threw both of her hands forward and cast 2 stinging jinxes at him from point-blank range. Then she did it again and again. With seconds, Billy was too busy trying to protect his body to pick up his wand again, and he yelled, "Ah! Ah! Okay, I yield." Annabelle was very pleased by that win, but unfortunately she was defeated in the 3rd place round by a quiet Ravenclaw named Logan Hilliard and didn't get to go on. Nathan Boot made it to 2nd place, where he was defeated in the finals by a surprisingly fast and flashy Astoria Greengrass. Harry made a mental note to keep a closer eye on the Slytherin girl. There was a short break before the second years started their tournament. Harry and Hermione were interested to see how several of their friends would do in this one too. Ginny Weasley, they were sure, would be excellent. Her hexing skills, honed by years of living with 6 older brothers, were legendary, and sure enough, she powered through every opponent who was thrown at her. They were more surprised to see Colin Creevey doing quite well. He wasn't outstanding, but he fought hard and better than most. He had recovered well from his werewolf bite, and although there were some murmurs about him competing, he did well, although he did have one opponent forfeit because he refused to duel a werewolf. Another surprise was Luna Lovegood. She was well known for being creative and unpredictable in the club, but no one had thought that would translate to a material advantage in a tournament. However, she threw her opponents for a loop enough that she made it to the final. It probably didn't hurt that she shouted a goblin battle cry at the start of each duel. Harry and Hermione were impressed, although they felt a little guilty when they saw that. Their gobbledygook studies with Luna had lapsed a bit with all the other excitement this year. The older students just thought it was funny. It was still incongruous to see someone as cute as Luna yelling like an angry goblin, but it did intimidate her yearmates. Unfortunately for Luna, Ginny also made the final. Ginny was Luna's closest friend and knew most of her tricks. It was a harder fight than with most of her opponents, but Ginny still won out. Harry thought both of them would make good allies, and he hoped people would make fun of Luna less when they saw she could defend herself. Colin placed 5th in second year, and while all 3 of the first-year entrants fought valiantly, they gave only average performances. On Monday, it was time for the 3rd years to duel, and everyone was much more excited about today's tournament. Many were hoping for a rematch between Harry and Nott. Others wanted to see Harry duel Hermione, and the rest just wanted to see what kinds of wandless magic they would come up with. "You may be disappointed," Hermione told Ron and Neville when they brought it up. "It's a lot harder to cast the 3rd-year spells wandlessly. We never did get a lot of them to the point where we can cast them as well as we do wand." "Yeah," Harry agreed. "A wand helps the magic flow better, so it becomes more and more important for more powerful spells. Wandless may not even be worth the trouble by the time we get to OWL level." "Oh," Ron said, disappointed. "Well, just kick Malfoy's arse out there, will ya?" "With pleasure," Harry said, just hoping he could live up to it. The first round was easy for both Harry and Hermione. Harry made short work of Lavender Brown of Gryffindor, and Hermione quickly bested Wayne Hopkins of Hufflepuff. Neville and Ron also made it through the first round with relative ease. Ron probably would have made it to the quarterfinals, but he fought a very close duel with Padma Patil in the second round, which he eventually lost. Seamus Finnegan and Justin Finch-Fletchley were both eliminated when they dueled each other and blasted each other with fire that got out of control and nearly burned the platform down. Also, in second round, Luna was eliminated by Blaise Zabini, and Harry found himself facing Ginny. He was pleased to see that Ginny kept her wits about her and no longer seemed painfully shy around him. She even brought her full strength to bear on him with little prompting. However, she still wasn't on his level, and he took her down before long. In the quarterfinals, Padma lost out to Daphne Greengrass after another difficult duel, and Neville had the bad luck to draw Draco Malfoy. Neville had become a pretty good duelist, but he was no match for the Malfoy scion, who could still intimidate him for good measure. Hermione took down Anthony Goldstein in that round, and sure enough, Harry found himself facing Theodore Nott. "Ready for a rematch, Nott?" Harry said. "Bring it on, Potter." Nott was sure he would have won the honor duel last year had he known about Potter's wandless magic. Potter had merely caught him by surprise. But what he didn't realize and hadn't fully understood from watching those two mudblood first ties was that, now that he could use it openly, Potter could start flinging wandless jinxes fast and furious from the start, and it dramatically increased his casting speed. Nott found himself on the defensive right away. "Damn it, Contigo, Potter, Furnunculus, how are you, Contigo, this good?" he demanded. "'Cause I started early and had a good teacher," Harry said while still casting a constant stream of jinxes with his free hand. He and Hermione had always found that wandless and wordless magic went well together, especially for lower-level spells. "You might have heard of him," he taunted. "Remus Lupin, Brachium Plumbum." Nott's split-second distraction at his words was all Harry needed. His hex connected, and Nott's arms dropped to his sides like lead, unable to raise his wand. A quick Expelliarmus, and it was over. "Excellent. Excellent charms work, Mr. Potter," Professor Flitwick squeaked. "Now we are ready for the semifinals. The first match will be..." He drew the names. Draco Malfoy and Daphne Greengrass. That meant Harry and Hermione would be facing each other in their match. Malfoy and Daphne faced off in a very technically competent duel, if a straightforward one. They more or less used all standard forms, and Malfoy had the clear advantage. Before long he disarmed Daphne, and she graciously yielded. Then it was time for Harry's and Hermione's match. They could see Fred and George Weasley and some of the older students around the hall whispering to each other, no doubt taking last-minute bets on the outcome. As soon as Flitwick called start, it was clear that if Malfoy's and Daphne's duel had been standard, this one was anything but. Harry and Hermione were dodging and weaving all over the platform, shooting spells with their wands and their left hands at breakneck speed. Hermione was faster than before. Her reflexes had improved some since she completed her animagus training, although they still weren't at the level of Harry's feline ones. The audience cheered as they went at it, even if they couldn't tell what was going on. Harry and Hermione were each lifted by their ankle once, but they quickly freed themselves. They were also tripped up, partially petrified, and had various amusing cosmetic alternations made on them like antlers or tails. Hermione pulled off a tricky spell that cast a deep shadow over the dueling platform. It would only last a few seconds, unlike other methods like instant darkness powder, and it didn't cause total darkness, but she hoped she could flank Harry's position that way. Harry, however, thought it was safe enough, no one would notice at that distance, to transform his eyes to cat's eyes. His pupils turned vertical, and he could see his sister clearly. Throwing another volley of spells to put her on the defensive. On a whim, he concentrated and, to his delight, felt something else change. The shadow dispersed, and in what he would insist to others afterwards had been due to a stray jinx, bared a fine set of fangs in addition to his cat's eyes. "How fast can you run, sister?" he hissed. Distraction really was an excellent dueling strategy. No competent duelist would allow themselves to be distracted for long, but it only took a split second, and something sufficiently odd and off the wall could trip up almost anyone. For Hermione, that something was a fleeting memory of the last episode of Doctor Who, and it gave Harry just enough time to disarm her and bind her with his next few spells. "Harry Potter wins by incapacitation," Professor Flitwick announced. As Harry helped Hermione up, he whispered to her, "Finally. I've been trying to do that trick for 4.5 years. Hermione sighed. "Harry, you are incorrigible." "The contest for third place will be between Hermione Granger and Daphne Greengrass," Flitwick announced. After a couple minutes' rest, the two of them took their places again. "I take it you got your training from the same person as your sister, Miss Greengrass?" Hermione asked. "Naturally," Daphne replied. "And you, Miss Granger?" "Lupin." "Yes. He's very good. Professor Dumbledore offered to make him the defense professor, but he turned it down." Daphne's eyebrows rose. "A werewolf teaching?" She said. "That's rich. That law of yours is one thing, but who would ever go for that?" "Why not? It shouldn't be any worse than having one as a student. Better, even." Daphne thought about that. There were technically 4 werewolves in the school right now, and they weren't causing any trouble. And an adult would be more responsible if they were trustworthy. But still, a werewolf? She pushed the thought aside. "All right, enough talk. Let's duel," she said. The duel between Hermione and Daphne went similarly to the one between Harry and Nott. Daphne was technically skilled, strong, and precise, while Hermione moved fast and cast fast, putting Daphne on the defensive. It was a hard-fought duel, but eventually Hermione won, earning her a place in the 4th year's tournament tomorrow. Finally, it came time for Harry's and Malfoy's duel. There was as much excitement for this duel as for any of the others so far. Malfoy preferred to let others do his dirty work, but everyone knew he was good. He had the highest grades in Slytherin by a significant margin and almost always won his practice duels in the dueling club, although he never challenged Harry or Hermione. When he faced one of them, he didn't want it to be in a practice duel. He wanted it to be the real deal, not to mention he was leery of the fact that he could lose, considering what Potter did to Nott last year. He was less worried about that now that he was in 2nd place and guaranteed a place in the 4th year tournament. That would at least confirm his dueling credentials. "So you got your training from a werewolf, Potter?" Malfoy taunted as they got ready. "And here I thought you couldn't sink any lower. Of course, what can you expect from a boy who chooses to live with muggles?" "Leave my family out of this, Malfoy," Harry snarled. "And I'll have you know Mr. Lupin is an excellent teacher. I'm surprised he taught you more than biting, scratching, and attracting fleas," the Slytherin shot back. "That won't do you any good here, Scarhead. No contact rule." "I don't need to touch you, Sparrow, and I don't want to," Harry said, remembering the nickname he'd given Malfoy in 2nd year. "I'll let you handle that part." Malfoy's face reddened with anger as much of the audience giggled, although the teachers frowned disapprovingly, but before they could respond, Malfoy snapped, "Oh, that's it, werewolf lover. You're going down." "Ahem," Flitwick interrupted sternly, and they stopped to look at him. "Duel on 3, you two. 1, 2, 3. There was a flurry of spells as the two had at each other. Malfoy may have known the proper forms, but he played this one more aggressively. He had been watching and learning from Harry's dueling style and was now surprisingly good at dodging. Of course, the Quidditch skills probably helped too. Harry also found himself dodging some nasty hexes that were really borderline as to whether they should be allowed. There were a couple of times when Malfoy's disarming charms connected, and once he actually did lose his wand from his wrist strap, but he pulled it back with a quick wandless levitation charm. He almost lost in the seconds that lost him. It would have been a lot easier if he could manage a summoning charm. He'd have to work on that for next year. He managed to hit Malfoy with a disarming charm too, but the Slytherin was also wearing a dueling holster too and didn't lose his wand. After a while, Harry was getting worried about whether he could actually win this one. Malfoy was holding his own, and Harry's usual distraction tactics weren't working. To be fair, Malfoy's distractions weren't working on Harry either. Then, Harry got an idea. A more active distraction would be more useful. He would beat Malfoy at his own game. Harry gave a large flourish of his wand and cast Serpensortia. A large black adder burst from his wand and slithered towards Malfoy. Vipera evanesca, Malfoy said. To most competent wizards, a conjured snake was no great challenge, since it could be vanished with a simple charm. Unfortunately for Malfoy, Harry was a Parselmouth. To the right. Harry hissed to the snake. The snake dodged Malfoy's spell. Most of the audience gasped, and Malfoy's eyes widened, and he began to look very worried. Expelliarmus. To the left. Harry cast and hissed as Malfoy tried again. The conjured snake had no real brains of its own, not enough to dodge spells, but it could follow instructions. Now, with two opponents who couldn't be dismissed easily, Malfoy was distracted enough for Harry to make his move. To the right. He hissed again while at the same time flicking his wand and thinking Levi Corpus. Malfoy was hoisted into the air by his ankle. Then, before he could aim his wand again, Harry threw out the strongest Expelliarmus he could, two-handed, and Malfoy's wand was ripped off his wrist strap. Harry caught it in midair with a wandless charm and pulled it to him. Syakas has he. He hissed as an afterthought. The snake stopped just as it was about to bite Malfoy on the nose. Vipera evanesca. Do you yield, Malfoy? He demanded. Arg. Yes, I yield, Potter. Now cancel this spell. Harry cocked an eyebrow at him. Malfoy had just enough time to register a look of horror at what he'd just said before Harry snapped his fingers, causing him to drop to the floor in a heap. This was embarrassing, Malfoy thought. A Slytherin beat by a Gryffindor with a snake. Yes, Flitwick said as he took down the dueling wards. Harry Potter is the winner of the third-year dueling tournament. Good match, Malfoy, Harry said as the blond boy brushed himself off. He offered him his wand back, and Malfoy snatched it from his hand as quick as he could. Harry also offered his hand to shake, but Malfoy didn't take it. Just you wait, Potter, he said. We're both going on to the next round. There's still a chance for a rematch. But there was no rematch between the two of them. The next day, Malfoy performed well with the fourth years, but he was knocked out in the quarterfinals, a respectable showing that wouldn't leave his father too cross over getting beat by Potter. Harry and Hermione placed third and fourth, respectively, after another duel between the two of them, leaving only Harry to go on to the fifth-year tournament. That was a truly impressive feat, but with the fifth years, he had the bad luck to draw Cedric Diggory in the first round, and he went down in seconds. Cedric went on to become the only other student in the school to make it into the rounds 2 years above him, placing first among the fifth years, third among the sixth years, and a respectable showing among the seventh years. The all-school winner of the tournament, to almost everyone's surprise, especially his siblings, was Percy Weasley. Yes, it was true that he was head boy, had received 12 outstanding OWLS, and was likely to receive 10 outstanding NEWTS, but even with all that, no one had ever pegged him for a stellar duelist. Hermione took this as further evidence of the value of good grades, and Fred and George decided it would be a good idea not to prank Percy for a while. True to her word, La Pantera devised a completely new ritual to restore Lord Voldemort to his full power in just 2 weeks, and at that time she called him and the Death Eaters up to the pyramid to lay it out for them. "You have a modified homunculus body at the moment," she told Voldemort. "It's basically human, made from human parts, but it's stunted and fragile because it was unnaturally grown. It doesn't have enough life force to actually stay alive on its own, and it's not yours in any sense. Even with your modifications, it might as well be an off-the-shelf model. Worse yet, the magic is infused from external sources like your magical snake venom. It doesn't actually produce magic of its own." "I know all this, Lady Pantera," Voldemort said coolly. "Good. Now, what you want is to turn your incomplete human body into a complete one that fixes all of those problems and gets rid of that protection of love that makes your archenemy, Potter, so resistant to you. To do that, we'll use a ritual built off of a scaled-up version of the homunculus creation process." "Scaled up how?" "Scaled up as in I'll need a whole unicorn to make the base, rendered down. And this is critical, you must capture it alive and intact. You cannot spill a drop of its blood before it goes into the potion. The sacrificial ritual can negate the curse effects of its blood, but only if it is thrown in the cauldron and dissolved bloodlessly. The unicorn will supply the necessary life force. The other ingredients will be mostly the same, but I'll need a lot of snake venom." "That can be arranged," Voldemort replied. "The ritual itself will involve sacrificing 3 significant items to build your new body. First, the bones of your father, if you know where they are." "My father was a muggle," he protested. "Doesn't matter. The magic comes from the 3rd item. The bones are for the family connection to make it your own body. I can use another male ancestor, but your father would be the most powerful. Hell, I could use a female ancestor if you don't mind coming back as a woman." Amicus and Alecto had to fight to suppress sniggers at that point. Voldemort glared at his followers and said, "Very well. My father is buried in his family graveyard in England." She nodded. "Second, the flesh of a servant willingly given," La Pantera continued. "That sacrifice will be used to build your new body out of human flesh. I assume your followers would be devoted enough to part with a hand or a foot." "I would pay it gladly." Barty jumped in. "Thank you, Barty," Voldemort told him. "I think that will not be a problem. Third, the blood of an enemy forcibly taken. It is this blood that will be your new source of living magic. Now, for a mere resurrection, any magical enemy of yours will do, but to meet your other requirement of dispelling the protection of love, the solution is now simple. You must take the blood of Potter himself. Elegant, is it not?" "Of course. And you are certain this will work? Do you allow people to question your competence like that?" she demanded. "I'm more certain than I am about those 5 Horcruxes of yours." "Very well. However, Potter is protected by Dumbledore at all times. No one knows where he lives in the Muggle world, and he is untouchable inside Hogwarts. His visits to magical homes and districts are always unannounced, except for Wizengamot meetings at which he is, again, guarded." "There are still visits to Hogsmeade, my lord," Barty suggested. "And the Quidditch World Cup this summer. We know that Potter is a Quidditch fan." "Yes, both possibilities," Voldemort said. "Not certainties, however. Security at the World Cup will be tight, and there may be unforeseen protections on Hogsmeade. In any case, there will be no visits there until autumn." He considered for a minute, then made his decision. "We will return to England, interrogate a few ministry personnel in secret to learn of the security at the World Cup and any other important information. We will also further investigate Potter's movements to search for an opportunity to get the boy alone. Hold on, Voldemort, La Pantera interrupted. You're going to need me to perform this ritual, and this is starting to sound less and less like a quick in-and-out job. Voldemort glared up at her. La Pantera glared back down at him. There was a tense silence in which even Amicus was bright enough not to speak. Finally, Voldemort said in a smooth, cordial voice, "Lady Pantera, might you be interested in a long-term partnership?" She raised one formidable eyebrow. "A long-term partnership?" "Yes, your assistance in England until we are able to acquire the boy and complete the ritual." La Pantera kept glaring. "You're serious?" "I do not jest." Interesting," she said. "If I were to agree to this, I would need more gold." "A lot more gold." Voldemort took it in stride. "Lucius Malfoy has been sitting idly on his fortune for far too long. Young Barty will approach him and bring him into our circle. I am sure he will be cooperative." Both he and La Pantera turned to look at Barty. The young Death Eater nodded. "Working my way to him using polyjuice sounds promising. I will start brewing right away, my lord." "Fine," La Pantera agreed, "but I will also need a steady supply of exotic creatures, both magical and mundane, for my sacrificial rites. I am sure that Lucius has the connections for that as well. Albino peacocks can't be easy to find, after all. Accommodations? My father's mansion stands empty but fully furnished. It will not take long to bring it to a high standard of living." La Pantera considered the possibility. Her acolytes were well organized and well disciplined. They could easily keep things running here for a while. She would probably be better off going to Britain alone. It would be better if only she were involved, not her organization, in terms of international reactions, and she could easily handle the 3 Death Eaters, though she would want to be wary around a restored Voldemort. "I'll expect the full cooperation of your servants," she continued. "You will have it. And an agreement of mutual assistance should you succeed in conquering magical Britain." That was unexpected. An actual alliance between dark-ruled nations was rare. But Voldemort noted that La Pantera didn't actually control a country, and her efforts to do so were not particularly aggressive. She probably wouldn't need as much assistance as he would if he wanted to expand into Europe. "Agreed," he hissed. "All right, Voldemort," she said imperiously. "You've got a deal." She shook his tiny skeletal hand. "So this was what you were driving at?" Daphne Greengrass asked. The Greengrass family was meeting with Sirius and Harry's family the night before the June Wisengamot meeting. It was here that Sirius began putting Hermione's plan for werewolves into motion, but the Greengrass family were very surprised at his proposed move. "Frankly, I don't see why it should be such a shock, Miss Greengrass," Hermione told the blonde girl. "It seems like a perfectly reasonable way to help those children." "You don't know if they'll be able to go to school, though, Miss Granger," Daphne guessed their purpose. "In fact, you don't even know if they'll let you make wolfsbane potion at all." Harry shook his head at her. "Miss Greengrass, in the Muggle world we learn that you never get very far if you refuse to back anything but a sure thing. And another thing we learn is that equal rights aren't something you can put off forever. Even if this venture fails, someday another one will succeed, and at least then we can say we tried." "Really, Mr. Potter?" Astoria asked. "Do you really think they can? Things don't change much in the wizarding world." Daphne shot her younger sister a glare for being a little bit too eager, but she said, "She is right, Mr. Potter. The political alignments in the Wisengamot haven't changed appreciably in 300 years. But we've only had wolfsbane potion for 10, and look how this bill is shaking things up. True, but how will this foundation of yours help that? It wouldn't affect any of the provisions. No, but it would be a symbolic gesture, a proof that somebody is making a positive change for werewolves regardless of what the law says. Daphne just stared at him. You're a strange wizard, Mr. Potter. The rest of the Greengrass family didn't have a much higher opinion of the idea either. You're not asking us to support this foundation, are you? Lord Greengrass said. I can't imagine your odds of success are very high. No, we're not, Sirius assured him. At least not until we have some proven results. We're only asking you to oppose any amendments to increase the restrictions on wolfsbane potion. We need to keep the way open to make this move. That's not going to be a popular position, Lord Black. Not like it used to be. What benefit do we get out of it? You're in the imports business, aren't you, Lord Greengrass? A lot of the ingredients for wolfsbane are rare and imported. If we're able to expand like we hope to in the out years, that would be good business for you. Maybe exclusive business if we can come to an appropriate arrangement. That would be an interesting proposition, Lord Greengrass mused. It didn't help that with Dumbledore bogged down in East Africa, the presiding official at this Wisengamot meeting was Minister Fudge, who allowed Dolores Umbridge to make a lengthy opening statement railing against werewolves, Sirius Black, and the supporters of his bill, as a concerned citizen, of course. There were a number of bombshell moves in this meeting. There were, indeed, some new restrictions on wolfsbane proposed as amendments to the 2 werewolf bills. Fortunately, though, they remained loose enough that Sirius estimated the cursed contract idea would still work. What was now mostly Fudge's and Umbridge's bill had been revised with more restrictions laid on work, residency, and movement of werewolves that would essentially cast them out of civilized society, while Sirius's and Andy's bill added more options for werewolves to go to designated safe areas during the full moon and stronger incentives to use them, plus a rider for better wards against transformed werewolves around critical infrastructure. Once the bills were more or less hammered out, it looked like Fudge would win out, but then Sirius made his announcement. Lords and ladies, honored guests, fellow citizens, he began, all this time we've been discussing how we must, literally or figuratively, confine werewolves in order to keep us safe from them. Even our proposals to be accommodating have, in large part, been put in fearful terms. If we make the werewolves desperate, they'll be more likely to strike back at us. There's been a little talk of real incentives, but I think it's become clear from what little there has that this body is not interested in devoting the funding to pay for them. Well, my goddaughter recently told me that if you want something done right, you have to do it yourself. If you want to make life easier for victims of lycanthropy, then you have to do something that actually makes life easier for victims of lycanthropy. Therefore, I am announcing the establishment of the Cor Humanum Foundation, which I am starting with an endowment of 100,000 galleons of my own fortune, and the mandate of which is to make wolfsbane potion more available financially and logistically to all werewolves in Britain. There were surprised gasps and outraged protests from the around the Wisengamot Hall. A donation of that size anywhere was unheard of. But Sirius was, well, serious. And he had worked hard on that name and mission statement. After considering naming it after Remus, to his friend's protest, Remus's father, James and Lily, himself, or Williamson, or one of Greyback's victims from the past year, none of which felt quite right, Remus suggested that the most deserving werewolf in Britain for such recognition was the anonymous author of Harry Snout, Human Heart, who was the first to strongly raise awareness of the plight of werewolves in the 1970s, at great risk to himself given the war at the time. Hence, Cor Humanum. Sirius anticipated the protests to his idea, so he continued, "Don't think I've gone into this blind. The Cor Humanum Foundation has already applied for a permit to brew and distribute wolfsbane in its facilities and published a job offer for a licensed potions master to make it. Our facilities will be manned by a fully qualified security team. Furthermore, we will guard against wrongdoing with a novel method, a binding magical contract signed by all takers, written to place easily identified marks on any werewolf who misuses the potion. By signing it, they are agreed to abide by the law, and wrongdoers will be easily caught after misappropriating a single dose. We will have no repeats of Greyback's army at Cor Humanum. A murmur of surprise circled the hall. The solution was so simple that many people wondered why they hadn't thought of it. The idea alone might well save the wolfsbane potion in general. Once we begin brewing, it is our intention to provide wolfsbane potion to as many werewolves as we can who pass a background check, free of charge. There were shocked exclamations at this. Furthermore, we have already preemptively fast-tracked background checks and membership for Gabriel Truman, Ellen Towler, Cedric Diggory, Colin Creevy, and Demelza Robbins for a minimum of 1 year past the end of their formal schooling. With sufficient funds, we expect to be able to extend that membership indefinitely. Gabriel and Ellen, who were in the special section of the audience again, both burst into tears. Since they had finished school, they were worried they might be on their own to get the potion, but now, a lord of the Wiesengemot was doing his utmost to keep them supplied for life. It was the greatest show of kindness they had received since they were attacked. The other 3 students also looked gobsmacked and incredibly relieved. Remus's name was conspicuously absent from the list. To avoid any accusations of nepotism, Sirius would continue paying for his potion out of pocket rather than from the endowment. Sirius's announcement truly didn't have any direct effect on the bill. It was merely time to create an air of goodwill and to show the people that there was another way. In this respect, it was successful, and it won a few converts, but sadly not enough. The last hope for a more tolerant bill was the much-awaited statement from Amos Diggory. His behavior had changed in the past month. He had become more subdued and introspective, a great shift from his previous nature. No one was quite sure what he would say, and the entire hall hung on his words. "Lords and ladies," he began uncomfortably, "on the morning after my son was attacked, he told me in no uncertain terms that he did not want me to change my opinion for his sake. He told me that I should either stand by my principles or make an honest reassessment. I listened to my son for what I am sorry to say was the first time in too long. I read all the latest research on both sides of the issue, and I have since taken to heart a number of things that most people claim to know, but few ever truly act upon. Lycanthropy is not contagious except during the full moon beyond a mild scarring should an untransformed werewolf be wild enough to attack with bites and scratches. Werewolves with steady jobs do not commit more crimes than ordinary wizards. The most common crime committed by werewolves is theft, not assault. Most werewolves are innocent victims who are doing their utmost to try to control their illness and not harm anyone. As head of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, I of course knew or had read of all of these things, and yet I still allowed my prejudice to blind me. As such, I would like to offer a personal apology to one person in this chamber in particular, Demelza Robbins. There was a murmur of surprise as he didn't name Cedric. Cedric, however, got a huge grin on his face and patted Demelza on the shoulder. "Miss Robbins," Amos continued, "I apologize for what might as well have been personal attacks against you. I apologize for trying to cut you off from an education. No good could come of that to anyone. And, in light of Lord Black's new foundation, I will report to the governors of Hogwarts that I now support the enrollment of werewolves on the condition that they take the wolfsbane potion under binding magical contract." There was another uproar at that. Demelza looked like she might faint. Harry, Hermione, and their entire family stared at Amos Diggory wide-eyed, but the biggest jolt was still to come. I have come to learn that werewolves are human beings who mostly trying to make the best of a difficult situation. It does no one any good to treat them like beasts. Therefore, I can no longer in good conscience support the Werewolf Protection Act that I introduced, which would do just that, and I must throw my support behind Lord Black's Lycanthropy Regulation and Management Act. There was a lot of shouting and horrified looks from Fudge and Umbridge. Their bill was only staying afloat because Fudge himself was now signed on as a co-sponsor, and for his bill to be defeated would lose him a lot of face. He tried to use Umbridge as an attack dog again, and she claimed that Amos was blinded by grief and family loyalty, and that his judgment could no longer be trusted, but even so, the tide had turned. Harry just hoped it would be enough. Finally, after much more debate, Fudge called the vote. Thanks to the parliamentary maneuvering, it was the one bill directly against the other, and it was so close that no one dared to admit the outcome for fear that they had miscounted. But the minister couldn't get away with misrepresenting the results. By a vote of 30 to 27, he said shakily, "The Lycanthropy Regulation and Management Act is passed." "Yes." Harry jumped up, shouting, unable to help himself. He hugged Hermione, then Sirius, Andy, and finally he ran over and hugged Remus. Beside him, Demelza jumped up and hugged Harry, thanking him for all he'd done. Many of their opponents shouted loudly in protest. Umbridge could easily be heard screaming, "No! No!" over the din, and the entire Malfoy family looked mutinous, but there was nothing they could do. They had lost this round. It was a razor-thin margin, but if Sirius succeeded in effecting a positive change for werewolves, the public opinion would probably swing more in their direction over the coming months. One more for the light side, Harry thought. "Mom, Dad, I think it might be better to talk to Neville alone, at least to start with," Harry said. "All right, Harry, if you say so," Dan told his son. After the meeting, despite the celebration, there was one more, less joyous task to do. In a private room at the Leaky Cauldron, Harry and Hermione called Neville Longbottom in for a private talk. Mr. Barnett had certified Neville as a competent occlumens, and it was time to tell him their secrets. "Are your secrets really that bad, Harry?" he asked. "I'm afraid so, Neville," Harry replied. "You know about what happened in first year, and you saw what happened last year. Voldemort is still out there somewhere." Neville shuddered at the name, but he stood his ground. "You know something about it, then?" he asked. "Yeah. You see, back in early 1980, a prophecy was made. It was Professor Trelawney who made it, but Professor Dumbledore says it was a real prophecy. There's two parts to it. The first part Voldemort knows about, but the second part he doesn't. We want to tell you the whole thing." Neville thought about it for a few moments before he said, "Okay. Okay. The first part goes, the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies." Neville shivered more violently, but he again stood his ground. Hermione walked up beside him and started rubbing his upper back with one hand. Neville barely noticed. He knew enough about the war, and he quickly did the maths. "Harry," he said, "that could apply to either of us." "I know. That's why we wanted to tell you. But there's still the second part, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies." Neville's eyes grew to saucer-sized as he stared at his friend. "But that means you have to kill him, Harry?" In the end, I mean. That's certainly what it sounds like. The mark is my scar, and probably my Parseltongue ability too. And well, either must die by the hand of the other. But the thing is, Neville, prophecies always have loopholes. They don't always follow the most obvious interpretation. I mean, just look at Macbeth. Neville nodded uneasily. The tale of Macbeth and his disastrous run-ins with prophecies was moderately well known in the wizarding world, as told from the witch's side. You see, I thought about the prophecy for a while and I realized something. If something were to happen to me, or for that matter, even if it doesn't, there's still a chance that Voldemort could mark you and make you the child of the prophecy. Neville stood still for some time processing this. He didn't speak. After a while, Hermione got worried and said, "Neville, are you gonna be okay?" She drew him closer and wrapped her arm around his shoulder. I don't know," he responded. Is that why you've been asking me to train with you?" "No," Harry insisted. "We didn't know the prophecy until last fall. That was just because you're our friend and we saw how much it helped your confidence and spellcasting. Helping you get your own wand was partly about the prophecy though." "Oh. Well, that's been a big help either way. Mate, we don't want to scare you or anything. I probably am the child of the prophecy. That's why Mione and I have been training so hard since we were 5 and 6, even before we knew what it was for. And you don't have to follow us, Neville," Hermione added. "You can just walk away from this. We won't think any less of you." Neville screwed up his face, thinking about it. For a moment, he looked like he was seriously considering walking away, but then, he got a determined look and said, No, of course I won't walk away from you too." He reached up and patted Hermione's hand on his shoulder. "You're my best mates. And besides, if VV Voldemort does come back, he'll probably be after me anyway. And I don't think I'd want to stay out of it, either." "That's good of you, Neville," Harry said. "You're a good friend. Hey, you didn't think I'd leave you, did you? I'm a Longbottom. We're allies. I'll even tell Gran to make it official next month. My parents stood by your parents, Harry, and I'm gonna stand by you too. And Merlin help any dark wizard who gets in our way." Chapter 82. The wizards of the ICW Expeditionary Force in East Africa were on downtime at the moment. They had taken back control of the northern part of Uganda and were planning the next phase to strike the guerrillas at home in Zaire. But the character of the war was about to change drastically. No one knew the young Ugandan wizard's name when he apparat into the camp. But no one who saw him ever forgot the sight. Indeed, many of them had nightmares about it for months afterwards. His entire lower body was severed at the waist. For most, it looked like the worst case of splinching they had ever seen, but as the meta-wizards ran forward, it became clear that something was wrong. Splinching, for complicated magical reasons, didn't kill right away, but this man was clearly dying. A single wave of a wand told them the truth. It wasn't a splinching. Something had done this to him, possibly as he was apparating, but still, it must have been something disastrous. But they never learnt what it was. The wizard managed to get out only 3 words before expiring. "Kampala has fallen." A war council was called as the rest of the intelligence got back. The report was the same as it was at the fall of the Burundian ministry. All of the defenders at the Ugandan ministry were dead, to a man, ripped to shreds by an unknown force. Everyone knew, though, that Kinaninjis had to have been involved. It was about the most demoralizing strike he could have made. Kampala was a city they had thought safe. Now, it was overrun by something they couldn't even name, and Jeeves truly did look invincible, as his name implied. Albus Dumbledore was there in the war room looking very grave. Edward Grayson looked furious. "This is no time for retreat," Grayson said. "We still control the rest of Uganda. Kampala is the natural place to strike back. The fact that our spies got back alive means that whatever Njis did, it's not there now, and any other move opens us up to flank attacks. After all, what's left of the Ugandan ministry is in transitional quarters in Jinja, only 50 miles away from Kampala. Njis could strike there at any moment. We need to divert all of our available forces to reinforce the garrison there, and use it as a staging ground to hit Kampala back hard and fast." "That's a risky move," Dumbledore said. "We could lose the North again if we pull our troops back from those towns." "The North won't matter if we lose the entire rim of Lake Victoria," Grayson countered. "I was skeptical of your Zaire strategy already, Dumbledore, but I deferred to you because we thought Uganda was secure. But if we can't hold it now, we may as well retreat and petition the ICW for a bigger expeditionary force. Leaving aside how it would look for us, how would that bode for all of East Africa if we have to do that?" "You may be right, Mr. Grayson. And I can agree with your assessment that we must hold Jinja. Very well, we will recall all we can spare there and take stock again." Riddle Manor was old and very dusty, only natural after being uninhabited for so long. But it was a large and lavish house, and it suited Voldemort's purposes. He had been all for moving in at once, but La Pantera had made a convincing case for being a little more discreet. After all, if they were tidying up the place, they wouldn't want the local muggles to get suspicious. Voldemort accepted, if reluctantly, and she went about hiding their activity. It was a surprisingly simple procedure. They placed ward stones around the property, and over each one, La Pantera performed a ritual in which she sacrificed a live chameleon and poured out its blood on the stone. This would allow the manor to blend in, and to anyone outside it would look like the same abandoned property it always had. Now that their movements were hidden, they moved inside. As Voldemort had predicted, the place was in good condition despite 50 summers and winters of weather beating. There was about an inch of dust on the floor, and all the furniture was covered in sheets and the valuables locked away, but an aristocrat's manor was an aristocrat's manor. "Nice place you got here," La Pantera commented as they stood in the large sitting room. "Obviously seen better days, but I can work with it. First thing is to get rid of the dust." She drew her long black enchanted knife and flicked it. The picture window flew open. Then she twirled the knife in a circle and chanted something in Aztec. As she chanted, a whirlwind formed in the room, surrounding her as she flung her arms out like a wild nature spirit and let out a loud, animalistic roar. The 3 Death Eaters and their house elf screamed and drew back from the sight. The whirlwind lifted the sheets off the furniture and all the dust from the floor so that it was all swirling around her. Then she swung her arm around, and all the dust and the sheets flew out the open window together. A moment later the wind stopped. The sitting room now looked extremely disheveled, as if a hurricane had blown through it, which it pretty well had, but it was dust-free. The Death Eaters stood at the door, staring at her with their mouth open. La Pantera smirked. "Shut them. You're catching flies," she said. They did. "Impressive spell work," Voldemort said in his high voice. Barty stepped forward silently and gingerly placed his small form in a chair. "Well, of course you'd say that," La Pantera answered. "But you people have a lot of work to do if you want to make this place livable. You, elf, get to cleaning." Winky yelled and stepped forward frightfully. "Yes, Madame Jaguar, ma'am," she squeaked and got started setting things right. "You too," she added, pointed at the Carrows. The siblings glanced at each other and nodded. It was hard enough dealing with just the Dark Lord. They didn't want to make La Pantera mad too. To just about everyone's surprise, perhaps even Grayson's, the Blitz attack on Kampala was a stunning success. Without Njis and his secret weapon there, whatever it was, his forces were unable to stand up to an all-out assault. It didn't hurt that Dumbledore and Grayson led the attack, fighting side by side. It was a sight to behold. Dumbledore, the Transfiguration Master, animated all of the furniture in the shops and buildings of the magical quarter of Kampala, and the tables and chairs ran into the street to attack the defending wizards. Grayson, the master of nature magic, had only to sing a traditional Swahili melody, and the trees came to life and swung at them like whomping willows. When the defenders came within close range, Dumbledore lashed out with a fire whip, while Grayson sang one of his native chants that raised a smoke screen that repelled them and their spells. The rest of the ICW Expeditionary Force, everyone they come commit to the attack, advanced in a line, flanking the two Grand Sorcerers, and the defenders crumbled. Evidently, Njis hadn't thought the ICW would be so brazen as to mount a direct counterattack, at least not so quickly. After this, Grayson insisted that to keep up their momentum, they should strike south into Rwanda itself as soon as possible. This worried the others much more. Kampala may have been an easy win, but Njis' secret weapon was still out there somewhere, and his home turf was likely to be much more heavily defended. Dumbledore agreed and suggested that they needed a stronger strategic position before making such a move. In the end, a compromise was reached. The spies would move into Rwanda and survey the scene. Meanwhile, the main force would be divided, with Grayson's company sent to recapture the Burundian capital of Bujumbura, while Dumbledore's company dug in at Kampala. Then, if all looked well, they would come at Kigali from the north and the south, in the hopes that the two-pronged attack would be enough to overcome Njis' defenses. They thought it was a good plan, but only time would tell if it would pay off. All three Death Eaters were very busy after returning to Britain, but Barty Crouch Jr. was the busiest, mainly because he was the only competent one. He had to catch and interrogate Ministry personnel to find out about the Quidditch World Cup. At the same time, he also had to find a way to get close to Lucius Malfoy in secret, and he was fast burning through his father's fortune. Thank Merlin the goblins were discreet and didn't take sides, paying La Pantera's fee until he could do so. Fortunately, his work tonight had paid off. He happened to know one Ministry employee who was too nosy for her own good and didn't have the sense to snoop around intelligently. And so, Barty returned to Riddle Manor that night with a fairly pretty Imperious Twitch in tow. The Dark Lord sat in an armchair, propped up by pillows, close to the fire to warm himself. It was far less dignified than he would prefer, Barty knew, especially when La Pantera already had a low-budget throne room set up for her priestess Cindy, but his homunculus body had its limitations. Still, when Barty brought his captive before his master, the Dark Lord was pleased. "Ah, you have brought a guest, Barty," Voldemort hissed. "We should be introduced properly. Alecto, let me see." Alecto Caro turned the chair around, revealing Voldemort's tiny body. "Bertha, bow before Lord Voldemort," Barty commanded. She did at once, but even through the Imperious curse, her disgust was visible in her eyes at the strange, infantile creature, followed by terror when she heard its name. "My lord, this is Bertha Jorkins of the Department of Magical Games and Sports," Barty said. "She is a consummate gossip, and may well know more things that she isn't supposed to than anyone else in her department." "How convenient. Then, Ms. Jorkins, perhaps you would be so kind as to tell us about the Quidditch World Cup." Bertha Jorkins spilt everything she knew, which included quite a lot about the security at the World Cup. Unfortunately, security was tight. Fudge was under pressure to show a strong hand after the Greyback fiasco. If Potter attended the final, it would be hard to get close to him. Why not just slip the Chico a port key? La Pantera asked lazily from her corner of the room. Because, Lady Pantera, Voldemort impatiently, magical transportation is more strictly regulated in Britain than in Mexico, a combination of a paranoid ministry and economic protectionism. Slipping Potter an existing port key would be easy, but making one would be detected at once and investigated. That is why it is essential that one of us gets Potter alone. Now, Ms. Jorkins, are there any other upcoming events that we, here, should know about? Yes, she said in monotone. The Triwizard Tournament at Hogwarts. You're reviving the Triwizard Tournament? Explain. She revealed everything she knew about that, too, but much of the tournament wasn't finalized yet, so that wasn't much. Still, Voldemort was pleased with what he learnt. Well, Barty, I think you deserve a reward for your work, he said. He gave Bertha a pointed look. Be sure to have Ms. Jorkins at work on time tomorrow and with no memory or other clues as to the events of tonight. You are dismissed. Thank you, my lord. He began escorting Bertha out of the room, but he stopped. My lord? There was one other thing. Speak, he said. I have learnt that one of the werewolves who was captured and imprisoned last month was my cousin, Artemis. I knew her well in my younger days. I believe she will be amenable to your ideas and could be useful to us here. I also believe that it may be possible to retrieve her from Azkaban using the same method my father used to break me out. Voldemort raised his eyebrows, then lowered them and gave him a suspicious look. Barty suppressed the urge to quake in his boots. That's a bold claim, Barty, he said, and if it is true, why should we not retrieve someone who is truly useful to us, such as Bellatrix? Security, master. Bellatrix is a maximum security prisoner. She will be watched at every moment during a visit, and the Aurors will not permit her cell to be opened. It would be virtually impossible to take her without a full frontal assault. But my father made me a low-security prisoner. The Aurors believe Artemis has no living relatives, and they underestimate her command of magic, so she is also a low-security prisoner, and her security will be much lighter. Barty stayed still while his master's eyes and legitimacy bored into him. He stood his ground, holding his gaze despite the overwhelming pressure. Very well, Barty, Voldemort said, sensing no betrayal in him. If you can present a detailed plan that meets my satisfaction, you may carry it out. Thank you, master. Something is wrong here, said Albus Dumbledore. You mean how Kigali folded like a cheap robe? Edward Grayson replied. Yeah, I noticed. Dumbledore and Grayson stood in the ruins of the Rwandan ministry while half of their forces worked to clean up the active magic from the battle so it wouldn't kill anyone. They had hit hard, expecting a hard fight, but the resistance had been strangely half-hearted, with no sign of Nji's secret weapon at all. One of the officers ran up to them and saluted. Grand Sorcerers, he said, we've looked everywhere. There's no sign of Kinanin Nji's or his forces. We're doing a survey for cartographic anomalies, but they almost certainly couldn't hide enough supplies for their entire army in the city. The two commanders nodded in understanding. If a land survey turned up areas that didn't obey Euclidean geometry that weren't on the map, it would indicate either an unplottable area or, if they couldn't find it by eye, a Fidelius charm, but the simplest explanation was that Nji's had read the writing on the wall and cleared out of town. One Dark Lord was a match for one Grand Sorcerer, but two of them on a tear across East Africa must have been a little more than he had bargained for. Find out where he went, Grayson ordered. Yes, sir. The spies were sent out again, and within a couple of days, they came back with a report that Njis was dug in at Gisanyai on the Zaire border. "It's his escape plan," Grayson said. "He's building up his forces for a counterattack, but he can escape into the jungle if things get too hot. We'll never find him in there." "We should resume our campaign in Zaire," Dumbledore reasoned. "Besiege him from the east, but not enough to make him leave. Then bring the rest of our forces in from the north. With his back to Lake Kivu, he'll be surrounded." "I agree," Grayson replied. "But we'll need stealth this time. He saw us coming here. He needs to believe our eastern forces are our only attack. We'll send all of our covert operatives to take down the guerrilla cells and prepare the path. If we can, send false messages to make it appear that they are still operating." "Excellent. Do you want to oversee that, Dumbledore? You have more experience in covert operations." "I will see to it at once." Chapter 83. It took nearly 2 weeks to bring Dumbledore's forces south through Zaire to converge on the north side of Gisanyai without being detected, but it seemed to have worked. Kinaninji's forces woke on the morning of the 17th of July to find themselves hemmed in between the 2 ICW companies and the shores of Lake Kivu, with anti-apparition wards and even the more complicated anti-portkey wards over the entire magical quarter of the city. It was a perfect textbook encirclement. "It's too easy," said Grayson. "I assure you it was anything but," Dumbledore replied stiffly. "Maybe not your campaign, but this?" "Yes. Njis topples 3 ministries of magic with death blows that leave no witnesses alive, and yet we run our entire campaign to his doorstep without ever seeing his face? No, we've missed something." "Then the most likely conclusion is that he is no longer here and that our intelligence is faulty in that regard," Dumbledore said. "Either way, our strategic position to retake the city could hardly be stronger. And we must do so. The Muggles will be here tomorrow." I know. I just hate the thought of that bloomin' dictator getting away. We take back Rwanda and break his power base, then we've run out our ICW mandate and he gets off scot-free with only the Zairean ministry to hunt him down. That's not going to solve anything. Unfortunately, that is all too common in war, but we both have obligations elsewhere. We will return East Africa to its pre-war state so far as it is possible. That is all we can do at this point. "All right, but I want sentries around our perimeter," Grayson ordered. "I wouldn't put it past Njis to have a reserve force about." The sentries were posted without argument, and the main body of the expeditionary force advanced into Njis' stronghold. They moved slowly, cautiously, unlike their previous assaults. Even with all their intelligence, they still didn't know what they were up against. "Look alive, everyone," Grayson said. "We're still looking for Njis' secret weapon. We don't know if it's a spell or something else." They could hear a lot of wizards moving around behind cover, but they could see little. A few people on both sides took pot shots at each other when they were seen, but there was no coordinated attack. They seemed to be waiting for a signal or for one side or the other to be in position. The ICW forces still had a good perimeter around the area, but they were forced to funnel into the streets to get close, increasing their exposure, one company approaching from the east, the other from the north. It was then that the enemy struck. 2 fireballs that could have been mistaken for short-range Muggle rockets blasted out of the upper windows of the large manor house where the streets converged, one that overlooked the lake on the other side. The fireballs slammed into the 2 columns of the attacking forces and sent a dozen wizards flying. "Well, at least he's here," Grayson muttered to himself. That, evidently, was the signal because spells started flying on all sides. Dumbledore raised a wall of earth to form an embankment around his men. The result was far too much like trench warfare for his own liking. He had been involved in the Great War as well as Grindelwald's War, but it was the best he could do in a few seconds. Witches and wizard hurled spells over the embankment and ducked as return fire blasted part of the wall away. On the other side of the battle, Grayson made a similar move at the head of his east column. He knelt down and started chanting. Nothing fancy here, just a basic aboriginal defense spell. Granted, it was meant to be cast by a whole team, but he wasn't a grand sorcerer for nothing. There was a rumble, like a great snake thrashing under the earth, and an embankment was forced up around him. With that out of the way, he tried his trick of animating the trees again, but the rebels were ready. They slashed off the branches with powerful cutting curses. Albus Dumbledore didn't like killing if he could help it. He permitted it from his troops, of course. It was a declared war after all. But he tried to avoid it for himself, and magic usually presented many other options to a wizard who was powerful and clever. His opening volley was to animate all the cords and ropes in the neighborhood, even severed Muggle power lines to tie up the attackers. They fought back by slicing the cords into pieces too short to tie them and burning all they could. Around them, the rest of the witches and wizards were hurling curses as fast as they could. The air was thick with a dazzling array of flying spells, and the shouts and bangs formed a roar of noise over which one couldn't hear oneself think. The din was staggering, and they were still fighting at a fairly long range for the most part. While all this was going on, they still needed to shield themselves from Jeeves himself, who kept throwing fireballs in both directions from the manor. Dumbledore and Grayson did their best to shield the men, but a single blow was enough to knock them off their feet. This, at last, was an opponent who fought on their level, and they could just as well have done without that. But there's one of him and two of us, Grayson reasoned. He can't protect both of his own columns at once. He started up another chant. The earth rumbled under his feet. Then the cobblestone street cracked on either side of him outside his embankment. For a moment, bright, multicolored light peeked out of the cracks, but then it was replaced with a rushing torrent of scalding hot water as springs opened in the street and endeavored to wash the rebels away. Many of them were swept off, but many others stood their ground, climbing or levitating themselves into trees or onto upper floors of buildings. That gave them a momentary high ground, but it also left them more exposed, and the spells flew with renewed intensity in an effort to force them down. Dumbledore had been having some success with a deterring wind and fire, but he took the hint and used one of his more exotic spells. Drawing a gold necklace from his pocket, a Muggle one, 18 karat, which was important, and cast a complicated series of incantations. The necklace dissolved into a golden mist that spread as he directed it out over the rebels. At once, they began tripping over each other, struggling to get a grip on the ground as their perception of gravity was inverted. Albus Dumbledore may have been the only wizard in the world who could use alchemy in combat. Limbo Mist would only distract someone with a cool head for a couple of seconds, but in those couple of seconds the rebels could be shot down like ducks in a row, and Dumbledore's column took full advantage of this. With that move, they broke through the enemy lines and advanced on the manor. Jeeves stopped shooting fireballs at Grayson so that he could focus all his firepower on Dumbledore. His waterlogged fighters in the east column were still holding their own, but Grayson had another trick up his sleeve. His earlier shifting of the earth had left the ground unstable. Now he dug down with an appropriate spell and set off a chain reaction, and a large portion of the street collapsed into a sinkhole. His company leapt up the embankment and began hurling curses down into the hole. Soon they too broke through the lines and marched on the manor. But both columns were stopped when a fresh and harder-faced company of rebels ran out from around the sides of the manor and surrounded it, except for a wide gap in the front. Apparently, they hadn't been fighting all of the defenders yet. Things got worse when Jeeves himself took a flying leap from the upper window and landed in the gap in his lines with a deafening crash. He landed so hard that the cobblestone street was shattered in a 10-foot radius. A tattoo of an elephant on his body glowed briefly. Jeeves was large, muscular, bare-chested, and tattooed from head to foot. He held no wand and he needed none. He looked out with a sneer at his opponents and called in a deep voice, "Albus Dumbledore and Edward Grayson. So this is the best the wizarding world can offer." "Kinanin Jeeves," Dumbledore replied. "You would do well to surrender. You are completely surrounded." "Oh no," Jeeves said with a ghastly grin. "I've only begun to fight." He chanted a long phrase in that ancient, click-filled language of his, and a large tattoo and several smaller pictographs glowed. It was only partially visible as it wrapped around to his back, but the shape was unmistakable, a rock. A massive swirl of wind formed around him, lifting the broken cobblestones into a cyclone of flying rocks. Then he banished them at Dumbledore and Grayson at high speed. Dumbledore raised a shield with a layer of a simple transfiguration spell. The rocks bombarded it like a machine gun but were blasted into sand. What followed was an odd cross between a close-up battle and a duel, and that a duel for the ages. The rest of the witches and wizards were hurling curses all over the battlefield, making even more light and noise than before, but the three most powerful fighters were mostly focusing on each other. Dumbledore threw a wave of fire at Jeeves, but he blocked it with a torrent of water. Then Jeeves chanted his most complex incantation yet. His body was covered in glowing tattoos, the erumpent and lightning bird he used to cast fireballs, plus some kind of serpent and hanging vines. He threw what seemed to be a fireball back at Dumbledore. Dumbledore deflected the fireball into the air, but it exploded and rained down some kind of corrosive poison down on them, filled with tiny threads like stinging nettles. The witches and wizards behind him began screaming as the venom, probably from a magical snake, began eating through their robes and burning their skin, and Dumbledore was forced to resort to alchemy for the second time in the battle. Mixing dust and water and turning it into a fine spray of mud, he neutralized the poison, but this only made things worse. The tiny threads reacted to the mud and grew in seconds into gripping vines that threatened to tie them all down. Dumbledore hadn't seen a spell this complex in decades, and he and Grayson lost precious time trying to cut through them. Grayson chanted a spell of his own, and several miniature bolts of lightning leapt out of the puddles around his feet, and then kept leaping from puddle to puddle almost too fast to follow, heading straight towards Jeeves. A nearby television antenna uprooted itself and vaulted into the ground in front of the Dark Lord, attracting all the lightning and diverting it harmlessly into the ground. "Damn it, I can't get close enough." Grayson spat. Time for Plan B or whatever letter they were up to by now. "Dumbledore, you focus on the soldiers. I'll circle around behind him and take him from up close." "What?" Dumbledore said in surprise. "You want to take him on alone?" "Surely I should." "No. You fought Grindelwald's war. You know how to fight an army. But I know more wandless magic than anyone else alive. It has to be me." "But how can you get behind him?" "I have my ways." Dumbledore blinked and Grayson was gone. But there was a striped, dog-like animal slinking away through the lines. That was certainly something he hadn't expected. Edward Grayson was an animagus. For the next few minutes, Dumbledore's job became even harder. He had to protect his own men, and he had already lost some, on his own while still striking back against the enemy. He used all the most devastating area effect spells he knew from Grindelwald's war, everything short of fiendfire. That would just be suicidal. He was on the defensive now, merely holding his ground until Grayson, he hoped, could get through. He raised the embankment around them higher and started hurling centuries-old siege spells that had hardly seen use since the time of Merlin, spells designed to fly in arcs like fireworks and rain down from above. The battering of curses against the embankment itself intensified, so he transfigured sections through it to stone and metal. Jeez threw another of his aerial bombs, which exploded above them, raining down a different payload. A sticky sap that caused blistering of the skin and resisted washing and instead needed to be scrubbed with dry sand. As his own men got clean, Dumbledore transfigured bombs of his own, which he lobbed over Nj's men and which rained down a tangle of fine razor wire that would cut into their flesh when pulled sharply, a sure way to get a crowd to stop moving quickly if brutal. Nj's next attack came from a different direction. Burrowing out of their own embankment swarmed millions upon millions of driver ants. Like South American army ants on growth potions, they grew up to half an inch long. With wide jaws so strong that some tribes were known to use them for emergency surgical staples. They bit everything that moved, tearing out tiny chunks of flesh. Scouring charms were the preferred method to get them off your body, but their grip was so strong that they had to be cast again and again until your skin was raw. Fire was the preferred method for killing them on the ground, but there was a lot of stomping as well. Dumbledore might have lost control of the battle then, but that was when Grayson made his move. He wasn't built for fast running on 4 legs, and he had to go far around the enemy lines to get to the steps of the manor, but he made it. By now, both armies were in shambles, trying to shake off the effects of Dumbledore's and G's attacks more than they were trying to shoot each other, although there was still quite a lot of that going on too. More than a few of the officers on both sides could throw out big, showy attacks like the Grand Sorcerers and the Dark Lord, and they did so, but Nj's himself was still the man to beat. Grayson moved into position and transformed back to human. By the time he had, Nj's had already spun around and threw something that looked like a thick, black cloak at him. By the time he realized what it was already wrapped tight around him, trying to suffocate him. It was a conjured imitation of a lethifold, fortunately not a real one, which could only be stopped by the Patronus charm. Grayson focused with all his might, and the conjured creature was blasted away from him by a flood of rainbow-colored light from his hands. He briefly lamented the fact that Nj's was a man. There were a number of quite nasty curses in Australian Aboriginal magic that could only be used on a member of the opposite sex, for both men and women. As it was, though, he did have one thing he could use. He sang a snatch of a sacred song that would be heard as only a painful grinding and screeching in the ears of the uninitiated. Nj's stumbled, and about a dozen of his closest soldiers clapped their hands to their ears and staggered in pain. Grayson threw another bolt of lightning, directly from his hands, but Nj's whispered a word just in time, absorbed it with his lightning bird tattoo and threw it back at him. With Nj's distracted by a point-blank duel, Dumbledore and the rest of the ICW soldiers could focus their attention on the rebels. That was what really turned the tide. With their superior defensive position and Dumbledore on their side, the ICW quickly gained the upper hand, scoring more and more casualties on G's army. Blinding lights, a burst of energy that caused muscle spasms, wide stunners cast in crimson arcs, and hundreds of more mundane spells flew across the battlefield. The enemy lines were in danger of breaking, and the end seemed in sight. The marble steps of the manor shattered, and the fragments rose up and encased Nj's, but the shell was blown apart with a spell from a tattoo of an animal that Grayson didn't get a good look at. The shards swirled around him as he chanted a language that even Grayson wasn't sure of, but thought was ancient Egyptian. The shards banged against each other at a blinding speed, sharpening themselves into a hail of stone knives. Grayson raised a shield as they were hurled at him, but when they struck, they seemed to sap its energy and glowed red-hot. His reflexes were just fast enough to raise a spray of water to act as a heat sink, but he lost track of what was happening for a moment as his shield, the hot stone, and the water all swirled around him. He just barely kept the whole mess away from his body, and he was blasted by steam so hard he thought he might be cooked, but when the dust cleared, he was safely encased in a shell. If Njis had used sandstone, he would have wound up inside a shell of glass, but since he had used marble instead, the shell was made of something very like mother of pearl, probably very valuable. Grayson smashed it to dust. Njis was gearing up for another attack when he was struck in the back. All's fair in war, after all. Dumbledore and the ICW army had whittled down his forces enough that Dumbledore could spare a few curses for him. That was usually the point where a duel ended quickly. "It's over, Njis," Grayson shouted. "You can't beat both of us." "Oh, I don't have to," the Dark Lord said with a grin. He threw a mist at Grayson that smelled like elephant dung but didn't seem to do anything. Then, he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Tabdil Enity Neighbor Wade." What was left of Njis' own forces turned and ran on the spot. "After them!" Grayson and Dumbledore ordered at the same time, but the ICW force had only started to move when they heard a distant rumbling that made even the Grand Sorcerers pause. A moment later, it was accompanied by a flurry of wings as seemingly every bird in the city took to the air. One of the African wizards recognized the signs at once. "Stampede!" he shouted. An assortment of animals burst through the trees. No herding behavior here. They were all running together as if from a wildfire, dogs and cats alongside hyenas and a pride of lions alongside a dozen different kinds of antelope and even magical species like Tibo and erumpents. A rampaging erumpent was far more dangerous than a charging rhinoceros, and that was terrifying enough for most people. Anything that got in their way tended to disappear in an explosive fireball. Here there were a dozen of them. The ICW Expeditionary Force, which had taken down the army of the worst Dark Lord of the decade, scattered. With the erumpents, there wasn't much to do but get out of the way and get their people out of the way. The beasts were faster than humans on foot, so they let them pass, but by the time they did, Njis had done a runner. Dumbledore and Grayson chased him around the side of the manor as he was making a break for the lake, where they saw a shocking sight. The water was a churning mass of foam, stained red with blood, punctuated by deafening explosions around the erumpents. The stampede hadn't stopped at the water's edge. The animals had jumped straight into the lake and into the waiting jaws of hundreds and hundreds of crocodiles. The entire shore was a massive feeding frenzy, and lurching up amongst the sprays of blood were dozens of larger, magical mahambas, each one larger than a bus. The witches and wizards of both armies were in complete disarray, running along the shore in a mob, with no regard for which side they had been on just minutes ago, dodging the lunging crocodiles on one side and the stampeding animals on the other. The frenzy was spilling over out of the magical quarter, out of the wards, and they could see muggles in the distance, running in terror. They'd need to commandeer the entire ICW force as obliviators once this was over, and that wouldn't be easy because the moment most of the wizards on both sides hit the edge of the wards, they operat away. About 25 of the nearest ICW people saw Dumbledore and Grayson and flocked to them, but the rest kept running and the Grand Sorcerers let them. They were more concerned about their people getting to safety first. Njis, however, didn't stop at the water's edge. He kept going. It took a moment to realize what had happened, but they soon saw that he was proudly riding away fast on the back of a mahamba. "Oh, no you don't," Grayson growled. He began singing one the Kinyarwanda folk songs he had picked up, invoking the magic not with finesse this time but with raw power. It was possible to invoke the magic of the songlines while not actually on the lines, but it was very difficult. He could only keep it up for a minute or so, and it gave him a wanging headache. But in that minute he could run faster than the speed of sound. Albus Dumbledore wasn't even sure what had happened. All he knew was that there was a sonic boom that nearly knocked him off his feet, did knock some of the others off their feet, and, seconds later, Grayson threw Njis bodily on the ground in front of him. "Ha! Your secret weapon failed, you invincible wanker," Grayson said triumphantly, exaggerating his Australian accent for effect. But to his anger, Njis actually began laughing. "You fools," he said. "You think you have seen my secret weapon? No, he has yet to reveal himself. It merits not who or what your weapon is, Kinani," Dumbledore said sternly, as if he were lecturing an errant student. "Under the authority of ICW Resolution 1994-16, you are under." "Rura. That's not a good sound," Grayson said. He and Dumbledore slowly turned around while Njis laughed maniacally. Albus Dumbledore very nearly had a heart attack when he saw it. He hadn't felt this frightened since 1981, if ever. Some part of him in the back of his mind reflected that he truly might rather duel Gellert again than this foe. Edward Grayson thought his hair might come in white if he survived this. He knew he had never been this frightened in his life. "Crikey! It's a trap!" he yelled. It was a buggering trap the whole time. "Wankers, the lot of us." The panicked wizard continued to spout colorful Australian phrases that most of the wizards back home would be shocked to hear him utter. Dumbledore spoke only one word, but considering how rarely he swore, any Brit who heard him would have thought the end of the world had come. Had Grayson not been in the fight of his life a few minutes ago, he might have paid more mind to what language Njis was speaking and what words he was actually saying. He might also have thought to ask, if all the animals were running frantically into a crocodile-infested lake, then what on the rainbow serpent's green and verdant earth were they running from? As it was, he was cursing himself out for not thinking of it because he was sure that it had just cost him his life. This was something no one had planned for. A Dark Lord had to do some pretty nasty things to merit an international response, but one confirmed report of a Nundu, and the ICW would have sent a task force instantly. The Nundu, thankfully, is not a natural animal. It is magically enhanced in multiple ways. For comparison, the cub of a male lion and a female tiger is called a liger. The liger is enormous for a mundane cat because of what Muggles know to be a quirk of genetics. A male liger can easily grow larger than both of his parents together. Similarly, a Nunda is a cross between a male leopard and a female of a rare magical saber-tooth cat called an entity, which takes this trend to a greater extreme. A male Nunda will usually top 1 ton. Contrary to popular belief, the infamous thief Eldon Elsrickle guarded his house with a Nunda, not a Nundu, and that ended badly enough for him as it was. It was ancient Ethiopian wizards who discovered that the application of certain dark rituals could cause a Nunda to grow to the size of an elephant, become tougher than any dragon, and gain an ability to incubate virulent and deadly diseases in its mucous membranes and spread them wherever it went. This was origin of the Nundu, the deadliest animal on Earth. In most African countries, creating one is a capital crime. In many of them, even knowing how to create one is enough to get you put under permanent surveillance, or worse. It is an incredibly dangerous weapon, which usually takes a small army to control. But Kinanin Njis evidently wasn't worried about such trivialities. Dumbledore didn't hesitate. He flicked his wand and a spell shot out of it so powerful it could make your hair stand on end at 30 paces. He cast it non-verbally. Grayson knew Dumbledore's wand was powerful, but he hadn't realized it was that powerful. The spell stuck the Nundu with a deep, oddly gong-like sound. It didn't seem to do more than ruffle its fur. Grayson went even further. He raised his wand, which he had used relatively little in this battle, and shouted, "Avada Kedavra!" The deadly green curse struck the beast in the shoulder. This only made the Nundu angry. The Nundu is the only known animal that is resistant to the killing curse. Technically, one killing curse will bring it down, but you have to hit it in the face, and few wizards ever get close enough to do that and live. The reason is that fur is made of cells that are already dead, and a Nundu's fur is so dense and magic-resistant that it acts like a coat of armor, and heavy enough armor can block the killing curse at the cost of being blasted full of holes. Usually, one killing curse will merely shave a patch of the Nundu's fur about the size of a bludger, and then you have to hit it again in the same spot to kill it. Grayson didn't even get a chance to aim again as the Nundu leaped, landed with a thunderous crash on the shore, and turned to face the wizards. Grayson realized now what the mist was that Njis had sprayed on him. It was simply the smell of elephant dung, elephants being the Nundu's primary prey. Njis had read the writing on the wall all right, but instead of fleeing, he had set this trap to kill them and then ran for it. "We can't let it reach the Muggles," Dumbledore shouted between curses, and everyone knew he meant it. He would stop the Nundu or die trying. To their credit, all of the wizards who had flocked to the Grand Sorcerers stood and fought, although that might have been because the Nundu could easily pick them off if they ran for the edge of the wards. To their further credit, they were smart enough to switch spells when one didn't work. Dozens of stunners that would have put a dragon in a coma bounced off its hide. Reductor curses barely registered a punch. Cutting curses just bounced off. Dumbledore threw all his power into Snape's Sectum Sempra spell, and it only caused a scratch. Darker curses still forced it back, but only for a moment. The Nundu took another leap and clamped its jaws down around the torso of one of the wizards. It ate him in 2 bites. It was no use trying to save him. Even if they could have got him out, he would have died of septic shock. Still, they kept fighting. Dumbledore tried his trick with the razor wire again and succeeded in slicing up the sensitive skin of the Nundu's face, but even that didn't stop it from eating another wizard. "Put it to sleep," one of the African wizards shouted. He later explained he had been part of the task force that killed the last Nundu. Potions in the air, nerve-deadening curses. And shoot for the eyes. Powerful fire spells and conjunctivitis curses were hurled at the Nundu's eyes and clouded its vision, but it was almost impossible to blank out its hearing and smell. Not completely, and it was still homing in on Grayson. They tried nerve-deadening curses, but they barely slowed it down, and they didn't have any strong sleeping potions. Draught of living death was recommended that they could disperse in the air. It was too big to tie down easily, too. The soldiers evaded the best they could as it kept jumping around the battlefield with startling speed and agility, but one which failed to get away and was literally slashed to pieces with one swipe of its claws. Dumbledore kept trying a mix of spells, more methods of cutting and slashing interspersed with other things. He cast more dark magic in a few minutes than he had since Grindelwald's war. He landed a blow with Dolahov's organ-ripping curse, but it had no visible effect. Perhaps it would kill the beast slowly, or perhaps not. He tried another dark curse that he had read about, but had never actually seen before, which was supposed to inflame the joints and cause crippling arthritis. That one actually did something. The Nundu missed a jump and rolled thunderously, but it got up and kept coming, just a little slower. Grayson was presumably trying similar methods. His best move so far had been to blast it in the eyes with a brilliant rainbow light so it couldn't see where it was going. Grayson, do you have any powerful rituals to make it sleep? Dumbledore shouted. No, do you, Dumbledore? No more than I've tried. Is there any chance you can invent one? Invent one? For Casa Veloci. He cast. Why me? Can't you do it? I need arithmancy. You do not. A swipe of a paw nearly took out both grand sorcerers on the spot. I suggest you try if you can. Confringo maxima. All right. Let me think. There weren't really any songs in Aboriginal folklore to put a giant monster to sleep. After all, the largest predator Australians had ever had to deal with, even in the dreamtime, was the saltwater crocodile. No, he would have to improvise this in his native tongue, which sadly was English. Grayson let the magic flow through him from the song lines, threw it at the Nundu, and opened his mouth to sing. Rest now, my warrior. Lay down, my king. Sleep now, eternal. Sleep, my precious thing. It was a slow, grand, sweeping ballad. That last rhyme was a little forced, but the music flowed better than he'd expected. Grayson kept casting nonverbal curses as he sang, the strongest sedative spells he could think of, aiming for the sensitive face while Dumbledore hit the beast with numbing and paralyzing curses. The Nunda's reactions began to slow. 2 more of their soldiers fell in the battle, but he kept singing. Lay down, my warrior. Rest now, your hardship is over. Lay down, my warrior. Lay down, my king. Sleep now, eternal. Sleep, my precious thing. The Nunda's eyes were beginning to droop. It took a tremendous exertion of magic, but once again Edward Grayson wasn't a grand sorcerer for nothing. His song was having an effect where hardly anything else was, aside from a few of Dumbledore's spells, enough of an effect that the others switched back to stunners as it held still. Lay down, my warrior. Rest now, your hardship is over. Well over 100 stunners and other sleep spells struck the Nundu, many of them in the face. It would have been enough to kill the strongest giant outright, even without Grayson's song, but the Nundu merely turned woozy, wobbled, and collapsed to the sand, semi-conscious. Albus Dumbledore cast a shield to guard against the beast's disease-ridden breath as he approached its head, which was nearly as large as a man. He flicked his wand and its mouth was wedged open. Dumbledore then pointed his wand down its throat and said the 2 words that he had thought he would never say and mean them. Avada Kedavra. The Nundu twitched once, only once, and lay still. And considering that no other creature on earth would have even twitched, that was truly impressive. It was over. The Battle of Gisanyai. The East African War. All of it. Over. Nearly all of Nji's followers were either captured or dead. Nji's himself, however, had fled across the lake to Zaire, but at least his plan to kill Dumbledore and Grayson had failed. Anyway, there was nothing they could do about that. Like it or not, he was legally Zaire's problem now. Dumbledore and Grayson took stock of the situation. There was a dead Nundu on the shore that would have to be disposed of safely, and a swath of destruction through the city that would be almost impossible to cover up. They counted the solidars who still stood with them. They had gone against a Nundu with only 27 witches and wizards. 5 were dead and 1 more didn't look like he would survive the night, but the Nundu was no more. Well, one thing was certain, no one would ever forget this. Chapter 84. The Granger family awoke on that Monday morning to a surprising announcement on the morning news, one that indicated that something was up. The Rwandan Civil War ended early this morning as the remaining Hutu forces in the border city of Gisanyai surrendered without a shot fired, the newsreader said. The Tutsi Rwandan Patriotic Front was surprised to find Gisenyi already lying in ruins when they arrived, with a swath of destruction carved through the city filled with exploded buildings, uprooted trees, and delirious townspeople speaking of a stampede of giant monsters. The source of the destruction is unclear, but it is known that it occurred yesterday afternoon, and anonymous sources have blamed a botched airstrike, even though no government or militia has admitted to having had any airstrikes planned in the area. The UN is investigating the incident. A humanitarian force is now assembling to go into Gisenyi to help rebuild, as well as to provide medical aid, as the city is experiencing a severe outbreak of cholera. Contamination of the water supply during the airstrike has been blamed. "That doesn't sound like an airstrike," Daniel Granger said astutely. "No, definitely not," Emma agreed. "It sounds like Dumbledore finally won the war, then." "Well, that'll be one less thing to worry about," Harry said as he finished his breakfast and put his plate in the sink. "You know, I don't think it's gonna be the same for him after the Greyback business," Hermione said. "A lot of people have learnt they can't rely on him, a lot more than before, and they'll put more effort into getting by without him." "Still would have been nice to have him around," Harry said. "I care about Rwanda as much as the next guy, but we had to go through the fight of our lives without him, physically and politically, again." "At least it's mostly working out," his mother commented. "Yes," his sister agreed. "We got most of what we wanted from the Wisengamot, and Mr. Diggory thinks he can get the Hogwarts governors to allow werewolves in the school next year." "True," Harry conceded. He petted Hedwig and cleaned her cage with a wave of his hand. Then he sat on the floor beside Rowena and pulled her onto his lap. She began purring sleepily. He had been doting on the old cat all summer. She was 16 now and noticeably slowing down, so he was doing his best to make things comfortable for her while he was at home. "Hey, speaking of Hogwarts," he added, "we never did get a chance to talk to Dumbledore about Professor Binns. We ought to contact him now that the war's over." "That'd be nice, considering the kind of education you two are getting in history class," Emma said. "Though I'm afraid that might be the hardest part, the way things have gone so far." "It shouldn't be," her daughter said. "Professor Binns is completely ineffective. He can't even remember our names. He can't remember Harry's name, and that's saying something." "I know, dear, but it's hard enough to fire a bad teacher in Muggle schools. Professor Binns won't be easy to oust if even death won't stop him. And there's seniority to worry about." "Well, that's true. Counting when he was alive, Binns has been as Hogwarts longer than Dumbledore himself." "Oh, the paper's here," Harry called. He took the Daily Prophet from the post owl and unrolled it. Sure enough, the real story of what happened in Rwanda was on the front page, and it was bigger than he ever expected. Miracle victory. Dumbledore, Grayson battle Nundu to win East African War. Smallest force, fastest battle with Nundu in history. The East African War between ICW forces led by Grand Sorcerers Albus Dumbledore and Edward Grayson, and the forces of the Dark Lord Kinaninjis, ended yesterday in what is already being called a battle for the ages in the final rebel stronghold of Gisenyi. Survivors of the battle report that Dumbledore, Grayson, and Jeeves were all performing feats of magic that they had never seen before, with some going so far as to call it the greatest duel in the world since Dumbledore's defeat of Gellert Grindelwald in 1945. But the most shocking events yesterday came after the end of the battle proper. Dumbledore and Grayson had succeeded in trapping Jeeves and overpowering his army, but at that moment Jeeves unleashed his secret weapon, which he had previously used to overrun 3 ministries of magic so thoroughly that he left no witnesses alive. Jeeves' secret weapon proved to be a Nundu, an enormous leopard-like beast created by dark magic, which is immensely stronger and more magic-resistant than a dragon and carries virulent diseases on its breath. Once it was summoned, Jeeves fled the area, while Dumbledore, Grayson, and 25 other ICW witches and wizards found themselves trapped between the Nundu and a lake full of man-eating mahambas and crocodiles. Despite these seemingly insurmountable odds, these 27 brave witches and wizards succeeded in killing the Nundu in a matter of minutes, owing in large part to the Grand Sorcerer's great knowledge of powerful magic. 6 ICW soldiers were killed fighting the Nundu and 31 more in the battle itself. Nundus are banned as an illegal weapon of mass destruction by ICW convention, and every confirmed instance of a Nundu is responded to by an ICW task force. In some past instances, Nundus have been subdued by staged forest fires or even Muggle saturation bombing, if a suitable excuse can be devised to set it up. The one known attempt to breed adult Nundus, undertaken by a rogue faction of ex-Grindelwald followers in Algeria in the 1950s, was turned into a Muggle nuclear weapons testing ground and remains off-limits to this day. Prior to yesterday, no Nundu had ever been subdued in direct combat by a team of fewer than 100 wizards. When questioned on this seemingly impossible turn of events, famed magical creature expert Newt Scamander had this to say: "Well, sure, it's possible to kill a Nundu with only 27 wizards. It's probably possible with only 10, but you'd be mad to try it with less than 100, just like there have been plenty of solo slayings of dragons, but you'd be mad to try to wrangle one with less than 10. Emphasis his. The ICW forces, including Dumbledore, will be kept in isolation for the next 3 weeks to ensure that they were not infected with any dangerous diseases spread by the Nundu. All known Nundu attacks have resulted in cholera epidemics, but they are most feared for spreading deadly viral hemorrhagic fevers. The most recent incident, the Sudan Nundu of 1976, is thought to have been the origin of the Ebola virus that killed 9 wizards and 431 Muggles that year. A second contingent of witches and wizards from the surrounding countries has assembled in Gisanyai to cover up the magical aspects of the damage and attempt to contain any diseases that were released. Muggle authorities have been told that a botched aerial bombing on the Muggle side of the war was the cause of the destruction. "Holy cricket!" was Hermione's only response when she saw the headline. She alone of the family was well enough read to understand the full implications of what had happened, although the mention of weapons of mass destruction was enough for the rest of them to get the gist of it. Dumbledore's star had faded of late and would remain controversial because of last spring's werewolf attack, but it would be a point of pride for magical Britain that their chief warlock had helped kill the most dangerous animal on Earth. Harry was less impressed, mostly out of ignorance. 3 weeks, huh? He said disappointedly. Well, I guess he won't make it to my birthday party. We'll have to sort things out with him later. That old bastard, Voldemort hissed when he saw the article. A Dark Lord who conquered 3 countries set a Nundu on him, and he still doesn't have the courtesy to die. And he has the gall to accuse me of cheating death. I don't know. I'd still pick killing a Nundu over making 5 Horcruxes for being less crazy, La Pantera said from her lounge chair. Silence. I did not ask you, Pantera. I don't care. And need I remind you, you still need me. Voldemort didn't reply to that, but he occupied himself with devising imaginative ways to off that aggravating woman as soon as he didn't need her anymore. Harry's birthday was organized the same as usual. For lunch, there would be a small get-together with his and Hermione's primary school friends, Paul and Tiffany, really their only remaining connections in the Muggle world besides Sensei John, with whom they volunteered each summer. In the evening would be their party with their magical family at Sirius's house. Sirius, of course, was very busy setting up the Cor Humanum Foundation to be able to supply Wolfsbane potion to werewolves before school started, but he had bought another, more remote property for that purpose. "Hey, mates," Paul said when he and Tiffany arrived. "It's great to see you." "Happy birthday, Harry." "Thanks." "It's great to see you too," Harry said. "It's too bad we only see each other a couple times a year, anyone," Tiffany said. "You just had to go to that gifted school of yours, didn't you?" "Hey, d'you think I could keep Hermione away from a gifted school?" Harry said. Hermione glared at him while the rest of them laughed. "So what's been going on at that school, anyway?" Paul asked. "Werewolves, mate," Harry said. "Werewolves everywhere. You know, the usual." Paul cracked up. "How do you come up with these stories anyway?" "God only knows," Hermione cut in sharply, preventing Harry from pushing his luck further. "So, Harry," Tiffany said, "growing your hair out, I see?" "Yeah." Harry now had enough hair to completely cover his forehead, ears, and collar in hopes that it would hit his scar better and that the extra weight would make it behave. "What do you think?" Tiffany rolled her eyes. "Harry, you should just go with a buzz cut. You couldn't save your hair with a magic wand." Harry and Hermione laughed uncomfortably. "Nah, I tried that once," Harry said. "It looked terrible." It really was too bad that they couldn't see their Muggle friends more often. Of course, many Muggleborns at school said they had a hard time relating to their own families, so in that respect they were lucky. Paul and Tiffany had started dating last summer, and surprisingly for a first romance, they were still going strong. This, of course, led Tiffany to ask if Harry or Hermione had their eyes on anyone. "No, not yet," Hermione said, but she was blushing as she said it. Tiffany gasped. There is, Hermione." "Come on, tell me." "No, there's not," she protested. "Yes, there is." "Harry, tell me who it is." "Don't you dare." "Come on, Mione, Neville's not that bad, OW." "Git," she said, punching him in the arm. "We're just friends, that's all. Harry, and I have been teaching him some basic karate and stuff." "Oh, so you're getting in shape together?" "Enough." "Ask Harry about his love life." Both of their friends' heads snapped to Harry. He blushed a little, but he took it in stride. "I went out with this girl, Cho, from one of the other football teams a few times," he said. "Oh? Good looking?" Paul inquired. "Well, yeah, but we both agreed we weren't right for each other." "Oh, anyone else then?" "No, not yet." "Too bad," Tiffany quipped. "We could have doubled sometime." She shot a pointed look at Hermione. "Or tripled." "So, any crazy shenanigans with you last year?" Hermione changed the subject. "Well, I don't think we'll be able to top werewolves," Paul said. "Unless you count the alien invasion." The party dissolved into more laughs. The day after Harry's birthday, the Grangers did their school shopping. This wasn't too out of the ordinary except for one unexpected item on the list: dress robes for formal occasions. "I hope it's a school dance," Hermione said as they made their way to Harry's vault for money, and for Hermione to exchange books from his parents' collection. "It's a real oversight that we haven't had any." "I quite agree," her mother said. "Hogwarts is really out of touch with extracurricular activities. No plays, no dances, only one sport." "Not much for music either," Hermione said, "although there's a choir. Wouldn't it be great if there's a dance, Harry?" "Yeah, great," he said unconvincingly. She rolled her eyes. "Boys," she muttered. They came to the vault, and Hermione looked over the rare books. Meanwhile, Harry wandered around, looking at his parents' other heirlooms. He idly opened up the wardrobe, the one that held some of his birth parents' fancier clothes. He pulled out a set of robes that had belonged to James Potter and held it up to himself. Too long. He had a few more inches to go to catch up with him. Although... Say, Hermione, about those dress robes? What about them? I think some of these might fit you. She turned around and looked at what he was indicating. Harry, I couldn't. She gasped. Why not? But those were your mum's. Yeah. I think you're about her size from the photos. But it just wouldn't be right. Sure it would. Mione, I'm sure my mum wouldn't have minded sharing with you. And anyway, they're only going to be collecting dust down here. You've been such a good sister to me, I can't think of anyone I'd rather see show them off one more time. Hermione stammered. Her eyes were glistening at the compliment. I think that sounds like a lovely idea, Harry, Emma said. Why don't you take a look, Hermione? I'm sure a tailor can adjust them to fit. Okay, thank you, Harry. She hugged him before taking a look through the wardrobe. She held up a few of the dresses to herself after considering several, and consulting with her mother, she selected one that Harry suspected had been Lily Potter's favorite. It was a long, silky dress in emerald green, the exact color of his eyes. What do you think? She asked. Brilliant, Harry said sincerely. You know, there's probably some matching jewelry around here, too. Hermione raised her eyebrows in surprise. Harry, when you do find a girl who's right for you, I think you're going to make her very happy. Dumbledore returned to Britain on the 15th of August, and none too soon, too, as he was expected to help out with the final stages of the Quidditch World Cup. It was all hands on deck at the Ministry trying to handle that. Sirius had got the entire Granger family top box tickets to the final, along with himself and Remus, plus 2 more for dates for themselves. Remus wasn't certain he would be going, though, since he would only have a day to recover after the full moon. Harry had written to Dumbledore on a couple of matters while the old wizard was in quarantine, and, a little to their surprise, he agreed to come by and speak to him the night he got back. They invited Sirius and Remus over for the evening as well, since they were peripherally involved. Dumbledore arrived via the door this time instead of the fleur that he used during the school year. He looked to be in surprisingly good shape, considering that he had spent months fighting a grueling war in darkest Africa, but he was dressed perhaps the most outrageous outfit they had ever seen on him. His robes looked like supersized leopard print, and it was an easy guess where they had come from. Good God, man, do you know how much robes like that are worth? Sirius blurted. I am well aware of how much they cost, Sirius, Dumbledore replied stiffly. Oh, sorry, he muttered. In fact, these were Ambassador Grayson's idea. Normally, I am not an advocate for revenge, but in this case I decided to make an exception and have these made from the beast's hide. And they do have their practical uses. As in they could probably stand up to a Muggle hand grenade? Remus suggested. I suspect they could. Ahem, welcome, Headmaster, Emma said. Come in. You're looking well. Thank you, Mrs. Granger. I dare say those 3 weeks of rest did me some good. They all settled into the living room, and Dumbledore produced a well-worn notebook, Harry's draft of a book about his first year in Hogwarts, Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. I must say I was surprised when you decided to write a memoir, Harry, he continued, although I can understand your desire for people to know the real story as opposed to the fiction that is currently published. I take it you still want to publish this? Yes, sir, Harry said. I'm tired of sitting through 3 years of the only things written about me being those silly kids' books and Rita Skeeter's articles. I do understand. With all the wild stories that have been written about me, I have often considered writing a memoir myself. And I think you could publish this easily. It's very well written. Thank Remus for that, sir. He did a lot of the rewriting. Then my compliments to both of you. I hope you will understand then that there are some parts of the story that should not be made public. Yes, sir, Harry repeated. That's why I showed it to you. Yes, and I apologize for not returning it to you sooner. It has been a very busy year. However, I recently had 3 weeks in which to give it my undivided attention. I have marked my redactions in the text. He handed Harry the notebook. I think I have left enough to tell a coherent story. I removed some sensitive details that we do not want publicly known, such as your address here, your wand being a brother to Voldemort's, and, of course, all reference to the prophecy. I also omitted a personal conversation with Professor Snape, which he requested to be removed when asked, as well as some of your more sensitive political conversations with your classmates and much of the political maneuvering that went into the passage of the Muggle Protection Act. I also removed your speculation on which of your classmates' parents are Death Eaters. There is no need to poke that political hornet's nest. All of those are minor points, though. On a more serious note, I naturally had to remove all reference to you being an animagus, which includes significant parts of your investigation into the Philosopher's Stone. That will leave some gaps in the story, but it can't be helped. I also inserted our cover story for the capture of Peter Pettigrew, and I took the liberty of removing all mention of the Marauders map and your invisibility cloak. Thank you, Sirius said. You're quite welcome. Now, the events surrounding Professor Quirrell and the Philosopher's Stone were the most difficult to parse. Much of that was not made public for obvious reasons. At risk of sounding self-serving, I have strongly downplayed my ill-conceived interim plan to involve you in the matter deliberately, Harry. I hope you will agree with me that preventing the damage to the school's reputation is worth that omission. Harry didn't want to admit it, but he could understand where Dumbledore was coming from on that. After the basilisk and the werewolves, Hogwarts had enough cleaning up to do already, and Quirrell would only add to that even without casting doubt on Dumbledore's competence. He exchanged a few looks with his family, who all reluctantly agreed, and he nodded to the headmaster. Very good. I naturally had to gloss over how you discovered that Hermione had been kidnapped and how you followed her. And most importantly, I removed all reference to Quirrell being possessed by Voldemort. What? The Grangers all said. Sirius asked the obvious question. Albus, you're the one who's been preaching for 13 years that Voldemort is still out there. I have Sirius, Dumbledore said calmly. However, to announce that he successfully infiltrated Hogwarts and attacked the boy who lived again would only serve to cause a panic. It is enough that the public knows that Quirrell was secretly working for Voldemort. How did you finish the story, though? Harry inquired. I only beat Quirrellmort because of my birth mother's protection. Indeed. I adjusted the story so that Quirrell tried to kill you on his own, Harry. You and Hermione defended yourselves, and I arrived in time to save you. This much has the benefit of being true. Quirrell was visibly ill, and Voldemort had promised him healing with the Philosopher's Stone, so officially, he died of a combination of his illness and his injuries from the fight. That actually seemed very sensible once he laid it out fully. It wasn't entirely true, of course, but it would definitely give people a much better idea of Harry's role in events than they currently had. I think that's going to work, Harry concluded. Thank you, Professor. Mom, Dad, Do you think we can look for someone to publish it before school starts? Dan and Emma gave each other an uncomfortable look. They had spent the last 9 years trying to avoid Harry's fame. But still, they could understand his logic, and they were proud of their son for developing such a useful skill in writing the book. I suppose we could if we looked it over one more time, Dan said. Serious, Remus, do you know any good publishers in the magical world? I would recommend Hard Books in Diagon Alley, Remus said at once. They're the ones who published Harry Snout, Human Heart. That book was my lifeline in those years I was on my own. They really understand people who are different or on the margins of society. They're not the ones who published the Harry Potter adventures, are they? Harry checked. No, that was Little Red Books. They have some good titles like most of Bathilda Bagshot's histories, but they were also Gilderoy Lockhart's publisher. They nearly went under when he went to Azkaban. Oh, all right then. And if you don't mind, Professor, Remus and I have something else for you. Harry handed over a notebook of his own. Dumbledore looked at this new manuscript with a raised eyebrow, and then he smiled. I should have known, Harry Potter and the Heir of Slytherin. We just finished editing it, Harry said proudly. I even talked to Ginny to get her side of it and ask what she was comfortable including. That was Hermione's idea. I see you are being very thorough. Very well, I will recommend edits for this book too. Of course, that wouldn't be the last book. Harry had already started writing Harry Potter and the Year of the Wolf. Now, I believe you also wanted to discuss the teaching of history of magic at Hogwarts? Dumbledore continued. Harry deferred to Hermione on this one. Yes, Professor, she said. Frankly, Professor Binns should have been sacked ages ago. We never learn anything in history class. Most students use the period as nap time and pass the exams by copying notes off the older students. A NEWT option isn't even offered, as it easily would be in Muggle schools. We need a real teacher in there. Dumbledore sighed. Unfortunately, you are correct, Hermione, he said. I have thought of doing something about the class for a long time, but it has never seemed to work out. Since Professor Binns died in the middle of the school year and kept teaching, Headmaster Dippet judged that he could continue on in the following year, and there was no great effort to find a qualified replacement for him. His poor memory in his final years carried over into his death and lowered the overall quality of his class, so the problem only grew worse over time. By now, I fear the only person who is qualified to teach history of magic is Bathilda Bagshot, who is far too old to do it herself. And for another thing, as ineffective as he is, Professor Binns is the most dedicated teacher I have ever seen. The Grangers snorted at that, but Dumbledore said, I do not mean that in jest. Consider what it means when a man dies and then rises from his chair the next day and keeps going right along to class. Ghosts only stay behind in this world because they cling to the life they had over the undiscovered country of death. For Binns to continue in his job means that the only satiation he had in life or death was in teaching, and I confess I haven't had the heart to dismiss him. Hermione's face softened with concern for the ghost. That wasn't a story they had heard before. Most students joked that Binns was so old and absent-minded that he never even noticed he was dead. She wasn't sure what to say to that. However, Emma, ever the practical mother, wasn't swayed. That's very unfortunate for him, Dumbledore, she said, but you can't compromise the education of the entire country's children for the sake of one man, be he dead or alive. We encouraged Professor Snape to improve his teaching methods in exchange for his protection at Hogwarts, and he did. If Professor Binns can't do the same, I don't think you can justify keeping him. You may be right, Mrs. Granger, but with whom can I replace him? It must be someone familiar with European magical history and qualified to teach. That's why I wrote to you, Professor, Harry jumped in. We had an idea about that a while back, but we never got a chance to tell you. We don't have a problem with the ghost teaching in general. It's just that Binns isn't actually able to. And we realized that there are a bunch of other ghosts in the castle who know more about history than any history book and can teach. Or lecture anyway, Hermione clarified. There are enough that we could get one for each century or so. Dumbledore's bushy eyebrows merged with his hair as if he had never thought of that before. That's a very interesting idea, he said. I think there is some merit to it, and at least some of the ghosts would be interested. More than enough, I'd bet, Sirius spoke up. I'm sure Nearly Headless Nick would do it. Let's see, he died in 1492, then there was the Cavalier in Mooney? 1651, Remus said. And the Highwayman in 1739, Jacob Marley in 1836. Jacob Marley? The Grangers all gasped, except Hermione. What, you haven't met him? Sirius asked. Weird bloke, that one, but I think he'd be up for it. And of course there's the Quidditch ghost, Edgar Clogg's 1920. That has you covered for everything since the Renaissance, at least. Yes. I can see a rotation working very well, Dumbledore said. Although I do not think I would trust all the ghosts to teach well and especially unbiased. I do not think I could in good conscience set Dick Turpin on an unsuspecting class of first years alone. We were thinking you'd still need an actual teacher to moderate the class, said Harry. The good thing is that with the ghosts knowing all the history, they wouldn't have to be an expert. It would just have to be someone who has a decent background knowledge and some natural talent for teaching. He trailed off in thought and then flashed a grin that made Remus pale when he looked at him. Say, Moony, he said, you sound like you know your history. Probably the last person Timothy Drucker of Was Hard Books expected to come through his doors was Harry Potter. Drucker was a keen reader of the written word, and he could easily read between the lines of the slop the Daily Prophet put out. He could tell that Harry Potter was a very private person who didn't like a lot of attention. So why was he here? Could it be about those children's books? Surely he must know that those were printed by a different publisher. Excuse me, sir, the boy said. I'd like to speak with the manager, please. I am the manager, he stuttered. Timothy Drucker, at your service, Lord Potter. Excellent. I have a book I would like to sell you, Mr. Drucker. A book? Drucker's voice broke. The boy who lived said nothing. He just laid a typeset manuscript on the counter. Drucker wasn't used to typeset manuscripts, but he appreciated the readability. Sirius and Remus, who had tinkered with such things years ago to help out Lily, had bewitched a typewriter to take dictation, so Harry could get through the whole thing in a couple of days. The title page of the manuscript read, Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. The True Story in His Own Words. By Harry James Potter. Timothy Drucker fainted. Wow, I never thought you'd have that effect on a grown man, Harry, said Hermione. When he came to, Drucker's concerned assistant manager was standing over him, wand out. However, Priscilla needn't have worried, as the first words out of his mouth were a slurred, "How do you feel about a Christmas release, Lord Potter?" The phase of the moon had to be just right for this, and the man dressed as a DMLE bureaucrat would only get one shot. He wouldn't have time after this month, and he couldn't afford any mistakes. Fortunately, he knew very well from his father just how the system worked, and he made it to the right door. "Hello, cousin," said a whispered voice. "Cousin," a woman said shakily from inside her cell to what looked like two ministry officials. What are you talking about? I don't have a family. Come, now, don't you remember me? The times we went swimming in the pond behind my late father's manor? Do you remember that one time you caught a frog in your teeth? I never did figure out how you did that. Barty Jr.? Artemis Crouch gasped, leaping up and pressing against the bars to clasp his hands. The man outside didn't look like the man he claimed to be, but there were ways to fake that. And only one living person knew about that particular incident. You're supposed to be dead. And if you're not, you're supposed to be in here with me. Things are not always as they appear, Artie. He reached up and plucked a hair from her head. Frank Bryce had been the gardener for Riddle Manor for 52 years, even though no one had actually lived there for 37 of them. The Riddles themselves had died in 1944 under mysterious circumstances. Actually, mysterious didn't even begin to describe it. Frank himself had been arrested for their murder, since he was the closest to the Riddles and the only person seen near the manor that fateful day. But the police couldn't even figure out how the Riddles were killed, let alone who did it. The official word was that they had been frightened to death, but even that should have produced signs of a heart attack, which they didn't show. It was as if they had simply dropped dead that day. Frank knew that the real murderer just had to be that dark-haired teenage boy he had seen at the manor that day, but the police were convinced Frank had made him up. Still, they had to release him, and he defiantly stayed in the gardener's house from then on, no matter what the people of Little Hangleton thought of him or how much those annoying bobbies tried to harass him. The house went through a succession of owners who never stayed long, perhaps because they heard the rumors about Frank, until 1957, when some wealthy gentleman named Jeremy Jaffe bought the place and then apparently forgot about it, as it had stood empty ever since. But Frank was still being paid to tend to the gardening, so he wasn't complaining. And then, one night in August, Frank saw something that he had not seen in 37 years. There was a light on in Riddle Manor. Or at least he thought there was. It was strange, a thin, shimmering sort of light, as if it weren't completely there. He wasn't sure what was happening, but he limped up to the house to investigate. When he got into the kitchen, he was in for a shock. Not only was Riddle Manor in pristine condition, no dust, no rust, no clutter, but it actually looked lived in, as if someone had moved in a couple months ago and cleaned the place up. But that was impossible. He would have noticed. The only activity he could hear came from upstairs, so he crept up to take a listen. "Master Darklord, sir, there is still being more in the bottle." "Not now, Winky. Milk Nogginy to refill it when she returns." Frank stopped in confusion. The first voice, Winky, sounded like a little girl and sounded very frightened. She had called the other one Master Darklord, no less. That wasn't a good sign. The second voice was also high, but sounded more like an effeminate man if he didn't miss his guess. "I'm surprised you're trusting Barty with such an important mission 2 days in a row, Voldemort." It was a third voice, this one clearly a stern-sounding woman. She had a foreign accent, Latin American maybe, but she sounded like she had more control of the situation than either of the others. That just raised more questions. Why would she tolerate that treatment of a little girl? Was she in on it? The wife, perhaps? "Barty has proved by far my most faithful servant, Lady Pantera," the high, cold voice said. "His polyjuice potion has been tested to last many hours, and I made it clear that his first priority was to return without getting caught. He will not stray from the true mission." Voldemort? Pantera? Polyjuice? Barty thought his hearing was going. These people weren't making any sense. "You know how tight security is all over the country right now," the woman said. "Because of the Quidditch World Cup, of course. I remind you that I questioned and legitimized Barty very carefully about his plan. Witches and wizards are pouring in from all over the world, and the Ministry is on high alert at the World Cup. Azkaban will be on alert but understaffed as security will be diverted, and Barty was to be in and out hours before moonrise. A human-to-werewolf polyjuice transformation during the full moon is lethal. That has been known for some time. And Barty makes sure Bertha can't talk no more. That was a fourth voice. A deep-voiced man. Frank was reeling. These people were talking about magic, like witches and broomsticks magic, and it sounded like they were trying to kill someone, too. He had to do something. He was about to move, but he was stopped when he heard the spine-chilling howl of a wolf in the distance. He wasn't sure why it halted him so, but the people in the upper room reacted. Ha! Looks like his plan worked, Jaguar Lady. Christ! There were 5 of them now, plus apparently 1 or 2 others who were out of the house, something to do with that wolf. This one was another woman, but crasser and less cultured than the other, more like the deep-voiced man. Her jibe was followed by a growl that sounded like it could have come from an actual jaguar. "Do not insult our guest electo," the high-voiced man said. "But she is correct. Barty has succeeded in his mission, and we have another player available." Most unfortunate that Potter foiled the attempt to alienate werewolves, or we would be in a better position to recruit, he mused. Well, with this many of us, why don't we just go for a direct attack? The foreign woman said. Why this convoluted plan with the tournament? Because it would elicit a swift and harsh response, he replied sharply. If it matters, I assure you we will not be idle during this time. I will recall my followers one by one while we wait and build up my resources and recruiting. By the time I have Harry Potter in my grasp, we will be ready to fight. The foreign woman sighed loudly. I still think you'd be better off without bothering with the boy, but fine, you're the one paying. This was too much. It wasn't just a couple of murderers. It was a whole damn crime ring. Frank could only understand about half of what they were saying, but it was like they were gearing up for a war. Against whom? The police? He might take them up on that, but not if they were going to kill a kid. This Harry Potter boy, whoever he was, seemed to be at the center of it. It was time to act. He started to creep back down the stairs and snake! The snake that was slithering up the stairs was huge, easily 12 feet long. It looked like a python, but Frank caught a glimpse of fangs the size of steak knives in the dim light. He pressed himself against the wall, certain he was about to die, but the snake slunk on by him and into the criminal's room. The high-voiced man began hissing, and the snake was hissing back. With a start, Frank realized that maybe this really was magic. That man could talk to snakes. How interesting, the man said. We have another guest. Winky, please let him in. Yes, master. It was the little girl again. Frank snapped out of it and prepared to act. He would grab the girl when she opened the door and get out of there as fast as he could. Then the door opened. It wasn't a little girl. It was little and possibly female, but it was definitely not human. It was 3 feet tall, with big, pointed ears like a bat, huge brown eyes the size of tennis balls, and a clown nose the shape and color of a ripe tomato. It was scarred and downtrodden and appeared to be wearing a pillowcase, and Frank considered grabbing it and running on general principle, but it opened its mouth and squeaked, "Please be coming in, sir." Too confused to do anything else, Frank obeyed. He surveyed the room. A surly, lumpish-looking man and woman sat against one wall. A tall, Latin-looking woman, middle-aged but still very elegant, lounged against the opposite wall like she owned the place. The remaining man must have been sitting in the chair in front of the fire with his back to him. and he must have been almost as small as the Winky creature, for Frank couldn't even see the back of his head. The snake was curled around his chair. "Ah, Mr. Bryce, I believe," the high-voiced man said from the chair. Frank paused and replied, "Who wants to know?" "You are Frank Bryce," he asserted. "How would you know?" "Oh, but we have met before. You know me as Jeremy Jaffe." "Jaffe? Bloke who bought the house. You finally moved back in." Frank was so surprised that he momentarily forgot about the murder bit. "The location recently became convenient for me. But it is supposed to be hidden. How did you get in?" "I saw a light in the window. I thought it was some kids broke in." "Damn. It was the Latin woman. Chameleon Ward must be wearing off. Must be the cooler climate. I'll have to reset it." "See that you do," the man, apparently the leader, said. "You heard everything, Muggle?" he asked Frank. The apparent insult reminded Frank of what was going on. "I heard enough to interest the police. I'm calling them. And if I don't get back, my wife will. Do not lie to Lord Voldemort. He always knows. You have no wife, Muggle." Frank was getting angry rather than frightened now. Strangely, he was itching for a fight for the first time in years. "Oh, you think you're so smart, Lord. I talk about myself in the third person? Why don't you turn around and face me like a man?" There was a long pause from the chair. The lumpish pair and the little creature sucked in a breath. "Amicus, turn the chair around," he hissed. The lumpish man stood and nervously walked forward and turned the chair around. Frank was frozen in terror when he saw what sat in it. The thing pointed a stick at him. "As you can see, I am far more than a man, Mr. Bryce," it said. "I've been meaning to make my 6th Horcrux for some time." "You'll do." "You're making a mistake," the Latin woman said in a sing-song voice. "I did not ask your opinion. Avada Kedavra." "Ah! Harry! Harry! Wake up!" Harry Potter jolted awake and sat bolt upright in bed. He winced and clapped a hand to his forehead before he knew where he was. "Harry, what's wrong?" "Ha!" Harry opened his eyes, squinting into the light. "Hermione? Mum? Dad?" "We're here, Harry," his mum said. "Is it your scar?" "Ugh, yeah." "You were screaming fit to wake the dead," Hermione said worriedly. "I thought a werewolf had broken in. It's full moon, after all." "No, no," he said, still rubbing his head. I had a dream." "A dream? Or maybe a vision. I don't know." "Here, let me see that." Emma pulled his hand away and lifted his fringe to see his scar. "Well, it looks normal. Felt like someone touched a hot wire to it, though." "That doesn't sound like a normal dream, son," Dan said. "And the last time your scar hurt like that was when Voldemort was around in your first year," he added urgently. "Do you think he's around?" "What?" "No, it couldn't be." "It was." He squeezed his eyes shut, trying to remember. The dream was fading so fast already. He was in a house somewhere, fancy house. Nothing like around here. "You saw him?" Dan gasped. No, I didn't. I heard him, though. There were people with him, and I heard." He trailed off, not wanting to repeat it out loud. Avada Kedavra. Most people flinched at the name of Voldemort, but Harry much more sensibly flinched at those words. "He killed someone, I think. He killed an old man." His family gasped. And I think he was planning to come after me, too." They gasped again, although Harry thought they should have expected that bit. "We should call Dumbledore," Hermione said. "Yes, definitely," Emma agreed. "Do you think we need to?" Harry didn't want to disturb the old man at this time of night. "Dumbledore said to contact him right away if anything strange happened, and I think this definitely qualifies," Emma said. "He says there are disturbing rumors floating around. Dan, go call him, please." Dan went downstairs to call Dumbledore through the flue while Emma made sure her son was all right. He returned a few minutes later. "We're fine. He says there's no danger here. Harry, he said to write down everything you remember before you go back to sleep. He'll bring Sirius over in the morning to talk to you. Remus will probably sleep through it." Harry obeyed and wrote down every detail he could remember. It was surprisingly little, considering how vivid the vision had seemed at the time. It may not have been a dream, but it was certainly slipping away like one. Dumbledore and Sirius arrived before breakfast, both looking very concerned. They read over his notes before questioning him. "I remember seeing 4 people in the room," Harry explained. "I didn't know any of them, though. There was this really ugly couple, and a woman with a foreign accent, and the old man. I think there might have been an elf or something, too. And I heard a snake. It was speaking Parseltongue." "Then you didn't actually see Voldemort?" Dumbledore asked. "No, I didn't," he replied. "I couldn't see him, but it was like he was close. Actually, it was like he was talking right in my ear." Dumbledore frowned harder. "Where, exactly, were you positioned in the vision?" he asked. "Were you standing with the others in the room? Or perhaps floating above the scene?" No, it was weird. Like I was 3 feet tall and looking up at all of them, but I don't think I was the elf or anything. I mean, that wouldn't make sense, would it?" No, not the elf," Dumbledore mused, seemingly to himself. "Albus," Sirius whispered. "You think this has to do with you know what?" "Most likely later, Sirius," he whispered back. Harry was about to ask what that was about when Dumbledore said, "Harry, I am sorry to say that I believe what you saw really happened." Harry nodded. He had more or less expected that by now. "I told you a year ago that your Parseltongue ability was transferred to you when Voldemort tried to kill you. From this incident, it is clear that he unwittingly did more than that. You share a kind of psychic link with Voldemort, by which you sensed his surroundings when he was feeling strong emotions, likely emotions associated with killing the old man. You're sure you can't describe any of them any better?" Sirius pressed. "No, sorry. I'd know them if I saw them. But wait, couldn't we use a pensieve for that, Professor?" Dumbledore shook his head. "I'm afraid not. The magic of the pensieve shows your physical surroundings, information gained by your physical senses. A pensieve memory would merely show you lying in bed." "Oh, this is a serious matter," he insisted, and Sirius showed how serious it was by not interrupting with a joke. "If Voldemort has access to your mind, it could be very dangerous. Why did you not use your occlumency?" Harry looked down at his shoes. "I'm sorry, Professor. I didn't realize I needed to until I woke up. I could do it if it happened again." "Do so. If you should happen to have another vision like this one, use your occlumency at once and inform me afterwards." "Yes, Professor. I want to make this very clear. Any information you may gain is less important than keeping Voldemort out of your mind." "I understand." Chapter 85. A pleasure doing business with you, Mr. Fudge. "I admit I'm surprised to be saying this, but likewise, Mr. Major. The Quidditch World Cup was a marvel of modern magical engineering, logistics, and diplomacy. Fully 10% of the witches and wizards in the world were set to attend the final, with a large minority of them arriving by Portkey in the final 2 weeks, all set up and provisioned in a tent city outside a large, custom-built stadium that had to go up in a week and be torn down in a week when it was all over, leaving no trace behind. This year there was a big change to the Quidditch World Cup. The Muggle Prime Minister, John Major, had insisted on getting involved, and the long-forgotten name and title of Maxwell Barnett, the royal court magician, also enjoyed a small amount of attention in the magical press. The British Wizarding and the International Association of Quidditch were hesitant at first to get the Muggle government involved, but the opposition quickly faded when it was announced that the statute of secrecy would not need to be enforced at the site. And that was before they even considered the actual reduced enforcement costs. The Muggle government had closed off a large tract of publicly owned land for the summer under the pretense of a military exercise, which would neatly cover up any strange goings-on there. The British ministry rented out the land at a fair price, converted directly from galleons to pounds by the goblins for a reasonable fee, to be recouped in ticket sales and campsite rentals. That meant the witch and wizard attendees could pay in magical money, making everything run much smoother. The Muggles' government got some nice windfall cash, the wizards of the world could show off their magic to each other, and Fudge looked good for negotiating such a great deal. Everyone would win. Sirius Black, being rich, influential, and godfather to the boy who lived, naturally bought 8 top-box tickets for the final. For the Grangers, 2 for him and Remus, and 2 for their dates, Victoria McKinnon and, over Remus's protests, Tonks. Sirius and Tonks would be on call for general security, but they could write that off as providing security for Harry. Indeed, Dumbledore had requested tight security around Harry for this event, since it was a public event where his schedule was known in advance. He had been reading the signs, and Harry's vision the previous night was only the latest clue added to an alarming list. Sirius got a portkey at a decent hour after sunrise. The Grangers had only traveled by portkey a couple of times, and they weren't enthusiastic about it, but it was the only way into the camp they could use. The outgoing portkey wouldn't be until the next day, so Sirius had brought 2 magical tents, bigger on the inside. Remus had shown up, walking on his own feet, albeit leaning on Tonks's arm for support. The werewolf wasn't sure whether to be thankful or angry at Harry for volunteering him for a job teaching history, of all things, and as he frantically tried to put lesson plans together in the middle of a full moon hangover yesterday, he was leaning towards annoyed, but he set that aside today for the sake of their mutual love of Quidditch. Everyone was excited for the day. They barely even noticed the death notice for Artemis Crouch in the Prophet, and they certainly didn't think anything of it. The campground was one of the most fantastic places the Grangers had ever seen. Multicolored, magical tents covered the landscape, and in between, every type of magical wares was on display. Tiny children rode around on toy broomsticks while their parents cooked on obviously magical grills. Salesmen were operating all over the place with trays of arcane merchandise. The Grangers bought some fancy omnioculars to watch the match. Large sections were reserved for particular national groups or more strictly language. Groups, which was the easiest way to break things down in the small magical world, each bedecked in their national colors. Now that it was down to the final, though, Irish green and Bulgarian red overshadowed them all. Most of the world's magical schools and a lot of professional Quidditch teams also had tents to represent themselves. Harry and Hermione saw quite a few of their friends there. Probably most of Hogwarts was around somewhere. They ran into Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas in the Irish section, said hello to Luna Lovegood, who was running around, chasing invisible creatures with a butterfly net, and had a nice talk with the Weasleys who had managed to get tickets for right below the top box. Sirius introduced them to Ludo Bagman, the director of magical games and sports, who had sold him the tickets. Bagman was a former beater like Sirius but had also played professionally. He was tall and blond and had a boyish face but had gone a bit to seed in his middle age. He was taking bets on the match, but he got nervous and excused himself when Remus asked, apparently knowing something of his reputation, if he was actually good for them. The most interesting meeting came when they walked by the French section of the campground, and some of the few people who could recognize Harry without his scar showing spotted them. They first noticed when a young, female voice cried out, "Say Harry Potter! Say Harry Potter!" And a little girl with silver blonde hair ran out to greet them. Sirius and Tonks started to draw their wands at the disturbance, taking their job seriously, but they relaxed when they saw it was only a child, and a very cute one at that. Harry himself was momentarily confused, but Hermione was the first to recognize her. "Gabrielle Delacour," she said. "Oh, Gabrielle," Harry recognized her. "Comment CAVA?" "I am very good," the little girl said slowly. "I've been practicing my English." "So you have," Harry grinned. "It sounds very good." 3 other people were walking towards them. A very beautiful teenage girl, her even more beautiful mother, and a little round-faced man, the Delacours. 2 years ago, the Grangers had run into the Delacours in France and felt refreshed to have a conversation with people who did not buy into Harry's fame. 1 year ago, they had helped them acquire mandrakes to cure Hermione when she was petrified by Slytherin's basilisk, so they were certainly counted as friends. "Harry Potter, ETES, good to see you," said the teenage girl Fleur. She kissed him on each cheek in the traditional greeting, and Harry made an effort to return the greeting without blushing, which wasn't easy since she was part Vila. "We wondered if we might see you ere. You have grown a lot." "Thanks. I couldn't very well stay away from the World Cup final, could I?" Harry replied. "We would have come to more matches, but we're always so busy in the summer. How have you been? Have you graduated yet?" "No, I've 1 more year. I am very well. I finished our 6th-year exams first in my year." "Oh, I'll let you talk with Hermione then." Fleur giggled while Hermione blushed and glared at him. "Hello, Harry Potter, Monsieur and Madame Granger," Hermione, Fleur's and Gabrielle's mother said. "I hope you are all well. I see you are Airwis friends." "Oh yes," Harry said. "This is our godfather, Sirius Black, his date, Victoria McKinnon, our honorary uncle, Remus Lupin, and my cousin Tonks, just Tonks." The Delacours exchanged some excited words in French, and Madame Delacour approached Sirius and said, "Lord Black, we have been following the British politics, and we would like to thank you and Harry for your work to help werewolves. Vila are not treated so badly, but we care about anyone working to help non-humans." "Well, thank you, madam. Obviously, it's an issue that is very close to us." He tilted his head towards Remus. "Of course. We wish you luck in your continued efforts." They moved on to their campsite and settled in until evening. The stadium itself was like something out of fantasies of paradise. Seemingly made of glowing gold, it was equal to the largest of Muggle stadiums and much taller, towering 50 stories high and wrapping around the pitch, giving everyone a close-up view of the action. On a tip from the Prime Minister, magical lifts had been installed around the perimeter, handicap accessibility and all that. A huge magical blackboard opposite the top box displayed advertisements, making the stadium look almost unsettlingly normal. A handful of other witches and wizards came into the top box over the next half hour, but the main party arrived with Minister Fudge. "Ah, Harry, my boy," the minister said, shaking his hand warmly. It's so good to see you and your family. How are you? Just fine, Minister, Harry said stiffly. Fudge was obviously trying to make it look like they were on good terms, which they weren't, what with Fudge being so much in Lucius Malfoy's pocket, and opposing Harry on his most important political issues. Harry, I'd like to introduce you to our two honored guests, Fudge said, motioning to two wizards beside him. The man on his left was pale with dark hair and heavy eyebrows and was dressed all in red. This is Mr. Oblonsky, the second man said. Thank you. He's the Bulgarian Minister for Magic, anyway. Doesn't speak a word of English. Fortunately, the ambassador here is as brilliant with languages as poor old Barty Crouch was. He motioned to the second man, who was dressed conspicuously in green and yellow. This man had brown skin, gray hair, and piercing amber eyes that seemed to stare into Harry's soul when he looked at him. This is Edward Grayson, Ambassador at Large for Australia. Gentlemen, this young man is Harry Potter. I'm sure you know who he is, the boy who survived, you know who. He killed a basilisk last year. The Bulgarian minister's eyes flicked up to Harry's forehead as Grayson translated. Harry sighed and lifted his fringe. He normally wouldn't bother, but he would make an exception for foreign dignitaries. The minister pointed at his scar and started gabbing excitedly. Fortunately, Grayson was more sedate and shook Harry's hand calmly. "Day, Mr. Potter," he said. "It's good to finally meet you. I've read a lot about you. And some of it might have even been accurate," Harry quipped. Fudge's eyes widened worriedly, but Grayson just chuckled. "Too right, Mr. Potter. The written word often gets things wrong. But is there any truth to the rumor that you are one of the most gifted wizards in Britain at wandless magic?" Harry smiled. "Oh, that part's right. Although my sister is better. Hey, Hermione, come here. This is my sister, Hermione." "Holy cricket, you're the Australian Grand Sorcerer," Hermione gasped when she shook his hand. "You helped Dumbledore defeat Kinanine Gees and slay a Nundu. I see you've been reading about me too. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss Granger." He kissed her hand. Harry was surprised that he knew her correct surname. "I'm sure you know then that I'm a practitioner of wandless magic myself. If we can find the time, I'd like to discuss it with you sometime." "I know we'd both enjoy that, Ambassador," Harry said. He was just introducing the guests to the rest of his family and the two dates when Fudge pointed out another set of guests. "Ah, here's Lucius," he said. All of the Grangers and Sirius and Remus stopped and turned towards the entrance to the top box. They had all met before at one of Sirius's New Year's parties, but it was always a tense moment when you put the biggest purebloods around in the same room with Muggles. "Lord Black, Lord Potter," Lucius Malfoy said, conspicuously not addressing any of the others. "Lord Malfoy," Sirius replied with a wary gaze. "Aunt Narcissa," Tonks addressed Mrs. Malfoy, knowing full well she was forced to recognize her as family by Sirius. Unfortunately, it backfired when Narcissa replied with, "Nymphadora." "I thought you were trying to invest responsibly these days," Lucius needled Sirius. "These seats must be very pricey, given your self-imposed obligations." "I know how to manage my own money, thank you," Sirius bit back. Fudge seemed to have misheard or wasn't listening at all, because he cheerfully told his guests, "Lucius is here as my guest tonight. He just gave a very generous contribution to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries." Suddenly, Harry got an idea. Hermione gave him a warning look when she saw his grin, but he went ahead anyway. Putting on an exaggerated air, he said, "My godfather, Sirius, has been branching out into the healer's field as well. He just opened a clinic to supply werewolves with wolfsbane potion free of charge. The comment worked like a charm. Malfoy and Fudge looked like they'd bitten into a pair of lemons, not wanting to criticize the policy that they so vehemently opposed in front of the guests. Draco wisely restrained himself to giving Harry and Hermione a contemptuous look. As the evening went on, the Grangers weren't sure Grayson was translating at all. From the look of them, he and the Bulgarian minister seemed to be having a conversation of their own, periodically grinning at Fudge over some joke he wasn't getting. The last two wizards to enter the top box were the ministry organizers, Ludo Bagman and David Monroe, the director of International Magical Cooperation. Harry did a double take when he saw Monroe. When he had seen him in the Wisengamot meetings, David Monroe had always looked a little uncomfortable, but now he seemed perfectly at ease in some kind of leather robes and a broad-brimmed fedora that made him look like a dead ringer for Indiana Jones. He was sure there had to be a story behind that, but he didn't have a chance to talk to him. They introduced themselves quickly and began the match right away, Bagman announcing, "And now, put your hands together for the Bulgarian national team mascots." He roared. Harry didn't know what the mascots would be, but his question was quickly answered when 100 beautiful silver-haired cheerleaders strutted onto the pitch. He wasn't sure what was so delightfully otherworldly about them until Sirius called out, "Brace yourselves, they're Vila!" Dan looked noticeably lightheaded at the sight, and Emma gripped his arm a little tighter to keep him grounded. Sirius was experienced enough as a ladies' man that he looked completely unaffected. Harry wasn't entirely sure how he would react to the Vila's allure himself. When they had run into the Delacours in France, Fleur had thought he might be immune, but he was 2 years younger then and she wasn't full-blooded. He felt that the Vila were very attractive and he would like to get closer to them, but that wasn't saying much. After all, how would any teenage boy react to 100 beautiful women? Then the Vila started singing and dancing. Nope, 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 not immune. Just resistant, Harry thought. A sudden thought of doing a swan dive from the top box for sheer impressiveness flashed through his mind. He could slow his fall with wandless magic, and cats were good and surviving falls from great heights and occlumency. 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 He wasn't even sure whether occlumency would help in this situation, but it seemed to do. Maybe it was just the mental distraction, but his irrational, lustful reaction was forced down. Harry looked around and found himself getting impressed looks from the women in the box, every one of whom was now physically restraining the man she was with, besides Hermione. "Occlumency," he whispered, and his mother and sister nodded in understanding. A male roar of anger rose up from the stands as the Vila walked off the field, but the Irish fans quickly got over it as their own mascots appeared, a green comet made of leprechauns that flew in surprisingly fancy formations and rained down fool's gold on the stands. Once they had finished their show, the teams took to the field. Dimitrov, Ivanova, Zograf, Levski, Volchanov, Volkov, Aond Krum, Bagman announced. Half the crowd cheered as the Bulgarian team flew a lap around the stands. Harry was nominally supporting Ireland, but he was especially interested in the Bulgarian seeker, Viktor Krum, who had taken the Quidditch world by storm over the past 2 years. Widely regarded to be the best seeker of his generation, and that at only 18, he had swept Bulgaria through the tournament all the way to the finals, despite what had previously been called a weak offense. He took his opening lap with maneuvers Harry had never dreamed of, flying backwards, upside down, one-armed handstands, and more. "Don't even think about it, Harry," Emma said. "Oh, come on, Mum, the firebolt's obviously doing half the work," he protested. "Connolly, Ryan, Troy, Mullet, Moran, Quigley, and Lynch. Bagman introduced the Irish team. Ireland had a brilliant chaser squad, but their seeker, Aidan Lynch, was considered not to be anywhere near Crumb's level. This would be an interesting game. I think Mullet must be Muggle-born, Hermione said. Why? Asked Harry. Just look at his hair. Harry zoomed in with his omnioculars and laughed. Mullet was sporting the most outrageous mullet he had ever seen. Hey, that looks neat, Sirius commented. Maybe I should try it. Don't even think about it, Sirius, Remus said. That hair went out of style in 1990. Everyone turned and stared at him. What? I spent most of the 80s in the Muggle world. See, this is why we're so good together, Tonks said, grabbing him and kissing him. They knew well her interest in Muggle heavy metal music. Remus only squirmed a little. He still wasn't sure if there was any hope for the two of them together, but she had been working hard to make sure he would be comfortable being seen with her, and she definitely wasn't about to let him leave on grounds of being a werewolf. Maybe. The game was Quidditch at a speed that Harry had never seen before. Bagman could barely keep up with the passes in his announcing as the players pushed their brooms, firebolts all and bodies to the limit. Harry knew from experience that the firebolt, pushed to its full capabilities, was about as much broom as the human body could handle safely. Ireland scored 3 times before Bulgaria got on the board. Then Crumb pushed those limits still further as he dove for the pitch at top speed, daring Lynch to match him. Crumb pulled out in time. Lynch didn't. Oh my God, how is that legal? Emma said. He'll be okay, Sirius claimed. And indeed he was right. It took a few minutes, but Lynch not only got up, but he started flying again. In the Muggle world, you'd be pretty much required to send in a substitute after a fall like that, Dan said, even if he could still walk. I think you'll find wizards are made of sterner stuff, sir, Lucius Malfoy said smugly. The match was short, certainly by Hogwarts standards. The whole thing was over in 30 minutes. The regulation snitch just wasn't fast enough for a game where the Seekers were on firebolts. During that time, Ireland scored 17 times, Bulgaria scored once. The referee tried to send the Vila off the field for being too distracting. The Vila got in a big fight with the leprechauns, transforming into their harpy forms and hurling fireballs across the pitch, and Crumb took a bludger to the face and kept flying. Despite this, Harry said, "It's over." "Not if Bulgaria gets lucky," Hermione said. "Crumb might wait for Ireland to get ahead one more goal, but that's it. After that, he'll save his team's dignity and swoop in and grab the snitch. Once he sees it." "He's seen it," Harry said with a faraway look in his eyes, directing his stare intently at the pitch. "How do you know?" his sister demanded. Harry smiled. "Because I spotted it 2 minutes ago." Everyone in the top box turned to face him in surprise, even Bagman. Even the Malfoys. "It's down there at the 2 o'clock position, about 30 feet up." Everyone stared. Draco Malfoy looked with his own seeker skills and muttered, "Damn it, he's right." "What?" "It's easier when you're not moving," Harry said to their amazed looks. "Lynch has seen it." All the heads in the top box snapped up and watched Lynch dive. Crumb flattened himself along his broom and dove after him, somehow catching up and snatching the snitch from under his nose. Lynch promptly crashed again and was nearly killed by a horde of angry Vila. "Ireland wins," Bagman shouted. "Crumb gets the snitch, but Ireland wins. Good Lord, I don't think anyone saw that coming." Harry's, Sirius's, and Remus's keen hearing picked out shouts of glee from directly below them that sounded suspiciously like the Weasley twins. Both teams came up to the top box to greet the minister. Most of the praise went to Ireland, of course, but everyone shook hands with both teams. Harry was eager to meet Krum. He was surprised to find he looked less imposing in person. True, Krum was taller and broader than Harry was, and wore a surly look, which was exaggerated by his bloodied face, but he was awkward and slouching on the ground. Harry wasn't expecting to really be able to talk to him, but when the Bulgarian minister embraced him, he muttered something to him that caused him to take a close look at Harry. Walking up to him, he said, You are Harry Potter, duh?" Harry fixed him with an unblinking feline stare of surprise. "Duh," he said. "I mean, yes, I am." "Den it is good to meet you," he said, shaking Harry's hand firmly. "I have been following your career. You sound very good." Why you have?" Harry stammered, nearly choking with surprise. "Of course, Mr. Potter. I pay attention to all young seekers who could become competition." "Competition?" he gasped. "You think I could? You are champion in your school, correct? 9 games and 9 catches. Well, sure, but that's not a big..." Harry stopped as he realized that it was a big deal. Even after all these years, he still forgot how small the magical world was. The professional Quidditch League in Britain included pretty much everyone who had played in school and wanted to continue, and almost all of them did at least a couple years because the time commitment was similar. And anyone who could anchor a champion house team for multiple years was easily good enough to make one of the 4 national teams. Harry realized with a start that he was already playing at a national level. "Not many seekers can catch Snitch every game," Krum told him. "And your record is more dan numbers. I heard dat you caught Snitch once vit broken arm and another time vit faulty broom. And last year I heard you dove half-mile in hailstorm and landed safely vit Snitch and your opponent. I still contend I could have made it down on my own," an ingratiating voice cut in. "Draco Malfoy, Mr. Krum. I'm sure you've heard of me." "Duh, Mr. Malfoy, I have. From game transcripts, it sounds like you are nearly as good as Mr. Potter." Malfoy turned pink at being called second best, while Harry was surprised that the game transcripts were accurate enough to assess that. Krum let no visible annoyance show, but he made his disapproval of the interruption known by excluding Malfoy from his next statement. "Mr. Potter, perhaps I will even have pleasure of facing you in 1998 World Cup." "The 98 World Cup? But I'll barely be out of school by then." "You will be same age I am now. I deferred enrollment and took correspondence courses during group stage." "You had time to do schoolwork on a World Quidditch tour?" Hermione said in surprise. Krum turned to her. "You are Mr. Potter's sister?" She nodded. "I came out 1 year behind in school, miss," he said. "I will be finishing 7th year this year, but if your brochure is as good as reports say, I think it may be vorted." "Damn, Harry, Britain's youngest national player?" Sirius said with glee. "Your dad would be so proud." Harry was sure he would, he thought in a daze. He couldn't believe Krum would praise him like that. Although his mum might not be so pleased. Certainly, his adoptive parents didn't look it. "Wow, I've never really thought about that before, Mr. Krum," he said, "but I'll definitely give it some thought. And that was really brilliant flying, Mr. Krum." "Thank you, Mr. Potter. I hope we will meet again soon." Harry was beaming as he and his family made their way back to their tents. He'd never imagined competing in the 1998 Quidditch World Cup. He'd had a vague notion of spending the usual few years in the professional league, maybe trying for the national team, and possibly making it to the tournament stage of the 2002 World Cup, but this opened a whole new world to him, even if his parents wouldn't let him skip that year of school. Either way, Victor Crumb regarded him as a serious competitor. That was beyond his wildest dreams. He was sure he would sleep well that night, but alas, it was not to be. With his feline ears, the sound woke him first in his family's tent. In the distance, he could hear screams, people running, and explosions that could be mistaken for gunfire. It wasn't a celebration, the singing had stopped. At best, it was a celebration gone horribly awry. Harry was on his feet at once, fully alert. Grabbing his wand, his glasses, and his shoes, he strapped his holster onto his arm while he was already in motion, going to his sister's room. "Hermione," he whispered, nudging her. "A-H." There was a crack as Hermione, not used to Harry coming into her room, shot a wandless spell at him, which he blocked. "Shoo," he said. "Listen." She stopped and heard the screams. "Oh my God, are they rioting?" she said. "I don't know, but I think we need to go." "Good idea." Hermione grabbed her wand, shoes, and handbag while Harry rushed to their parents' room. "Mum, Dad, get up quick." "Huh? What? What's going on?" Before Harry could answer, Sirius's shout came from outside the tent. "Out! Out! Everybody out! Fire!" That got Dan and Emma moving fast. They ran out of the tent into the arms of the rest of their group. "What's happening?" Emma demanded, but a look around told the story. The camp was burning. Tents were ablaze, and people were running for the woods in the distance. A tight group of wizards were marching through the campsite in formation. They didn't seem to have faces, but on closer inspection they could see they were wearing masks painted like skulls. "Death Eaters," Sirius said. "Hope you didn't pack anything breakable," Remus yelled. He flicked his wand, and the tent rolled itself up into an irregular bundle, luggage and all. All of the Grangers were worried enough, but Sirius's date was in the worst shape. "Oh, Merlin, what do we do? What do we do?" Victoria said. "Calm down, Vicky," Sirius said. "We're Harry's security. We have to get them out of here. If they get their hands on a pair of muggles, they'll kill them. Now there's 4 of us and 4 of them. Can you do side-along apparition?" "Yeah." "Good. Everybody run for the field where we port-keyed in and stay close. As soon as we're outside the wards, we'll apparate to my place." "Dora? Remus?" "We're good," Tonks said. "Dan, Emma in the middle. Harry, Hermione, you stay between us too, but defend yourselves as needed. Now move." They ran. The campsite was mostly open ground, but they blended in well enough with the streaming crowd. Few of the curses that were being cast about came near them. They ran as fast as they could with the adult magic users in a tight protective formation. Dan and Emma were the weak links. They were in decent shape for their age, but they were the oldest and not in a physically active career. More curses began to fly as the rest of the Ministry security intercepted the Death Eaters. From the sound of it, things were getting pretty rough. "Oh, hello, Harry," a breathless voice sounded. Several wands swung in that direction, but were lowered when they saw it was just a small teenage girl with long blonde hair. On her opposite side, a tall white-haired wizard was pulling her by the hand. "Luna, are you all right?" Harry called. "I'm fine," she called back, puffing, "but I think I may need to exercise more. This is tiring." "It's all right, Moonbeam, we're almost there," Zeno Lovegood said, pulling her in a different direction. "See you at school, Harry," Luna called before both of them vanished with a pop. "Good. We're here too," Tonks said. "1 to 1, everybody hold on tight." She grabbed Emma by the arm, and Dan, Harry, and Hermione each paired up with one of the others. "Go on 3-3. There were 4 loud cracks, and after a very unpleasant sensation of being squeezed through a tube, they all landed in a heap on Sirius's front porch. The Grangers had never operate before, and after that experience they really didn't want to do it again. "Confundus," Tonks said, and a passing muggle on a late-night dog walk blinked in confusion and moved on. "All right, we're clear. Everyone still have all their fingers." Amazingly, they did. Was that one of those signs Dumbledore mentioned he was reading? Dan asked. No one answered. "I have a bad feeling about this," Harry said. "Idiots," muttered Barty Crouch Jr. as he watched the party of Death Eaters advance. There were surprisingly many of them. It looked like perhaps all that was left of the inner circle, or nearly so. Sure, one more romp for old time's sake, he thought. No thought of the Dark Lord actually returning. It made him sick. Still, his target was in sight, and he had perhaps his best chance to get close to him. He transfigured a skull mask of his own, slipped around the lines, and fell in from behind. Lucius was getting sloppy in his old age, not having had the Dark Lord around to whip him into shape for so long. His long hair peeked out from under his mask, making his identity clear to anyone who cared to look. Barty made a beeline for him at once, pushing through the ranks and coming alongside him. "Hello, Lucy," he whispered in his ear, grabbing him tight by the arm. "Aren't you forgetting something?" As Lucius stiffened, Barty raised his wand skyward and shouted, "More Smordra!" Suddenly, the character of the spells changed. A barrage of ward-breaking curses punched a hole in the anti-apparition ward, and the Death Eaters operat away in a panic before the DMLE could move in. Barty operat away too, but he took Lucius Malfoy with him back to Riddle Manor. "Lucius, my slippery friend." "This is not good," Lucius Malfoy thought. "How nice of you to send a message on my behalf. How the hell is he still alive? Tortured a few mudbloods, I hope? I see the Muggles wised up and kept their own people away. All Dark Lords claim to be immortal. It's supposed to be just talk. It's too bad none of your messages have had much effect," said Voldemort's tiny, constructed body. Opposition to a Muggle Protection Act, which failed. Support for a bill for strict regulation of werewolves, which also failed. A feral-looking young woman crouching at the side of the room hissed angrily. Her cousin patted her on the shoulder to calm her down. And how the hell is Barty Jr. still alive? Lucius thought. There were 2 Azkaban escapees in this room, both of whom were supposed to be dead. Dead and buried. Bodies identified by Aurors and buried on Azkaban Island, and yet here they were. So who was in those graves? "And I heard a most interesting rumor, Lucius, about the famed Chamber of Secrets at Hogwarts," Voldemort continued lazily. "Bugger. Ah, I see you have heard of it. Perhaps you have also heard how the chamber was opened, and the monster inside was killed by 2 12-year-olds, a songbird and an old hat." A tall, stately, and wicked middle-aged woman scoffed derisively. Lucius looked over and saw her polishing a wicked-looking black dagger. "Oh, but where are my manners?" Voldemort said. "You know the Crouches and the Carrows, of course, Lucius, but allow me to introduce you to High Priestess La Pantera de Veracruz, who is assisting me on my current project." Lucius was well versed in international politics, and he knew exactly who La Pantera was, a dark lady considered equal to his master. This is getting out of hand, he thought. Now there are 2 of them. So, given your poor track record acting on your own, perhaps your energies would have been better directed towards finding and aiding your master. My lord, I was constantly on alert. Lucius tried the only gambit he had. Had there been any sign from you, any whisper of your whereabouts? Do not lie to Lord Voldemort, he was cut off. My signs were enough 2 years ago to draw the Carrows out of hiding to search for me. I never thought I would see the day when they showed more intelligence than the Lord Malfoy. The Carrow siblings both grinned smugly, then frowned as they thought through what he had said. Your inaction is quite clear. What excuse have you? Double bugger. Lucius said nothing. Fortunately for you, I must remain discreet at this time, and you must remain above suspicion. Your sins will be punished when I have the luxury of being able to do it openly. Serve me faithfully until then, and I may be persuaded to lessen your punishment. Of course, my lord. You are merciful, thank you. What do you require? First, Lady Pontera's services do not come cheap. She has a taste for gold and exotic animals. You have both. Second, you will personally contact my other fickle followers in secret and bring them back into the fold. See that you not arouse the suspicion of the Ministry or Dumbledore or, indeed, of Potter. When that is done, we will begin recruiting again so that by the time I am returned to my full strength, we will be ready to strike at full force. Our first move or course will be Azkaban. Breaking out 2 low-security prisoners is but a small feat compared with liberating the faithful in the high-security wing. Once reunited, we will be returned to our former glory. Is it just me, or is he talking even more like a demigod than he did before? It shall be as you say, my lord. Chapter 86. We can't cancel Quidditch, Albus. It's not fair to the players who want to stay in practice to play professionally, especially the 7th years. This is their recruiting year. And the fact that Gryffindor has won the Quidditch Cup 3 years running has nothing to do with it, Minerva? That's not the point, Severus. I contend that the entire tournament arrangement is unfair. We're bringing in over 24 guests, and only 1 student from each school will be able to participate. If we're to encourage international cooperation and friendly competition, shouldn't we be holding more events instead of reducing our 6 Quidditch matches to 3 tasks? If Remus doesn't mind taking over the dueling club, we can hold an interscholastic dueling tournament at the end of the year. I'd be happy to, Filius. These are all excellent sentiments, but consider the time costs. Minerva, what you are proposing would consume an additional 15 Saturdays if we are to do it fairly, and there are also Hogsmeade visits and the new monthly seminars. Is it really that bad, Albus? One of the most common complaints I hear from my Muggle-born Hufflepuffs is our small selection of student clubs. In sports alone, I've heard that as many as half of Muggle students participate in various sports compared with 10 to 15% for our students in Quidditch. From what I've heard, I think Muggle schools have more staff than we do to handle that sort of thing. Well, we may not be able to do anything about that this year, but really, the Ministry's been acting like this tournament is already this big a deal. We may as well meet their expectations. Very well. Very well. I do appreciate your enthusiasm. If you present me with a manageable schedule for holding and supervising these events, I will be happy to authorize them. There were a number of discussions of what was happening in Britain over the next week, none of them very productive. Everyone agreed that it was very suspicious that Death Eaters attacked the World Cup so soon after Harry's vision, but they couldn't agree on what it meant. Dumbledore wasn't even convinced they were related, although he confided that there was renewed Death Eater activity in the country such as he had not seen since the early 80s. All he could say was to continue to be vigilant and to trust in the improved security of Fir Castle for the coming year. People certainly were not trusting the Ministry's security right now. Rita Skeeter wrote a scathing article twisting the attack to reflect as poorly on the Ministry as possible, and Sirius and Tonks were working overtime all week to clean up the damage. The morning of the 1st of September was cool and rainy. The Grangers were soaked by the time they made it into King's Cross Station. Hedwig and Crookshanks were both very unhappy. Platform 9 3/4 was shrouded in mist in the humid air, casting an ominous tone on the whole affair. Harry and Hermione were just about to get on the train when they heard a voice shouting their names. Harry! Hermione! Neville Longbottom was running towards them flat out with the biggest smile they'd ever seen on his face. His grandmother was a dozen or so paces behind him, struggling to keep up. It was so incongruous that they had no idea what was going on. Then, it got even more surprising as Neville skidded to a halt in front of Hermione and, with no hesitation, grabbed her face in his hands and kissed her 3 times, on one cheek, on the forehead, and then the other cheek. The Grangers stared in shock. Sirius wolf whistled. Hermione barely noticed. Neville, she whispered with wide eyes. What was that? The day before, in his final visit of the summer, Neville and his grandmother walked into the Janus Thicky ward at St. Mungo's the same as always. They didn't see Alice pacing back and forth along the ward, but that wasn't so unusual, so they didn't think much of it until they got to the back corner and saw that her bed was also empty. They spun around in worry and were greeted by a surprising sight. Alice Longbottom was lying in her husband's bed, wrapped around him, with his arm around her shoulders. Augusta and Neville could only stare. Oh, she's still there? They spun around again to see Healer Strout standing behind them. When did this happen? Augusta said. Oh, she's been doing that for the past couple of days, Madame Longbottom, Strout said. I know hospital policy is not to let mentally compromised patients share a bed, but they are married, and they looked so sweet together that I just didn't have the heart to separate them. Augusta looked back at her son and daughter-in-law. Each had a slight smile on their faces. They do look sweet together, she said. Healer Strout gently woke the pair, though, so they could see their family. I know it's not much, but Alice has been sounding like she's trying to talk lately. She has been off and on for a while, Augusta said. Hi, Mum. Hi, Dad, Neville said. He sat on the foot of the bed as Alice murmured something unintelligible. My wand is up a tree, Frank said. He was speaking a lot more clearly than he used to, but still not saying anything that made sense. Sure it is, Dad, Neville said indulgently. I'm going back to school tomorrow. Said Alice, tilting her head. My wand can climb trees, Frank replied with a smile. Strout sighed, poor dear. Sometimes he acts like he really understands what he's saying. Sadly, most of the conversation went like that. Neville told his parents everything that was going on, though glossing over the riot at the World Cup. His parents didn't react in any coherent way. The most pertinent response came when Neville mentioned he was going to enjoy exercising with Harry and Hermione again in the evenings, and Frank interrupted, mens sana in corpore sano, which meant, a sound mind in a healthy body. Everyone was surprised at that, but the moment passed as soon as it came, and they ignored it. They stayed there for a while until Neville ran out of things to say, and he and Augusta got up to leave. Cherry tree. Frank yelled in a tone like he was trying to call someone's name. Neville looked at him. Carpe diem. Neville forced a smile. Sure thing, Dad. As they walked away, Alice rose from the bed with her hand outstretched to Neville. Augusta sighed. Again, Alice? All right, Neville, take it, whatever it is. Neville reached out to take the candy wrapper from his mother's hand, but as he did, to his horror, she pulled her hand back. He froze, staring at her with a pained look. Healer Strout and even Augusta were shocked. Alice? Augusta said. But Alice wasn't listening. She tilted her head to one side as if deep in thought. She tilted it further and further until she was nearly looking at him sideways, and then tilted it back again. The candy wrapper fell from her hand to the floor. Neville struggled not to cry. Alice still looked confused, but at length she spoke again. N, Neville? Mummy! Neville hugged his mother so hard that they both toppled to the floor. St. Mungo's was briefly locked down that afternoon on fears of a contagious outbreak of mass hysteria. After all, when multiple healers reported Augusta Longbottom sitting on the floor of the Janice Thickey ward, crying like a baby with her entire family clustered around her, and Alice Longbottom, the most infamous hopeless case in the building, talking again, what were they supposed to think? My mum recognized me, Neville said. Hermione's eyes grew to the size of saucers. She had never imagined Neville's parents would recover so well with the Muggle medications they'd been giving them. Oh, Neville, that's wonderful! She exclaimed. She hugged him back and kissed him once on the cheek. Come on, let's find a compartment and you can tell us all about it. Once they were seated, Neville explained to them a little more about his parents than he had before, like how his mum gave him a candy wrapper every time he visited, as if she were trying to connect with him and couldn't figure out how. And how his dad would babble incoherently and get mad when no one responded to him. Even Hermione started to tear up when he spoke about how his mum, after 12 years, had suddenly pulled her hand back, but had instead spoken her first words since that fateful night. It was great, he said. It was like you could actually tell they're my parents for the first time. Dad, too. He didn't make any sense, but he acted like he knew what he was saying. Really? Hermione said with interest. That sounds kind of like aphasia, Neville. Like what? Aphasia. It's a speech disorder. It's just possible that he really does understand what he's saying, but his brain is making it come out in some kind of code. I'll write Mum and Dad and ask them to find a book about it. If they've come this far, then maybe speech therapy would be of some use to them. Speech what? Speech therapy. It's a type of Muggle healing to help people with mental problems like them communicate better. Muggles have healers just for that? Neville said incredulously. How do they manage all that stuff? Well, it's kind of awful to say, but with Muggles outnumbering wizards 5,000 to 1, it means there's actually money in it, Hermione explained. I'm really surprised they've come this far, Harry said. There usually isn't much that can be done for traumatic brain injuries. It must be magic, Hermione reasoned. It can do plenty of things that are supposed to be impossible. Plus, the doctors said the drugs might help them form new memories. If that's true, it would be more about relearning than recovering. They promised to look into it and tell Neville what they found, and they settled in for an enjoyable train ride. Malfoy and his goons didn't bother them this year, which was a bit of a shock. The one time they caught a glimpse of him, he looked like he had something else on his mind, and he barely sneered at them. The most antagonism they experienced, and that of a friendlier sort, was when Anthony Goldstein stopped by their compartment. So, Potter, I saw the grades came out for last year, he said smugly. Yes, we saw them too, Goldstein, Harry replied. Goldstein had narrowly beaten Harry in the grade average after Harry had edged him out last autumn. The implied gloating really didn't become Goldstein, Harry thought, so he turned it around. No hard feelings, I hope? How? Why would I? Harry inclined his head towards Hermione. Oh, right. Of course not. The two boys were second and third in the class, not first and second. And, you made a pretty good showing yourself, Goldstein added graciously. Thank you, Harry said. He smiled a little and said, Of course, you know I'll have to beat you again this year. He grinned and replied, You can try, Potter. Hermione rolled her eyes. You boys and your rivalries. You wouldn't be saying that if either of us had a chance of catching up with you, Harry teased. Hermione pointedly ignored that one. The weather grew darker as they steamed north, and by the time they reached Hogsmeade they were trudging through pouring rain and lightning to get to the carriages. Everyone was soaked when they got to the castle, and none too happy about it. There were 2 new faces at the high table this year. One was expected, but the other was a surprise. An old, battle-scared man with a creepy false eye that seemed to have a mind of its own. Is that Mad-Eye Moody? Harry said. I thought he retired. He did, Hermione said. He must be teaching defense this year. Has he gone mad? Cousin Dora says he's super paranoid. Why would he take a job that keeps killing people? I don't know. Dumbledore must have said something really convincing. Maybe he is mad, Ron said from nearby. My dad says he's gone kinda barmy. I dunno, but Snape doesn't look happy, Fred observed. Indeed, Snape was conspicuously glaring at both Lupin and Moody from his seat, looking much angrier than usual, especially for the welcome feast. No complaints there, Harry said. He could use someone to cut him down to size again. He hoped Remus wouldn't be above pulling a few pranks on the overgrown bat after he'd tried to screw over him and Sirius at the Wisengamot. The great hall filled up slowly, what with everyone trying to dry off, not slip on the floor and avoid Peeves. There were a lot of whispers this year about the inclusion of werewolves in the school, with people talking about Remus, Cedric Diggory, and Colin Creevey quite a bit behind their backs. Despite the political gains over the summer, none of them were very popular with their student body right now. One conspicuous incident came when Harry noticed a shuffling noise, and he looked over and saw Colin sitting at a distance from his housemates who had clearly just removed themselves in a fit of juvenile dining hall cliquishness. Harry stood up. Harry, what are you? Hermione started nervously. Harry raised his voice loud enough for a large part of his housemates to hear it and called, Some Gryffindors you are. Hey, Colin, come sit with us. Everyone stared at him. It was an unwritten rule, and probably written in Slytherin, not to call out one's housemates in public, but in this case it worked. The other Gryffindors were appropriately shamed as Colin smiled and hopped up to join them. Colin wasn't looking very well. It had to be hard to be a Muggle-born werewolf. The 2 scratches he had received from Greyback were prominent on his face, and he had lost weight, so that his face was gaunt and his eyes seemed to pop from his head. He was recovering, but slowly. Ginny patted the bench next to her, and he sat beside her, to her brother's surprise. However, they wisely didn't say anything about it, and Ron was more preoccupied with complaining about what taking so long with the sorting. Harry was starting to wonder that himself as he surveyed the great hall. The place was looking more dreary, empty, and ominous than ever before, the house tables sitting half empty under the flashing lightning and dark, swirling clouds on the enchanted ceiling. Even the candles seemed dimmer than usual. It was as if a dark pall had been settling on Hogwarts for the past 3 years and had now reached its deepest shadow. But everything changed when the doors burst open, and Professor McGonagall led the smiling first-years in, and they kept coming and coming and coming. Blimey, look at them all! This is gonna take all night. Where'd they all come from? What is this? Ron joined the whispers. There's like 100 of them. How'd we get so many furs ties? Ron, think about it, Hermione said. When were all these kids born, minus 9 months? Ron counted back on his fingers and his eyes widened. Oh! There had been a lot of celebrating after Voldemort was defeated the first time, and for months and even years afterwards, couples who had been holding off on having children, or more children, had at it, so it was unsurprising that the birth rate skyrocketed 9 months after victory was announced. That day was the 1st of August 1982, which meant that the largest chunk of the subsequent baby boom was starting Hogwarts this year. Ron was right, there were about 100 of them. Many of them were waving to older siblings at the tables. From the awkward waves back, it seemed like practically everybody had a younger brother or sister in this year. At the front of the line was tiny little Dennis Creevey, who was soaked from head to toe and had Hagrid's moleskin overcoat sitting heavily on his shoulders. He waved to Colin and mouthed, "I fell in the lake." He looked absolutely thrilled about it. The rest of the first years looked nervous, although many were enchanted by the sight of the Great Hall. A thin girl with limp, brown hair and square glasses pointed up at the ceiling and said to anyone who would listen, "It's enchanted to look like the real sky. I read about it in Hogwarts, a history." Harry laughed and said, "Look, Hermione, we found another one of you." "Ha ha," she said sarcastically. The excitement in the hall rose to a fever pitch as the 3-legged stool was brought out. Even the Sorting Hat looked excited, as if it had been waiting for this day for years. As the tear opened in its side, it made a big first impression with its song. "Welcome. Welcome all of you to Hogwarts. Welcome all of you to school. Did you know that here at Hogwarts, we've got a hidden swimming pool?" "We do," Harry whispered. "Sure. It's in the prefect's bathroom," George answered. "Why is it telling the first years?" "Shoo. Welcome to spells and enchantments, potions and friends. To Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Slytherin. Welcome to the place our story begins, at Hogwarts." The hat had a few more verses that were closer to its usual fare of describing the houses, but it kept its song shorter than usual this year to get straight to the sorting. "Ackerley Stewart. Ravenclaw. This is gonna take a while," Harry admitted. A few students later, Dennis Creevey joined his brother in Gryffindor and was immediately introduced to Harry, who tried to remain polite upon receiving yet another fan. "Professor." McGonagall tried to move things along quickly, but the Sorting Hat couldn't be rushed, and the older students, spoilt by several years of quick sortings, were growing impatient by the time she got to the M's. "MacDonald, Natalie." Harry's ears perked up as the girl with the square glasses stepped forward and sat on the stool. The hat took a minute before it said, "Gryffindor." Harry applauded loudly and shot a mischievous grin at Hermione, who glared back at him. He waved the girl down and motioned for her to sit near him. "Hello, Natalie," he said. "I'm Harry Potter." "Holy cricket!" Natalie squeaked. "I've read all about you. You're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. "Oh." Harry's smile faded a bit, and Hermione giggled and nudged him back. I'm afraid none of those are very accurate," he said. "They're not," Natalie said in horror. "Oh no. I was trying to read up on the magical world as much as I could." "Oh? You're Muggle-born?" Hermione said with sudden interest. "Yes. No one in my family's magic at all. My parents were ever so surprised when I got my letter." Harry sniggered. This girl sounded so much like his sister at that age. Natalie, this is my sister, Hermione, he said. I think you two will get along great. Robins, Demelza, McGonagall called. The great hall grew eerily quiet. Amid a background of whispers, a sickly-looking girl with reddish-brown hair, 2 scratches on her face, and a permanent limp walked towards the stool. Despite her obvious weakness, she sat straight with determination as McGonagall lowered the sorting hat over her eyes. Gryffindor. The hat roared at once. With a shout, Harry, Hermione, Colin, and Dennis shot to their feet, applauding loudly. For a couple of seconds, they were the only ones clapping besides the teachers, but soon Neville, the Weasleys, the Quidditch team, and a few other Gryffindors caught on and joined them, and a smattering of people in Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw started clapping as well. Harry waved to Demelza and motioned for her to sit next to Natalie. Natalie didn't understand what all that was about, but she introduced herself normally. The rest of the alphabet ended quickly with Kevin Whitby in Hufflepuff and Nigel Walpert in Gryffindor, and at that, Dumbledore stood up at the head of the hall and said, "Tuck in!" Natalie's and Dennis's eyes bugged out as the golden dishes were filled with food, and they eagerly loaded up their plates. Natalie must have been one of those people with a really high metabolism, Harry thought, given how much she was eating. Harry and Hermione both loaded up on protein, as usual for carnivorous animagi. So did the 2 werewolves. "So, Natalie," Harry asked, "any relation to Mary MacDonald?" No, I don't think so." "Is she a witch?" "Yes, but she was Muggle-born too. She was a friend of my mum's." "Really? How's it spelt?" "M-A-C. "Oh no, I'm MC, sorry." "It's all right. How are you doing, Demelza?" Hermione asked the other girl. Demelza swallowed and said, "Better. I'm fine most of the time and I don't feel so wiped out the morning after anymore. The long train ride was hard though. And the healers say there isn't anything more they can do for my leg." "What happened?" Natalie asked, her curiosity getting the better of her. Demelza lowered her gaze. "I was bitten by a werewolf last autumn," she said. "You're a werewolf?" Natalie gasped. She nodded. "Cool." Demelza looked up and gaped at her. "Or not cool." Natalie said quickly, "I'm sorry. It's just so exciting to see all the magical creatures here." Demelza was still gaping at her, but for a slightly different reason now. "Muggle-born," Harry reminded her. "Oh, of course. It must be perfectly normal to you," Natalie replied. "Are there other creatures at Hogwarts? I saw the ghosts and that poltergeist. And Mr. Hagrid must be some kind of giant." "Calm down, Natalie," Harry replied with a smile. "There aren't many. Professor Flitwick up there is part goblin, Professor Lupin is also a werewolf, and there are house elves working in the kitchens." "And I'm a werewolf too," Colin admitted. "The same one got me last spring. And he got Cedric Diggory in Hufflepuff." "He was biting a lot of people on purpose," Harry explained, "but the teachers finally caught him. Anyway, most werewolves are nice, normal people." "Oh, I'm sure they are, you are," Natalie replied. "It's only on the full moon when you have a problem, right?" "That's what we keep telling everyone," Harry said. The feast was delicious and fun, as always, and he was glad to see Demelza warming up to Natalie despite her initial faux pas. He'd been worried about Demelza, and most Muggle-borns had some trouble fitting in, so it was good that they hit it off. However, he blushed when Demelza told the story of how he and Hermione had saved her life, and how much they had helped her over the past year. After the puddings had disappeared, it was getting very late, but Dumbledore still had his announcements to make. "Welcome to Hogwarts," he said with a smile that hid more worry than in past years. "It's good to see all your smiling faces, especially this bumper crop of first years. I must ask your attention for just a few minutes, for we have a very busy and exciting year ahead of us with many changes coming to our halls." But Dumbledore was cut off by a roar of thunder as the doors of the great hall banged open, and in walked a man with brown skin and amber eyes. He was chanting audibly, and the water that was soaking him steamed off, leaving him perfectly dry by the time he reached the high table. "Ah, Ambassador," Dumbledore said. "So glad you could make it." "Day, Dumbledore," he replied. "Sorry I'm late. The weather held me up." "Quite understandable," the older wizard said. "May I introduce Edward Grayson, Grand Sorcerer, Ambassador at Large for Australia, former Minister for Magic of Australia, and former Headmaster of Uluru Academy of Song and Dream." There was excited whispering at the name, as those who didn't know were told about the pair's exploits over the summer. Given the various events of interest in Britain this year, Ambassador Grayson has taken a visiting professorship at Hogwarts in order to stay close to the action, and he will be giving a series of seminars on a topic that I suspect will interest many of you. He paused as the school began imagining what super-powerful magic that might be. The now Professor Grayson is the world's leading authority on wandless magic. Half the school gasped excitedly. They had all been duly impressed by Harry's and Hermione's shows of wandless magic over the past year, and by their claim that it wasn't as hard to learn as everyone thought. With a world expert on the subject lecturing, maybe they could all learn a bit of it. "We also have 2 new full-time professors here this year," Dumbledore continued. "First, Professor Alastair Moody, retired Auror, will be the defense against the dark arts teacher." There was some scattered applause, most notably from students like Susan Bones, whose families Moody had helped avenge. And second, Professor Binns has agreed not to return to teaching history of magic this year, and to retire to a career of haunting the library. There were scattered cheers, some very enthusiastic, mostly from the Ravenclaw table, but they were drowned out by a majority of groans. Too many students didn't want to give up their nap time. Dumbledore ignored the protests and continued, "History of magic will now be taught by Professor Remus Lupin, who will be aided by a team of ghosts from various centuries who lived through many of the events you will be studying." That got some interest. There were some unhappy murmurs about a werewolf teaching, but the new format sounded interesting. Wizards didn't normally pay much attention to ghosts, but many of them were fascinating to talk to if you got them on the subject of history. And all of them were better than Binns, they agreed, including the Grey Lady, whom some believed was mute. As always, the Forbidden Forest is forbidden to all students without staff supervision, and Mr. Filch has asked me to inform you that his list of forbidden items now includes screaming yo-yos, fanged frisbees, and ever-bashing boomerangs. The full list is posted outside his office. Now for our other special events. The Dueling Club and the end-of-year all-school dueling tournament will continue this year under Professor Lupin. However, the Inter-House Quidditch Cup will not take place this year. He was cut off by loud shouts of protest from the students, but he raised his hand for quiet at once. "Careful listeners will note that I did not say Quidditch had been cancelled," the headmaster said. For this year's Quidditch season, a special Northern European Academic League has been formed, which will be holding its own tournament here at Hogwarts. All 4 house teams will be able to participate. Team captains, please note that we will be running a tighter Quidditch schedule than usual, with the first match scheduled for the 1st of October. All this is due to a far more prestigious event that is starting in late October and continuing through the year, Hogwarts has been selected to host a revival of the Triwizard Tournament. You're joking! The Weasley twins shouted in unison. Oh no, Messrs. Weasley, Dumbledore called them out. I am quite serious. The Triwizard Tournament is a very old tradition of the three northern European schools of magic, Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang. Beginning in 1294, the schools would take it in turns to host a tournament in which each school would select a champion to compete in 3 magical tasks. It was long considered an excellent way to establish ties among the participating magical nations. However, the tournament was discontinued in 1792 because the death toll had mounted so high. Death toll? Hermione whispered with alarm. But Dumbledore answered her fears at once. While there have been several attempts to revive the Triwizard Tournament over the past 2 centuries, this is the first that has received the backing of all 3 schools and the hosting ministry, and with our joint preparations, you may rest assured that no champion will find himself or herself in mortal danger this year. Hermione, I have a bad feeling about this, Harry said. But Dumbledore says it's safe, Colin protested, overhearing. Yeah, that's why, Harry started. Shoo! The heads of Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will be arriving with their candidate contenders and their all-school Quidditch teams and interested duelists in October. An impartial judge will examine the entrants to determine which of them is most likely to succeed in the tournament and will select the 3 champions on Halloween. Now I have a really bad feeling about this, Harry said. Hermione rolled her eyes. The winner of the tournament will receive a prize of 1,000 galleons, Dumbledore said. I'm going for it. Fred said at once. Me too, said George. Indeed, a lot of students in the hall suddenly seemed very interested in entering the Triwizard Tournament. However, in order to ensure the safety of the champions, it has been decided that only students who have passed their OWL examinations may enter the tournament. Additionally, entrants who will not be of age as of the 31st of October must have the written permission of their guardian, that is, their magical guardian, to enter. Bad feeling hat trick, Hermione, Harry hissed. Harry, you haven't passed your OWLS. She said. So you're being paranoid. Every time I've been paranoid, I've turned out to be right. And now bedtime. Chop chop. Dumbledore said, oblivious to the boy who live's concerns, although with plenty of his own. Wow, 1,000 galleons, Ron said to no one in particular as they climbed the stairs to Gryffindor Tower. Wouldn't that be great? Aha, Harry said absently. Too bad we can't enter, Harry? Especially you. I reckon you could pull it off. What do you think? Harry gave him an annoyed look. Oh yes, Ron, I could win the Triwizard Tournament, and then I'd be rich and famous and all the girls would like me. Every girl in earshot giggled except for Hermione, who glared at him. Well, you don't have to be a jerk about it, Ron huffed. Harry sighed. I'm sorry, Ron. It's just that I get in enough trouble as it is. I don't need to go looking for more. It'll be nice to have everybody paying attention to somebody else for a change. Chapter 87. They're called blast-ended scroots, Hagrid said proudly. Hagrid's latest animal was a weird one, to say the least. Ugly little lobster-looking things with underdeveloped shells that smelled like rotting fish. They were about 6 inches long, hatchlings apparently, had no visible heads and acted like they were completely blind. They could also produce sparks from their, presumably back ends that propelled them forward. Hagrid also didn't seem to know much of anything about them, even though he loved them just as much as the rest of his interestin' critters. And just what is the point of blast-ended scroots, Professor? asked Draco Malfoy. Do they do anything useful? Hagrid paused for a few seconds in thought. That's next lesson, Malfoy. Today, y'all just be feedin' 'em. I ain't had 'em before, so I got a bit o' everything. Y'all want ter try 'em on a few things. You don't even know what to feed them? Draco said. Aren't you supposed to be the one teaching this class? Now don't give me that attitude, Malfoy. This is your class project, it is. Stupid oaf, Draco thought. He grimaced as he reached for one of the little monsters. It shot a blast of fire from its arse, and he thought better of it and donned his dragon hide gloves first. He usually at least knows about the creatures. These things he can't even tell us what they eat. Was Dumbledore confounded when he hired him? Granger was prattling on about something as usual. Draco would have shut her out, but something caught his ear. I've never heard of blast-ended scruts, Professor, she said. Do you know any references on them? No, Hagrid said. Can't say I do. Really rare they are. Really? She sounded genuinely surprised. I would think figuring out how to take care of undocumented creatures would be a NEWT-level project, at least. Say, this could be an opportunity, Draco thought. He had tried to start a campaign last year to get Hagrid replaced by someone competent, but with Fenrir Greyback dominating the headlines, he hadn't got very far. I can't believe I'm agreeing with Granger, but she's right, he spoke up. This class covers feeding and care of magical creatures and management of those that aren't bred by wizards up through OWL level. Even basic veterinary care doesn't start until NEWT level, and actual magizoology research is done almost exclusively by professionals. You're way off the curriculum. Draco became aware that the entire class was staring at him. That wasn't so unusual, but not for this reason. He got good grades, of course, but he was careful to take an aloof attitude most of the time, as if anything besides the magic itself was beneath him. Talking like that, he was starting to sound like, well, Granger. Ugh. Predictably, Hagrid still didn't appreciate his attitude. And just what make ye such an expert, Malfoy? He growled. Excuse me? My family has been breeding exotic animals for generations, Professor. Even Malfoys need a hobby. True, Father had never been very interested in that sort of thing, but he had made a snap decision to pick it up again last week, and ordered some new animals from overseas, surprising both Draco and Mother. It was odd. Well, this'll be good hands-on experience then, won't it? Hagrid told him. Shouldn't be too hard now. Just try 'em on a few things and see what they like ter eat. Draco grumbled and got back to work, but this was definitely good material, he was sure. He just needed to get it to the press. Rita Skeeter was sure to be skittering around the school for the tournament. Father had told him all about that, of course. Perhaps she could be persuaded to do a feature on the incompetent instructor, and maybe call attention to his suspect ancestry as well. He grinned to himself when he saw Potter. The golden boy looked stuck, not sure whether to defend his outsized friend and oppose Draco on principle, or to agree with his sister's surprisingly reasonable points. Oh, how he'd like to nail Potter this year somehow, but he remembered what Father had told him. Wait, watch, listen, and learn, Draco. There is more going on this year than either of us suspect. The whispers are growing louder than ever, and many things will change. Make sure you understand the situation before making your plans, like a good Slytherin. Draco could admit he hadn't always been as careful as a Slytherin should be with his plans, but Father's warning was alarming all the same. The last time he had said anything like that, the Chamber of Secrets was opened. Mother had made Father sleep in a guest bedroom for that debacle, the indignity. But father was right so far. Edward Grayson's arrival was definitely unexpected, and that was a bad sign. The man was practically another Dumbledore. So Draco would wait, watch, listen, and learn. Until Halloween, he decided. Things always seemed to happen on Halloween when St. Potter was around. The weekend was busy, mainly because of Quidditch tryouts. They weren't earth-shattering, except that Angelina Johnson, to the team's horror, was suddenly channeling Oliver Wood as the new captain. "All right, people, we need to make this quick. The season starts a month earlier than usual, and we've got all 4 houses trying to hold tryouts this weekend. Move!" The tryouts were quick and brutal. Harry was glad to see some up-and-coming talent from the lower years, but there was no one who could challenge the current lineup. Angelina, Alicia, and Kate would stay on as chasers, Fred and George as beaters, Harry as seeker, and Ron was thrilled to be the new starting keeper. With the team pushing him hard to improve last year as a reserve, he had gradually become more consistent and was getting really good. He still choked sometimes, but he was usually better than the reserve keeper, Cormac McLagan. That was a very good thing because McLagan wasn't a very good team player. In short, he was a prat. It was only on raw skill that they kept him on as reserve keeper and beater. Hermione also stayed on as a reserve chaser, and Ginny as reserve chaser and seeker. It was a great team. If they fielded a team like this in the professional league, they would be competitive, and they needed to be. They had more competition than the other houses this year. Bose Batons and Durmstrang would both be bringing all-school teams with the best players from their several in-school teams. Angelina wasn't about to let them get complacent. The Gryffindors relaxed on Sunday, though. With the other houses having tryouts, there wasn't much for the Quidditch team to do, and they had had only 1 day of classes. It was time for a certain group to get back into their routine. Neville had resolved to join Harry and Hermione every day for their exercise routine this year. The frequent workouts had done wonders for his health over the past 3 years, so that, while he still had an awkward 14-year-old look about him, you never would have pegged him for the pudgy, bumbling boy he was as a first-year. They changed into their exercise clothes, something closer to the Muggle version than the restrictive school robes, and made their way to the disused corridor near Gryffindor Tower where they usually exercised. Before they even started, though, they stopped when Harry heard something. "Do you hear that?" he said, barely above a whisper. Neville and Hermione both listened. "I don't hear anything, Neville." "No, there's definitely something," he insisted. "Your feline ears, Harry," Hermione said. "What do you hear?" "I'm not sure yet." He turned his head one way, then the other to pick out the direction. "This way," he said. He led them on, and almost immediately the sound got louder so they could all hear it. It was a strange, distant sound drifting through the halls, a sound that was rarely heard at Hogwarts, a mournful song played on a violin. "Come on, we're getting closer," Harry said. With another turn and another they passed by the infirmary and soon saw the source of the sound. It was a small girl silhouetted against the windows, pacing back and forth in the clock tower as she played, not on the balcony where students sometimes hung out, but up in the mechanism, the sound echoing off the stone walls. As she turned, Harry caught the glint of a pair of large, square glasses. He approached her slowly, not wanting to interrupt her song, but when she saw him, she froze up, and her violin made a loud scritch. "Eep! Harry Potter!" she squeaked. "Hi, Natalie," he said. Hi. That was beautiful music." "Really?" "Thanks, Mr. Potter. It wasn't that hard a song, but—" "Calm down, Natalie. It really was. And you can just call me Harry. We were both raised in the Muggle world. You know I'm just a regular kid like you." No, you're not. I could never slay a basilisk with a sword. Harry sighed dramatically. You kill one giant, terrifying monster. Natalie giggled in spite of herself. But really, you might be surprised what you're capable of. Was that from Les Miserables, Natalie? Hermione cut in. Les what? Neville asked. It's a Muggle play. It's about a revolt in France. It's very sad. I think that one was empty chairs at empty tables. Yes, Natalie said sheepishly. I'm not really sure why I was playing it. Maybe it's because this castle is so empty. So many empty rooms. Yeah, there are, Harry agreed. It's been like that when we came here. Because of the war, you know. Oh, I know. Did you know there are 14 girls in my dorm, but only 4 in second year and 4 in third year? 14. The fourth years gasped. How do you all fit in there? Harry added. The line for the bathroom must be murder, Hermione said. They squeezed 7 bunk beds in there, Natalie explained. It's a tight fit. That's why I came out here. It was too crowded. Harry was still incredulous. But there are really that many of you out of, how many first years are there? 97 by my count, Hermione said. It is a little out of proportion. I wonder how Gryffindor got so many, Neville mused. I think maybe it's because... Natalie started and then trailed off. The older students gave her an expectant look and continued, a lot of them tried to be more Gryffindorish because they're named after you, Harry. What? You or one of your parents, the small girl said nervously. I thought you'd noticed. I asked around, and out of 28 first-year Gryffindors, 14 have some form of Harry, James, or Lily as either a first name or a middle name. There's a lot of Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs, too. I've heard Harry, Henry, Harold, Harriet, James, Jamie, Lily, and Lillian, and there's one boy whose first name is Potter. Merlin's beard. How did I miss all that at the sorting? Harry groaned. Hermione started giggling, and he glared at her. I'm sorry, Harry, she said between giggles. It's really not that funny. It's a little funny, Neville defended her. Even Harry had to admit it was a little funny. He was chuckling soon enough, and Natalie looked a lot more comfortable at that point. It's too bad there aren't more music groups at Hogwarts, she said. I've only seen the choir. Yes, Hogwarts isn't the most social scene, Hermione agreed, but you could always start one. Maybe I will. First thing Monday morning was 4th year history of magic with the Gryffindors and Slytherins together. This will be interesting, thought Remus Lupin. Remus had already got some dirty looks and some angry comments about his teaching there as a werewolf, and not just from Slytherins. In fact, all 4 houses were represented, though more so Ravenclaw and Slytherin, which didn't have any werewolves in their own ranks. But the 4th year Slytherins included Draco Malfoy and Theodore, not the sons of the 2 most likely Death Eaters in the Wisengamot and the biggest opponents of werewolf rights. Meanwhile, the 4th year Gryffindors included Harry Potter and Neville Longbottom, representing the 2 biggest werewolf supporting families and sons of some of the greatest opponents of the Death Eaters of all time. It was a miracle they hadn't killed each other in Snape's classes. Good morning, class, he said once they had taken their seats. Welcome to your first lesson of a proper history of magic class. Proper. Ha! That's rich, Theodore not interrupted. Public show of disrespect, Remus thought. Classic dominance move. But this was a little more sophisticated than a beta wolf challenging his alpha. Remus could clearly see Draco Malfoy strategically positioned to signal not what to do. Oh, Not certainly had his own opinions on how to do things, and for Malfoy to let him off the proverbial chain was a calculated risk, but it was clear who was the real alpha of the Slytherins. Remus simply played his part. He wasn't a natural alpha himself, and said, "Is there something you'd like to say, Mr. Nott?" Malfoy turned to look at Nott with a comfortable expression. "Only that Dumbledore must be losing his marbles to expect us to take lessons from a dark creature." The last part was true. Despite greatly improved rights for werewolves under the new law, they had not been able to strip the dark creature classification. "Need I remind you, Mr. Nott, that my appointment also had to be approved by the governors as well as the headmaster," Remus said. "I am a duly certified teacher, and you are to respect me as such." 5 points from Slytherin for disrespect and disrupting class. "Professor Snape won't stand for that." "Won't he?" He let the words linger. "Professor Snape and I may not get along very well, but he is obligated to uphold discipline in this school, and maintaining the integrity of the teaching staff is paramount to that. Keep pressing your luck on this, and you may discover what it's like to be on Professor Snape's bad side. I can tell you it was unpleasant when he was 16, and I can only imagine he's refined his technique since." Nott didn't wait for Malfoy's signal. This was getting too high stakes for him if Snape couldn't be counted on, and he shut up at once. He wasn't about to call that bluff without evidence. "Now, if there are no other questions?" Remus asked. "Excellent. As it happens, I will not be your primary teacher for this material. That duty will be undertaken by a number of the castle ghosts who have graciously agreed to assist me, and all of whom can carry on a conversation far better than Professor Binns." Not that that was difficult. The class looked divided between people excited to learn real history and those who were disappointed that they would actually have to pay attention. I looked over Professor Binns' notes, the ones that hadn't disintegrated with age, and I dismayed to find this course was exceptionally poorly designed apart from the quality of his teaching. A curriculum more outdated than Muggle studies that bounced around seemingly at random between witch burnings, goblin rebellions, and giant wars in what was probably a misguided attempt to make it more interesting a century ago. I will be restoring this class to the up-to-date curriculum supported by the Board of Governors and the Ministry. Unfortunately for you and the other fourth years, that means covering 5 years of material in the 2 years you have left to prepare for your OWLS. There were loud groans at that announcement. In the few classes he had taught on Friday, that news had been more unwelcome than learning from a werewolf or actually having to pay attention. "Obviously, we will only be able to touch on the highlights," he explained. "I deeply regret that everyone but the first years is still stuck with a substandard education in the subject this year, but we have to make do. The standard curriculum for History of Magic is as follows, focusing mostly on British or at least European magical history. In first year, you were to learn about the early history of magic, from the Druidic era to just before the Norman invasion and the formation of the Wizards' Council. Second year covers the height of magical society from the Wizards' Council to about 1400. Third year covers the age of witch hunts from 1400 until the Statute of Secrecy was implemented in 1692. This year's curriculum was to cover the modern period from the Statute of Secrecy to 1900, but I have chosen to extend it through Grindelwald's War. At that point you will be up to date. Next year, you will study recent history after Grindelwald's War, including the British Civil War of the 1970s, as well as other key topics of citizenship, such as government, politics, and economics. Draco Malfoy perked up his ears at once. If students were going to receive better instruction in politics and citizenship, especially from this clearly biased source, Father would want to hear about it. The House of Malfoy had had it easy in recent decades with easily corruptible public figures, but a more informed electorate, though still pliable, would require more finesse. Also, Remus continued, there has not been a NEWT option offered in History of Magic since Professor Binns died. A ghost simply doesn't have the mental agility to handle it. However, if all goes well, beginning next year I will be offering a NEWT option. He was delighted to see Hermione's eyes light up. The NEWT class will study international history and historical scholarship and will be valuable for many ministry jobs in the Department of International Magical Cooperation and jobs in the international business markets that are in need of fresh blood. He could see he was succeeding at justifying the new course structure. Now, it was time for the final piece of the puzzle to win back some respect from the Slytherins. I would like to introduce my first co-instructor today, although he will mostly be speaking towards the end of the first unit. Britain's history up to the Norman invasion will be taught with the help of the much-honored Waldo Jernigan, Thane of Caerphilly, or as he is better known, the Bloody Baron. The class gasped as a ghost in blood-stained 11th century robes and bound in chains with a dour expression came floating through the door. The Slytherins were the most shocked of all. The Bloody Baron hardly ever spoke and was rarely friendly even to his own house. "Professor," he said with a terse nod. "Caerphilly," Remus replied. He turned to the class again and said, "The Thane is properly addressed as Thane or Caerphilly in oral address. He has asked me to inform you that he will not answer any questions about the founding or early years of Hogwarts under any circumstances. This is not negotiable, and anyone ignoring this rule may find the consequences to be unpleasant." The class shivered. It was a small miracle that he had pulled this off. The two oldest ghosts in the castle, the Bloody Baron and the Grey Lady, were also the least talkative. He'd only signed them on by lying to both of them and saying the other had already agreed, and oh how he had paid for that, but it worked. The Grey Lady would teach the first 2 years so as not to scare the younger students, while the Bloody Baron would take the next 3. The only conditions were that they would not speak about Hogwarts, and they would not reveal the Grey Lady's real name. Remus hoped that the Grey Lady would agree to teach both first-year classes next year. After a brief introduction by the Baron, or the Thane, rather, Remus launched right into the material, starting with the ritual practices of the Druids, which were reflected across Europe as the earliest form of magic with standing stones and stone circles. "So the werewolf managed to get our house ghost in on the act," Draco Malfoy thought. "This class might be more interesting than I thought." Potions class later that day was also a Gryffindor-Slytherin class, and thus not a very enjoyable day. Worse, the relationship between Harry Potter and Professor Snape had reached an all-time low. Snape resented the presence of Alastor Moody in the school, upstaging himself as Albus Dumbledore's most trusted confidant, and the reason Moody was here was the growing threat to Potter. Plus, Moody hated him for obvious reasons. He resented the presence of werewolves in the school, especially Remus Lupin. He didn't like werewolves and never would, and he resented Potter's efforts to make sure they would be allowed in the castle. Meanwhile, Harry resented Snape, with whom he had tried to be civil before, for throwing his lot in with the anti-werewolf crowd and trying to get Sirius in trouble to undercut support for werewolves. With all these conflicts, there were an inordinate number of glares passing between Snape and Harry. "Potter, pay attention to your potion before you melt your cauldron like Longbottom is certain to." "Sorry, Nev," Harry muttered. Unfortunately, perhaps because of the extra scrutiny, Neville really did melt his cauldron and got a detention for his trouble. Harry considered confronting Snape about his attitude, but he wasn't feeling very conciliatory, so that would probably make it worse. And Snape still needed to meet appropriate standards of teaching quality, so it wasn't a total loss. He had gone over the safety guidelines again and explained the principles of the potion they were brewing, just like he was supposed to. He was just being a bigger git than usual. If it became a bigger problem, Harry thought he would do something, but for the moment he didn't think there was anything to say. "Wands out!" Harry and Hermione both snapped their fingers, drawing their wands from their dueling holsters in under a second, ready for anything as their first defense against the dark arts lesson started with a bang. Most people reached for their pockets. "Ah, Potter, Granger, 10 points each for a quick draw," said Mad-Eye Moody. He surveyed the room with his magic eye. "Anyone who's reaching for their bag right now -5 points. If I'd wanted to hex you, you never would have stood a chance." Well, that certainly made a big first impression. Everyone said Moody was brilliant but paranoid, and he was apparently bringing that into his lessons. He took out a ledger and called the roll, keeping his normal eye on the parchment while focusing on each student in turn with his unsettling blue one. Harry had a strange urge to make an Edgar Allan Poe reference, but he figured that would be a bad idea. "Right then," the old Auror growled. "Since 2 of your last 3 instructors in this class were murdered on the job and the other was a complete fraud, you could be forgiven for reaching this point with a substandard education. Unfortunately, dark wizards are not forgiving. They won't hold back because you're young, or you're uneducated, or you need to reach for your wand in your bag. And put that away, Miss Brown." Lavender Brown jumped with a squeak and turned bright red as Moody spotted the horoscope she was showing to Parvati Patil through the solid wood of her desk. "A dark wizard will kill you if he damn well feels like it, and he won't care about all that other crap. The best way to protect yourself is to get the drop on him first. Constant vigilance," he shouted, making the entire class jump. "That's why the smart witch or wizard wears their wand in a holster like Mr. Potter and Miss Granger here. I won't require you to have a holster, but next class I want all of you to have your wand on your person so you can draw it without fumbling around to find it. Next time I might actually hex you." A shudder went through the students. If Mad-Eye Moody's attitude so far was any indication, his hexes were sure to be nasty ones. Now, good news is, from Auror Williamson's notes and the exam scores, it looks like he did a good job of bringing you up to snuff. Makes my job easier. I've only got a year to teach you how to protect yourselves, 'cause I ain't fool enough to even think of staying here any longer, so I've got my work cut out for me. By now, you ought to be able to defend yourselves from muggles, mundane animals, and magical creatures up to Class 4X. Am I right?" There were a few nods and a murmur of assent. "But you're behind, very behind, on curses. A dark wizard is far more dangerous than any beast you'll ever encounter. Yes, Mr. Finnegan?" "What about a nundu, Professor?" Seamus asked. It took Professor Dumbledore and Professor Grayson to take down one of those. Moody fixed Seamus with both eyes. "You followed the East African War, I see. Tell me, how many witches and wizards died fighting that nundu?" 6. "And how many died before that fighting the bastard who set it loose?" "I think it was about 30, oh." "Yes, Mr. Finnegan, oh. Any beast, even a nundu, is still a beast. It may be more powerful than any dark wizard, but a dark wizard is smart. A dark wizard can think his way out if you trap him. A dark wizard can inspire followers to fight by his side. You might have to send an army against a beast, but they'll come home safe the next day. Not so with a dark wizard." Moody's voice had grown gradually more ominous throughout this speech, making Seamus quake in his seat, but he immediately snapped back to his normal gruff tone as he resumed his lesson. "The curriculum says you're not supposed to see demonstrations of illegal dark curses until any WT level. I say hogwash, and so does Professor Dumbledore. How are you supposed to defend yourselves if you don't know what you're up against? So, do any of you know which curses are most heavily punished under wizarding law? Several nervous hands rose, including Harry's and Hermione's. Practically everyone who had lost family in the war knew the answer. Miss Turpin. The unforgivable curses, Professor. Very good. And why are they called that? Because they're, unforgivable, sir. Some of the class giggled, but Moody just scowled and said, "That's not an answer, Miss Turpin. The unforgivable curses are called so because they're the only 3 curses on the books that are punishable by life in Azkaban with no parole if you use them on a human being, including a Muggle." Harry and Hermione noticed that mention of other races like goblins and elves was conspicuously absent. Many other curses are illegal, but the unforgivable curses are the only ones punishable with a life sentence. 3 curses, all exceedingly cruel, all with no countercurse, and all unblockable by any magical shield. They live up to their name. Who can name one? Mr. Weasley. My dad told me the one they were always worried about, Ron said. The Imperious Curse. He would know. Do you like spiders, Mr. Weasley? Ron's voice broke. No, sir. Moody ignored his protest. He pulled a colorful, magical-looking spider from a cage and enlarged it to the size of a hamster. Without warning, he pointed his wand at it and incanted, "Imperio!" Harry and Hermione shivered. Even just hearing the incantation spoken was something they could do without. The spider leapt across the gap and landed on Ron's desk, where it proceeded to crawl up his arm. Ron whimpered and shook his arm, but it held tight. It reached his hair, where it proceeded to tap dance on top of his head. The class laughed uproariously except for Ron. "Ha ha! Think that's funny, do you?" Moody said with a grin. "What should I make her do next? Jump out the window?" The spider leapt again and smacked against the glass of the nearest window. The laughter died instantly. "Drown herself," Moody added for emphasis. The spider stood on the rim of a pitcher of water and dipped its legs in before hopping back to Moody's desk. "Many witches and wizards have done terrible, unspeakable things under the bonds of the Imperious Curse," he explained darkly. "It's almost undetectable. Years back, the Ministry couldn't tell who was cursed and who was really guilty. A lot of alleged Death Eaters got off claiming to be under it, but we never knew for sure. But unlike the other 2 unforgivables, it can be fought. It can be broken by a powerful act of will, but it's not easy. Not everyone's got the right stuff, though. Best not to be hit with it in the first place. Constant vigilance." The class jumped again. The Imperious Curse is legal to cast on human beings if and only if the target consents to it. Some people murmured surprise that it was legal at all. This most commonly happens in aura training, where we train people to fight it if we can. However, Professor Dumbledore and I have agreed that it would benefit you if we offer training to resist the Imperious Curse to all students 4th year and up. Half the class gasped. To use an unforgivable curse on minors, even if it was all by the book, was unheard of. Moody waved his wand, and a stack of parchment slips floated to the students. "Don't worry, we got it all cleared," he said. "In order to participate in this training, these permission slips must be signed by both you and your parents, or your magical guardian to be more precise. Hand them in by the end of the month if you want to do it. It just might save your life. Now, then, how about another one? Mr. Longbottom, another unforgivable curse." Neville turned pale, but he took a deep breath, set his jaw, and said, "The Cruciatus Curse, Professor." Hermione frowned at Moody. The man was an Auror. He must know how much this would hurt Neville and probably others in the class too. I apologize in advance for this, Moody said. I won't keep it up for long, but you've got to know. He pointed his wand down at the spider, at an angle where it was clear he wasn't pointing it at a student, and cast Crucio. The spider collapsed and writhed, its legs folding up, its exoskeleton buckling in ways that didn't seem mechanically possible. It was emitting pitiful squeaks. Moody kept the curse up for 5 seconds, and even that was enough that most of the students were sure they never wanted to see it again. There was a cracking sound as Neville gripped the edges of his desk so hard that they disintegrated into splinters. Accidental magic at his age. Moody seemed to ignore that too. Pain, Moody said. Pure, undiluted pain. The Cruciatus curse floods the nervous system with energy, sets every pain nerve on fire, so all the victim can experience is pain. Within minutes, it starts to permanently damage the nerves. With prolonged exposure, it starts to eat into the brain and spinal cord, where prolonged can be under an hour. For many people, it's more effective than the imperious curse at getting them to do what you want. There's one more. Mr. Potter. Harry suppressed a groan. Of course Moody would ask him. The killing curse, Professor, he said in barely more than a whisper. Yes, the killing curse, the scarred man repeated. He pointed his wand again and paused, his magical eye seeing the fear creeping onto Harry's face in anticipation of what was about to come. Most people flinched at Voldemort's name. Harry Potter much more sensibly flinched at the incantation for the killing curse being spoken aloud. Brace yourself, Potter, Moody mumbled. Avada Kedavra. There was a blinding green light of a sickly pallor, a sound of rushing death that was more felt than heard, and the spider dropped dead, to the silent awe of most of the students. Harry and Hermione both felt like they might be sick. Harry on account of his birth parents, and Hermione because she had once seen Quirrellmort narrowly miss hitting Harry with that curse. So that was what it looked like when... The killing curse, Moody growled. Quick, clean, precise, and unstoppable, or rather, almost unstoppable. Only one person has ever survived the killing curse, and I'm looking right at him. He fixed Harry with both of his eyes. Harry desperately wished he could wandlessly disillusion himself. The killing curse is legal to cast on a human being only in self-defense or defense of other human beings, or by sworn soldiers in a declared war. But even for self-defense, it's a hard sell in court. The killing curse is more than just pointing your wand and saying the words. You have to mean it. Some part of you has to want them dead for the sake of killing them, not just as a means to an end. They'll let you squeak by if it's a clear case, but not always. But the Cruciatus curse, Moody said with the greatest seriousness yet, is legal to cast only on cold-blooded animals for demonstration purposes by Aurors only, or for research purposes by unspeakables only. The Cruciatus curse is not legal to cast on a human being under any circumstances. Not in self-defense, not under duress, not even under the imperious curse. And why? Because you have to mean it. You have to want to torture. You have to want to cause immeasurable suffering. Not even imperious can make you feel that kind of hate. That has to come from inside yourself. Neville and Harry were both still staring at the dead spider. Chapter 88. September passed quickly. Despite the excitement of the tournament and Edward Grayson being in the castle, things were oddly calm, except that the Quidditch teams were practicing frantically to get ready for the early season. Slytherin successfully lobbied Snape to move their first match later, so Gryffindor would be facing Ravenclaw on the 1st of October. Professor Lupin's history lessons were fascinating, but the fourth years were moving at a lightning pace, looking to get to the Norman invasion by Halloween. The Bloody Baron lectured more and more each week, telling fantastic tales of battles between Andrus the Invincible and Herpo the Foul passed down through the generations. And Hagrid's skirts grew shells and seemed to get nastier every time the students saw them. Professor Grayson scheduled his first seminar on the afternoon of the 24th of September. Sign-up sheets were posted, but half the school signed up, so the teachers stopped keeping count. Most people were surprised when Grayson announced that the seminar would not take place in the Great Hall but instead on the lake shore. So after lunch on the 24th, the majority of the school assembled on the shore of the Black Lake. Draco Malfoy and his gang were there, of course. Anything that could help him, even the score with Potter, was good in his book, even if Grayson was another goody two-shoes like Dumbledore. Most of Ravenclaw was there out of academic interest. And the few Muggle-raised students who already knew some wandless magic were front and center. But Grayson himself was nowhere to be seen. "Where is he?" someone said. "He did say 2 o'clock, didn't he? Maybe it's a test. We have to find him." "What does that have to do with wandless magic?" "Hey, what's that?" They looked out across the lake, and the sharper-eyed among the students saw something coming towards them from the far shore. A mere pinpoint at first, a mile off, it closed the distance in seconds and took the form of a man, walking across the surface of the lake, kicking up a spray of water behind it. Yet it was shadowy and indistinct, its appearance a blur even apart from its motion. It came at them faster than any broomstick, and the students began to scatter in fear, but the moment its foot touched the soil it stopped. Its features remained blurred for a moment, as if it were somehow still in motion, then solidified and resolved into those of Edward Grayson. He was singing "Scotland the Brave." A few people applauded, but the majority just gawked. The song lines, he spoke in that Australian accent that many of the older girls seemed taken with, or as they're called in Europe, the ley lines, are an integral part of Australian magic. They are foundational to our culture. They are what let us navigate the land, preserve our common heritage, and tie our many tribal cultures together. They were later adopted by many of the white colonists, including my mother's family, though the practice has waned in recent years. They're most easily navigated using the local music. The assembled students watched with rapt attention. None of them had ever seen magic like this before. Few had even heard of Australian magic, and not even Merlin was said to walk on water. It wasn't supposed to be possible, like flying without a broomstick. The song lines are also how we attune ourselves to natural magic. In Australia, we understand that our magic is closely tied to the land and the water. He chanted a snatch of a tuneless song, and a great ripple formed in the lake behind him, as if from the passage of an enormous serpent just beneath the surface. For the most knowledgeable of Australian witches and wizards, nature magic is as integral to their knowledge as the wands and incantations of the West. "How did you walk on water?" one of the older students finally worked up the nerve to ask. He was shushed by his classmates, but Grayson took it in stride. "The song lines don't let you walk on water," he explained. "They let you walk fast as a Muggle airplane if you're a good runner. If you walk faster than about 60 miles an hour, you can go so fast across the water that you don't fall in." Another student asked a question, but she actually raised her hand. "Why didn't you fully switch over to wands? Even Potter says they're better for more advanced spells." Harry turned red. That wasn't what he had said. He said it took longer to learn wandless magic, and it was harder to cast upper-year spells that way. He thought it was a lot easier and quicker for simple spells. "Well, that depends on what you mean by better," doesn't it?" Grayson answered. "Nature magic has its advantages." The Muggle Australian Aborigines lived close to the land and with few tools. They never invented the bow and arrow, which was known in all other parts of the world, nor many of the more elaborate stone tools of the early farmers in Europe. Because of this, many see my father's people as primitive, but what they don't understand is that they found other ways of developing in wisdom and sophistication. In particular, the Aboriginal wizards found ways of channeling their magic without the use of tools, through the ancient songs handed down from generation to generation for over 10,000 years, learning to feel the natural magical energies and work in harmony with them. Our magic may not be as fast nor as flashy as Western magic, but it is strong. It is strong because it is ancient, refined over millennia, and because we work with nature and not against it. You've seen the song lines, and that is only a small sample of what Australian magic can do. Now, in the outback, wandless magic is learnt slowly, over many years of meditating and learning to live and breathe in the magical energies of nature. We don't have time for that here, which is unfortunate, but we do have a passable substitute. A concentration of magical energy, mostly powered by the currents of energy flowing along the song lines, and so strong that even a squib can feel it. I'm speaking, of course, of the wards of Hogwarts. There were a few murmurs of surprise, but Harry, Hermione, Nathan Boot, and Annabel Entwistle, who had already learnt to attune their senses to magic, nodded their heads. The first years understood right away, too. For them, it had only been a few weeks since they had first passed through the Hogwarts wards and felt their power wash over them. Most of the older students stopped paying attention after the first time and rarely remarked on it. Grayson led the crowd of students along the perimeter of the lake, where it didn't extend too far from the castle along carriage path. They soon came to the front gates, where Grayson stood between the two winged boars and turned to face them again. "This is the most powerful concentration of magic in Britain," he said. "It doesn't take special skills to sense it. Most of you can probably feel the magic from where you're standing now." Many of the students nodded. To use magic, wandless magic, you have to reach for it, draw it to yourself so you can control it. Even your personal magic is naturally latent. You have to call it up to use it. Otherwise, it would be running all the time, and that tends to end badly. With a wand, you don't have that problem. A wand is enchanted to conduct magic. It draws it out for you. But it comes at a cost. You never learn to feel for your magic and control it normally. I say normally because it was normal for thousands of years before wands existed. Wands are quicker. They're easier. But they're lazy. They're meant to be a tool, not a crutch. They let you do a lot of things very simply, but they hold you back in a lot of ways with their rigid incantations. True magic, he said, is limited only by your imagination. He turned and reached out a hand behind him. There was a shimmering in the air, and lines of energy seemed to appear in his hand. They could feel the magic charging in the air. Grayson pulled a section of the wards towards him like a piece of a giant net. With one shake, they snapped away. Ropes of energy from the wards flailed until they reconnected and sealed the breach. Grayson waved his hands, and strings of magic wove patterns in the air before him like a giant's version of cat's cradle. Then he thrust his hand forward and threw it at a nearby bush. The bush twisted and mutated into something out of a nightmare. It looked like some kind of animal, but only in the loosest sense. The branches morphed into tentacles and the trunk into a huge barrel-like structure as tall as a man. A head grew, shaped like a starfish, and two fan-shaped wings burst from its back. Finally, it stood on 5 sturdy roots and began shuffling through the trees at a surprising speed. Half the students screamed in terror, and Colin Creevey fainted on the spot, but there was also one high squeal of delight that rose above the noise. Luna Lovegood broke ranks, ran up to Grayson and hugged him without warning. "It's an umgubular/kilter," she cried. "How did you know how to do that?" That was enough to confuse even Edward Grayson. I found it in an old book, miss," he said, gently pushing her back. You see here what real magic can do. You won't be able to pull off anything like that without many years of practice, but you will be able to feel the weave of the magic and hopefully manipulate it right away. You may or may not know that the wards extend a few feet out from the walls to protect the stonework, so what I want you to do is to come out through the gates and line up along the wall, and just focus on the feeling of the magic in the wards. It should be similar to the feeling when you can a spell with your wand, but you'll need to work more to pull the magic to yourself. Many of you should be able to pull it hard enough to move the cords, although very few of you will be able to snap them. Prefects, stay back and watch to make sure none of the other students get overwhelmed. Pull them away if they start to look out of it. That sounded a little worrying, but most of the students didn't notice. They eagerly passed through the gates and lined up along the wall. They so easily forgot, even when they passed through them several times per year, how powerful the wards felt. Even Hermione and Harry were starting to get dulled to the sensation, yet the wards of Hogwarts felt like a splash of water on a hot day, like waking up fully rested after a hard week, like seeing a cherished friend after a month away. You could get drunk on them. It wasn't long before one of the first years started spinning around and laughing giddily, and one of the prefects pulled him away at once. The rest of the students could sympathize. Even Harry and Hermione felt it. It was like standing under a waterfall of magic. Most of the students needed to take their time just to understand the sensations, but those two were able to draw magic out of the wards and spin it around them almost as easily as Grayson did, although they didn't know how to manipulate it to achieve a desired effect like the Grand Sorcerer. He was right about how the wards affected them, though. After a few minutes of standing directly within them, a lot of people felt dizzy, euphoric, and hyper, and Harry and Hermione, with their practiced sensitivity to magic, were starting to develop sensory overload. The prefects had to drag away quite a few more students before they were done, and some of them were not happy to go. "Obviously, this isn't the kind of thing you should try without a spotter," Grayson said when they were all back inside the gates. "I don't recommend learning this way, period, if you have a choice. It's a good first step to develop your magic sense quickly, but you'll never progress without careful meditation to learn to call on your own magic." After this, he lectured the students on some much less interesting things like guidelines for practicing the art, and led them in a few meditative exercises similar to the ones Harry and Hermione had developed by trial and error years ago. Feeling the wards the children of Hogwarts learned was easy. Sensing your own magic without a wand, and without strong emotions, was much harder, and only a minority were able to make any headway over the course of an afternoon, though many resolved to practice. Even so, that night, a lot of the students in the castle would remember for the first time since their first night there how warm and comforting the magic of Hogwarts felt when they laid down to sleep. When he dismissed them back to the castle, Harry and Hermione were finally able to approach Grayson for a conversation. "So, Mr. Potter, you think a wand is better than wandless magic, do you?" he asked. Harry shook his head. "No, sir. They misinterpreted what I said. Wandless is definitely better for first and second year spells, but for more powerful spells, it starts to take a lot more work. At least, that's what we've found. And it's a big help to be able to sense magic around us, Ambassador," Hermione added. "That's saved us more than once." "Ah, that it can. I'd be interested in hear how you learnt wandless magic so well yourselves." "Not too differently from how you explained it," she answered, and she eagerly launched into a brief recounting of their studies over the years, how they had taught themselves to feel and manipulate the magic before they had wands. Harry wasn't feeling quite as enthusiastic now that he saw Grayson up close. The way the man carried himself was odd. There was a certain grace about his movements, a confident, trotting gait, a relaxed attitude, and a predatory gleam in his eye that wouldn't quite go away. Hermione picked up on it some, but Harry had a lot more experience than she, and it made him nervous. "And how did you come onto the idea to learn wandless magic in the first place?" he asked. Harry snapped out of his musings. They had to be careful how they answered this, as it skirted around his secrets. He was all too aware of the piercing, slightly suspicious look Grayson was giving him. "Well, we'd already had a few bouts of accidental magic, sir," he said. I had a really bad one when I ran away from my old guardians when I was 5. And then, when I was 7, Hermione was 8, there was a really terrible storm where we live, and we both got so scared we had accidental magic for half the night. We repaired a shattered window when a branch came through it, and we flipped the sofa over, stuck it to the floor, and hid under it." "Crikey," Grayson said, chuckling lightly. "But that doesn't actually explain why you learnt it." "Well, that's just because Hermione's an overachiever. Professor McGonagall came by in the morning to set things right, and Hermione asked her about learning wandless magic properly. And then she decided we should learn it despite McGonagall saying how hard it was. And after that night, we had a pretty good idea of what to feel for." "I see. Very impressive," Grayson said, still eyeing Harry carefully. Harry made an effort to look as human as possible, blinking normally, keeping his arms relaxed, not trying to puff himself up, and so forth. It didn't succeed. "So, Mr. Potter, how did you and your sister become animagi at your age?" Hermione tripped and fell flat on her face. Harry simply groaned and said, "I was hoping you wouldn't see it. Son, I'm a grand sorcerer with decades of experience. It takes a lot to pull one over on me. Your form is some kind of cat, isn't it?" "Yes, just a house cat," Harry admitted. "And yours, Miss Granger, something in the weasel family, I think?" "Our river otter," Hermione stammered. "But how? None of our other teachers ever noticed. Not even Moody." Grayson gave Harry a prompting look, and Harry answered, "Because he's one too." Hermione's eyes widened with understanding. "That's what I was seeing." She gasped. "I thought I noticed something odd about you, sir, but I thought we would have already known." "I'm surprised it wasn't in the papers," he said. "I had to use it in the battle." "Well, the prophet didn't report a lot of details," Hermione said. "Their journalistic standards leave a lot to be desired. We're waiting for someone to put out a proper memoirs of the East African War." Intriguing idea," he said. "Anyway, the animal instincts can give you a leg up over even someone as observant as Moody. Or he could suspect after all and doesn't want to tip his hand by saying so." That was not a comforting thought, even with Moody on their side. "I can't quite place your species, though," Harry said. Hermione gave him a questioning look. "With Sirius or Professor McGonagall, I can see the dog or the cat right away," he explained. "It's easiest with Professor McGonagall, I think, because I'm the same species. But you, Professor, it's like you're a little bit dog, a little bit cat, and a lot of something I've never seen before. I can tell your form is a mammal and a predator, but I don't know what." "I'm not surprised," Grayson said. "I doubt you would have seen one in person." "Have a look, then." Grayson transformed, shrinking down and falling onto all fours. His form was furred light gray, as big as a medium dog, and to Harry's discerning eyes, it looked roughly like the front half of a dog attached to the back half of an oversized cat. But the most distinctive features were the dark stripes across its back, beginning between the shoulder blades and continuing to the base of the tail. Hermione gasped. "That's a Tasmanian tiger. Those are extinct. I didn't think that was possible." Grayson swiftly changed back to a man. "They're not extinct," he said. "We've let Muggles think they are, although they still spot them once in a while. Australian wizards have been breeding them for thousands of years, including on the mainland. They're our answer to the cat in the rest of the world. They're not magical per se, but they're good at sensing magic." "Oh, that's right," Harry remembered. "On the cover of Harry Potter Down Under, it has a picture of me with a Tasmanian tiger." "Harry Potter Down Under?" Grayson said in confusion. "It's a rubbish fictional book about my childhood." "Long story." "Of course. I understand. I've had my share of unauthorized biographies myself. Now, it might interest you to know that it wouldn't have mattered if the thylacine really were extinct because they still existed and I saw them in person when I was a boy. That seems to be the requirement for a transformation to be possible, and that it be a non-magical animal. But I would like you know how you two managed it so young." "Oh, well, my dad and his friends did it when they were only a year older than us, and one of them taught Hermione last year," he said. "But for me, it was accidental magic." "Accidental?" "When I ran away from my old guardians," he added reluctantly. "Becoming an animagus by accidental magic? Rainbow serpent, that's one even I've never seen before. The Sorting Hat told me it had happened twice before to Hogwarts students," Harry offered, "but we never found out anything more." "You've never heard of anything like it, sir?" asked Hermione. "Only in old legends. There's the story of old Gilbrook, an animagus who changed into an ibis. One of the wizarding versions of the tale says he first became one as a child because of his overwhelming desire to fly with the birds. But on the other hand, there's another version that says both of Gilbrook's parents were ibis animagi, and when they had a child, he saw both teens pale a little. In human form, he clarified. He was born with their gift." "Oh," Hermione said with interest. "There's a similar legend in Britain about Morgan Le Fay. I wonder if there's some truth to it." Maybe. I'll look into it the next time I'm at home. I take it you're keeping this skill under wraps." "Yes, sir," Harry said. "Professor Dumbledore thinks Voldemort is still out there, and it's better if he doesn't know about our advantage." "Yes, he mentioned that. I'll keep your secret, of course. And I'll help you if I can, within my diplomatic discretion." "Thank you, Professor." Chapter 89. Things went smoothly as the year continued. The most worrisome things on the grounds were Hagrid's blast-ended scroots, which were growing at an alarming rate. By the end of September they had grown shells and were starting to get some definition in shape, although what that shape was still a mystery. They were about the size of a cat by now and had also taken to killing each other. "I can't believe we're still working on these beasts," said Draco Malfoy in the last class meeting of the month. "And that oaf still hasn't told us what they're good for. It's not like we'll ever have to work out something like that for ourselves. Father ought to just shut down this operation." Draco had complained to Father in his letters, but he had seemed strangely distant in his replies. Lucius had of course expressed disdain for Hagrid personally and for the poor quality of instruction in the class, but he hadn't taken much action, and he had asked a surprising number of questions about the beasts themselves. Privately, Draco thought Father was becoming a little too absorbed in his newfound passion for magical creatures. It was a fine hobby, but too much of it was unbecoming of a lord. "Lay off about your father, Malfoy," Potter sneered at Draco. "Nobody else around here has to spout off about their rich family all the time." "Jealous, Potter?" Draco sneered back. "Looking to move up from the Muggles, are you? As if. But if you ever want to move up from Death Eaters, let me know." "Harry," Draco heard Granger hiss in warning. "My father is a well-respected member of society, Potter," Draco said. "Say that again, and I'll call you out." Potter looked like he was about to do just that, but Granger held him back, saying, "Harry, don't provoke him." Smart girl, Draco thought. At least she's good for something. "Well, Mr. Malfoy, if your father shows his left arm in public, I'll publicly apologize," Potter said. He wasn't the first to issue that challenge, nor would he be the last, and Draco did what father always did to such a challenge: scoff at it as if it were utterly beneath him, which it was. He was a Malfoy after all, never mind the truth of the matter. "I'm still trying to figure out what these things are," Granger said a little while later. "The back end looks like it's covered in an arthropod-type shell." "The back end?" Weasley said stupidly. "How can you tell which end's the back? They look the same." "They only walk one direction, Ron," Granger replied. "And there are some differences. The back end look like an arthropod-type shell, like an insect or a scorpion. The tail is a lot like a scorpion's tail. But the front end is covered with these little hexagonal scales, and they're shinier, almost metallic." Draco looked at the scrut in front of him for himself almost automatically. She was right. The back and the many legs of the animal had a smooth, jointed armored shell like a scorpion, but the bulk of the animal was a solid piece of shell covered with hexagonal plates, smaller than a tortoise's. In fact, they looked almost like fire crabs. He blurted, "What?" The class looked up. Granger stared at him questioningly. "Fire crabs, Granger," Draco said smugly, reveling in being able to say something smarter than she for a moment. "The humped backs of the scruts resemble fire crab shells if they were made of iron and not jewels." Granger's eyes widened, and she looked closer at the scrut before jumping back with a childish squeak when it shot a blast of fire at her. "I can see the resemblance," she said. "I could pin them as a relative of the fire crab except for the legs and tails. The legs and tails are definitely from a scorpion." "Can't be a mundane scorpion, though," Potter jumped in. "Why not? Remember why all those old movies with giant bugs wouldn't work in real life? The scrut's legs shouldn't be able to support their weight. They're too big." Maybe. It'll be clearer if they get bigger, which I really hope they don't. If they are, they must be magically stronger. But the only magical creature I know with scorpion-like features is the manticore. I have no idea what kind of creature would look like a cross between a fire crab and a manticore. Draco nearly dropped his wand. He wouldn't. He spat to no one in particular. "Wouldn't what?" Pansy said, sidling up beside him. "Crossbreed them." "Crossbreed? Wait, you mean these things are actually crossbreeds?" Pansy said. "Well, let's ask Hagrid, why don't we? Crossbreeds, are they, Professor?" Hagrid suddenly looked very uncomfortable. "Well, that's not all that important," he said, wringing his hands suspiciously. "Wait a minute, you think they're crossbreeds?" Granger said. "What are you talking about, Malfoy?" "Oh, don't be daft, Granger. You're practically a Ravenclaw. What's the most logical explanation for a beast that looks like a cross between a fire crab and a manticore?" To his surprise and delight, Granger and Potter both looked completely lost, but Weasley figured out the dumb answer. Blimey, they're actually a cross between a fire crab and a manticore? Ron, that's ridiculous, said Granger. Oh, that was interesting, Draco thought. Granger was contradicting Weasley, and Weasley was right? This he had to see. What's ridiculous? Weasley snapped. You can't just cross fire crabs and manticores. The genes are completely different. Genes? Aren't those Muggle clothes? Said Weasley. No, Ron, genes with a G. They're the thing that lets traits be inherited from parents to children. You mean like blood? No, I mean, what wizards might call blood, I guess, but only in colloquial terms. The point is, they don't mix between species, especially very different species. Course they do, Hagrid rumbled. Everyone stared at him, and he added, I shouldn't ha' said that. Potter and Granger looked genuinely disturbed. So Muggles thought they knew a thing or two about blood, but they called it genes? 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 They called it something different, and they understood it completely differently. That might be worth looking into if Draco could find a suitable sap to ask around. Bloody hell! Pansy yelled. You mean we've been working with dangerous hybrids all year? They're not that dangerous as long as ye take proper precautions, the Great Oaf protested. Draco couldn't let that one slide. Not that dangerous? He sneered. Hello? They have completely unknown capabilities, and one of the parents is a Class 5X creature. Their poisonous stings won't have ever been tested, and we don't even know how big they're going to get. Hagrid could tell he'd lost control of the class. Even most of the Gryffindorks turned on him with that realist done. Potter looked really uncomfortable, though he was still the most supportive. Hagrid, please tell us you at least have a permit to breed these things, Granger pleaded. Course I have a permit. Don ye fret aboo that, Hermione. The ministry said they wanted fair a special project. That project's the tournament, or I'm a troll, Draco thought. I wonder if Father knows. He seems to have his fingers in a lot of this kind of stuff lately. Granger looked relieved at that, while Potter was staring at the Scroots contemplatively. Aren't manticores intelligent, Hagrid? He asked. How did you convince them to mate with the fire crabs? Mate? Hagrid gasped. Most of the class and even Hagrid himself looked disgusted. Draco felt nauseous. Was that how Muggles would do it? Show some decorum now, Harry, Hagrid replied. Ye can't just mate a fire crab to a manticore. That'd never work, even if the manticore didn't eat it. Ye gotta use magic. Oh, magic. Right, but what were you so worried about if you have a permit? Potter asked him. Granger had the answer. They're still not on the curriculum, Harry. Not even close. I hate to agree with Malfoy, but he's right. They're too dangerous for fourth years to study. In fact, since we don't know anything about them, I'm not even sure the NEWT students should touch them. Just wanted to make the class more interesting, Hagrid said sadly. Should probably ask Dumbledore about it, maybe. Fire crabs and manticores? La Pantera said in an almost erotic tone. She sent shivers down Lucius's spine even more than Bellatrix. Intriguing. Ambitious, I want one. I will see to it, Lady Pantera, Lucius Malfoy replied as smoothly as he could. He turned towards the Dark Lord, forcing himself to look full on the ugly, mutilated construct in the chair. If it pleases my lord, I will bring McNair to you at once. He works as the executioner for the Magical Creatures Department. He will be able to requisition one with less suspicion. And it'll give you someone else to order around for a while. Ooh, even better, the Aztec priestess cut in. I could use an experienced altar boy. Why does that sound inordinately creepy coming from her? An excellent idea, Lucius, Voldemort hissed. Bring him as soon as you are able. Yes, master. To be honest, Lucius wasn't sure why he didn't know about the Skrewts before, but he wasn't complaining. This assignment would be relatively easy. The only downside was that Draco would be disappointed. If Hagrid could crossbreed creatures like that, then he hadn't outlived his usefulness after all. So, Harry, tough season this year, isn't it? Asked Cho Chang on the way out to the Quidditch pitch for the first match of the year. 5 games instead of 3, and we'll be up against the best seekers Bows Batons and Durmstrang have to offer. Oh, I think I can hold my own, Cho, Harry told his one-time girlfriend. Besides, you'll be a good warm-up. Ooh, you're going to eat those words, Potter. I've been practicing. All right then, show me you have a better strategy than just marking me, and I'll believe you. You're on. Harry really did think Cho had the makings of a good seeker, but she had a bad habit of marking the other seeker when she went up against someone better instead of playing for herself. From what he had read in Ron's Quidditch magazines, it was a good way to up your catch percentage, and several of the professionals used that strategy, but it didn't help you improve. And in the school league, there were so few games that statistics didn't matter very much. She needed to improve her strategy now, while she was at Hogwarts, to eventually do well in the professional league. Hello, and welcome to the first ever Northern European Academic League Quidditch match. Lee Jordan's voice boomed over the stands and over the wizarding wireless. Bright and early on the 1st of October because we have a big, action-packed season this year. 15 games and featuring all school teams from Bows Batons and Durmstrang arriving later in the month for the Triwizard Tournament. Today's match is Ravenclaw versus Gryffindor. The crowd cheered. Gryffindor is undefeated the last 3 years thanks to the efforts of their stellar seeker, Harry Potter. More cheers. We'll see if they can keep up their perfect record. Cho put up a good fight. Harry was pleasantly surprised. She brought out some new moves to aid the chasers, as seekers often did by interfering with the opposing players. Their usual small, light builds gave them a different niche to fill as opposed to the larger beaters. As a result, the Ravenclaw chasers did a good deal better than they had last term. She patrolled apart from Harry, finding her own pattern, but she still kept a close eye on him. It was too easy to pull a feint on her. He confused her and made her second-guess herself that way, a fatal disadvantage in Quidditch. When Harry finally did spot the snitch, she was too slow in responding, and he easily beat her to it. He didn't even need his Firebolt's superior capabilities. Not bad, Cho, he told her after the match. Another year or two, and you might be a serious challenge. Cho gasped indignantly, but before she could say anything, Hermione sneaked up behind Harry and whacked him in the back of the head. Ow! What was that for? You're letting Sirius rub off on you too much, Harry. You're better than that. Hey, it's just Quidditch. It's all good fun. Really? You know how Sirius was in school, Harry. Mione, I wouldn't do half the stuff he and my dad did, he assured her, but we take the mickey out of each other on the Quidditch team all the time. It's all right, Hermione, Cho agreed. I can handle Harry Potter for myself. Merlin, did I really just say that? She thought. That would be to Kina's a far bolder claim than it sounded in her head. I'm surprised how many of you handed in permission slips for training with the Imperious Curse, said Professor Moody. He sounded almost cheerful, but his tone turned dark again as he said, I'd pleasantly surprised, but I don't like surprises. Ever. For those of you who requested private sessions, I'll be happy to oblige after classes. Not laying out your strengths and weakness is good practice. Harry and Hermione stared at each other. They hadn't even considered that, and Sirius hadn't suggested it. For those of you who didn't think to request another teacher to stand witness in those private sessions, minus 10 points for being an idiot. Training with the Imperious Curse always requires a witness qualified in defense to ensure that the caster doesn't abuse his power. Professor Lupin will be the witness for this class. Ah, that explains it, Harry and Hermione thought. They had been wondering why Remus was there. Now, Miss Brown, I see that your parents sent an assigned permission slip for you, but you didn't bother to sign it yourself, Moody continued. Would you like to sign it now, or are you sitting this out? I didn't think it was that important, Professor, she said. Not important? He barked. You think it's not important, Miss Brown? How will you feel if you get cursed by some wizard who means you harm? You clearly know you're an attractive girl with as much effort as you put into your makeup. People notice looks like yours. Hermione's jaw dropped. Did he really just say that? Lavender paled dramatically, but she kept up a protest, more for peace of mind than actual objection. But are we really in so much danger? Moody fixed her with both of his eyes in that unsettling way of his. Miss Brown, do you remember what I said in your first lesson? She started flipping through her notes. I'll save you the trouble. I said that 2 of your previous 3 instructors were murdered on the job. A chill went through the classroom. Dark wizards are out there, and they've come within the walls of this castle several times. If you're smart, you'll remember that and go the extra mile to protect yourself. And that goes for all of you. His false eye roved around the room again as he placed the permission form on her desk. Now, I ask again, would you like to sign? Lavender nodded mutely and jotted down her name. Good. Now, Mr. Boot, you're first alphabetically. Front and center, now, on the double. As a Muggle-born, Terry Boot's magical guardian was Dumbledore, so he had no obstacles to signing up, which he did on Harry's and Hermione's advice. They weren't as paranoid as Moody, but Harry had gone up against dark wizards multiple times, so they understood the importance of the training. Under Remus's watchful eye, Moody pointed his wand at Terry and cast, Imperio! The class laughed as Terry started dancing disco. There was more laughter as a nervous-looking Lavender imitated a squirrel, and so on through the rest of the class who had permission forms. No one had any luck resisting until Hermione. When Moody cast the curse, she screwed up her face, gritted her teeth, and stuttered a little before she launched into a poorly sung rendition of both parts of Don't Go Breaking My Heart, which had topped the Muggle charts last spring. Harry laughed hysterically, and she glared at him. That's a good start, Miss Granger, Moody told her when he was done. I could actually tell you were resisting. That'll be a big help. If people can tell you're under, you won't be so useful to a dark wizard. Neville had no such luck. He didn't hesitate as Moody made him perform a series of quite astonishing gymnastics that left the class dizzy. Professor, how did you do that? Hermione gasped. Excuse me? Moody said. I used the Imperious Curse. Yes, I know, sir, but Harry and I have a pretty good idea of what Neville's capable of, and frankly, he's not that coordinated, and he doesn't know how to do any gymnastics like that. Ah, but I do, Miss Granger, he replied. The Imperious Curse isn't a blunt instrument to order someone around. It's total control. A skilled practitioner can control his victim as well as his own body and make them do things they could never do normally. Don't underestimate someone who's under the Imperious curse. They may be a better fighter than you think. When Harry's turn came, the command Moody gave him was tame compared to some of the others, but the curse itself was one of the most insidious things he had ever felt. He felt really good. A wonderful, floating sensation came over him. All thought and worry fled from his mind, leaving only a vague, untraceable happiness. It was like being on, well, some muggle drug. He wasn't sure which. He didn't have any first-hand experience, and he didn't care enough to think it through just now. But he also heard Moody's voice, not so much through his ears, but echoing from a distant corner of his mind. Jump on the desk, jump on the desk. By now, Harry's normal, conditioned response to any force intruding into his mind was to employ a clemency. He tried to picture his wall, his mental image of Hogwarts Castle and the grounds that he employed to stop an intruder accessing his memories, but there were two problems with this. 1. The euphoric feeling of the curse had dulled his wits, making it harder to picture it clearly. And 2. The intruder didn't want into his memories. He wanted him to. Jump on the desk, jump on the desk. No, I don't think I will, said another voice in his head. So detached was he that he didn't register that it was his own. Jump! No. Jump! Now! Get out of my head! Harry shouted this aloud and stumbled backwards. His legs had tried to jump, but they didn't have enough support behind them, so he tripped and nearly fell on his arse instead. The class jumped at his outburst. Now that's more like it, Potter, Moody said excitedly. See that, you lot? Potter damn near beat it. They'll have trouble controlling you, Potter. You're a fighter. I've been told I'm very strong-willed, Professor, Harry said shakily as he stood up. Aye, that you are. Imperious isn't like other mind magic where you can think your way out, Moody said. Harry noticed Hermione's face fall. It's a battle of wills, and it gives the caster an advantage. That's what's so insidious horrible about it. A lot of you felt it just now. It doesn't force you to do things. It just makes you too happy to fight back. You can do the most horrible things you can imagine, and you're just too happy to notice, let alone stop yourself. Like I said, not everyone's got the right stuff. Not many people have a will strong enough to fight it, but if you know what it feels like, it might give you a little bit of a chance. Hermione still looked a bit shaken when they left the classroom. That was awful, she said. I felt like someone had spiked my pumpkin juice. I even tried a clemency to try to focus on something else, and it barely did anything. I know. It was the same for me, Harry said. I had to fight it head-on. I didn't know you could fight like that. I wish I could. You still did better than most, sis. She still looked unsettled. Hey, at least we learned it here before some dark wizard came after us. I know. It's just... What? Something wrong? Harry asked with concern. No, it's not me, but it's what Moody said to Lavender, Hermione said. That was just awful. Is he trying to get fired? Harry stopped. Yes. Yes, he is, Mione, he said. He is. He's super paranoid, remember? He's here on a 1-year contract, but that didn't save Professor Williamson last year. He still got killed by Greyback. Moody's trying to give Dumbledore an excuse to fire him to hedge his bets. That's brilliant, Hermione said. And insane. And offensive. Plus, now I'm going to have to deal with Lav's nightmares. Sorry. I guess that's Moody for you. On the 23rd of October, a notice went up that the delegations from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang would be arriving in a week's time on Sunday the 30th. Most of the school was excited, both for the tournament and after Professor Grayson's second wandless magic seminar yesterday. Several people had gotten actual results this time. Harry Potter, however, was starting to grow nervous again as Halloween approached. "I'm telling you guys, something bad always happens on Halloween, and the tournament is a good way for something extra to go wrong." "And I'm telling you, Harry, that's the gambler's fallacy," Hermione countered. "Just because bad things have happened on Halloween for the past 3 years." "Now hold on," Sirius interrupted. Harry and Hermione had set up both of their communication mirrors in Remus's office so they could talk to Remus, their parents, and Sirius at the same time. "Don't dismiss that, Hermione. Bad things happening on a particular day isn't coincidence if there's a reason for it." Hermione frowned. "What do you mean?" Remus answered her. "Why do you think Voldemort attacked Harry's family on Halloween? What did Dumbledore tell you last year when he told you about the Horcruxes? That Voldemort likes the Founders?" Harry said. Hermione made the connection. That Voldemort is obsessed with symbolism. Exactly. Even in the magical world, Halloween is regarded as the night when the dark is strongest, or it was until Voldemort was defeated. That's why he tried to kill you on that particular night, Harry, and I'll wager that's also why he made his opening move on Halloween in both your first and second years. Last year was a coincidence, full moon on Halloween morning, but the others weren't. And Dumbledore says Voldemort's getting stronger again, Dan reasoned, so he's likely to make a move again. Exactly. But he's already made his opening move, Hermione said. The World Cup. Sirius shook his head. That's if it was him. Tipping his hand before he's done anything? Casting the dark mark again, and for what? What did he gain? No, I don't buy it. I'm thinking rogue Death Eaters getting drunk and reliving old times. Which would mean his opening move's still to come, Emma said. On Halloween. Okay, but Voldemort's not here, is he? Hermione said nervously. Professor Dumbledore would have noticed. I hope so, Remus agreed. But I still think we should be extra watchful on Halloween. Igor Karkaroff will be there, Sirius said darkly. He's the one who worries me most. Who? Asked the Grangers. The headmaster of Durmstrang. He was a Death Eater in the war, but he stayed out of Azkaban by informing on his fellow Death Eaters. He'd have to do something really damn big to even have a hope of being welcomed back, and that would be a perfect time for it. Definitely watch out for him then, Dan agreed. Do we know who else will be coming? There'll be Olympe Maxime, headmistress of Beauxbatons. I'm not too worried about her. It's an open secret that she's half giant. That stuff's more tolerated on the continent, so it'll be really hard to get to her. David Monroe from the Department of International Magical Cooperation, no worries there. He's probably the most liberal person on the Wisengamot. He'd sooner join a Muggle hippie commune than support Voldemort. And Ludovic Bagman from the Department of Magical Games and Sports. He gets into shady dealings. Bagman was accused of being a Death Eater sympathizer once, but he was cleared and Dumbledore believed him. I'd discount him entirely except for one thing. I don't know if you heard about that witch, Bertha Jorkins? She was in Bagman's department, and she vanished the same day you had that dream, Harry. So something might be up with him, but I still think Karkaroff is the one to watch. All right then. I'll be watching, Harry said. Speaking of Horcruxes, Emma recalled from earlier in the conversation, have you made any more progress on them? They're what's giving us so much trouble in the first place, aren't they? True, Remus said, but as far as we know, we're still where we were a year ago. 3 destroyed, 2 unaccounted for, and that's if he didn't make another one, which Dumbledore thinks he might have. We're still looking at Voldemort's history and the Death Eater's activities, but we haven't found much. I even asked some of the ghosts about the young Tom riddle, but I haven't found much. We'll keep looking, though. Siri. A voice called from Sirius's mirror. Everyone else's eyes widened. Siri. Remus gasped. You never let anyone call you Siri, well, except Lily. Is that Vicky? Siri, where are you? Talking to the cubs, Vicky, Sirius said quickly. I'm almost done. Oh, you are. Victoria McKinnon appeared in the view of the mirror, clad in a bathrobe, to the even greater surprise of the viewers. She leaned close to the mirror and said, Hi, Harry. Hi, Hermione, oh, and the rest of you too. Hello, Victoria, Remus said politely, quickly followed by, Sirius Orion Black, are you even wearing trousers right now? Enough about me. How are you and Dora, Moony? Remus growled softly. Don't change the subject. Sirius stared him down, asserting his alpha status. I haven't heard much from her, Remus said. I don't think teacher is adventurous enough for her. Now answer the question. Well, I think this has been a very productive conversation, Sirius said with a grin. Mirror off. Pad foot. Remus yelled, but he was too late. Okay, so you can't actually make a portkey without being detected, La Pantera said to Voldemort and his growing collection of Death Eaters. How are you going to get to the boy then? I'm still on the clock, you know. Do you really think you can just drag him out? Voldemort stewed in his chair. He was uncomfortable having wasted this much time. The tournament was about to start at Hogwarts, and he still didn't have a plan. All those visitors would be perfect to get an agent into the castle, but getting Potter out of the castle unnoticed would be harder. Especially with Dumbledore watching like a hawk. Lucius Malfoy had been no help. He wasn't directly involved, nor were any of the other Death Eaters he had brought back to the fold. McNair was the best resource they had, and Voldemort really didn't want to have to trust him with something that important. And of course the Carrows were too stupid to be of any use. Barty Crouch Jr. sat lost in thought. He had racked his brain for a better solution than just grabbing Potter and dragging him down to the front gates to apparate him away, or to do it in Hogsmeade. That might work, or they might follow him too quickly to complete the ritual. He knew how tight Potter's security was. Right now, the idea they were toying with was faking Potter's death in the tournament so that no one would be looking for him, but that carried its own set of challenges. Barty's werewolf cousin, Artemis, leaned against him affectionately, also trying to think up an answer. Despite her lack of formal education, she was dead clever and might make a better fox than a wolf. The other Death Eaters looked askance at how close Barty was growing to her, but he was the Dark Lord's most faithful servant, so he could get some leeway. So you need a way for Potter's absence to not be suspicious for a couple hours? Artemis reasoned. Yes, that's all we need, Artie dear, Barty replied, petting her hair. The trouble is that Potter never spends that much time alone. Say, let's take another look at those tasks, she said. Barty snapped his fingers, and Winky handed her a stack of parchments from their interrogation of Bertha Jorkins. First task, no. Second task, no. Third task, Yes, Artemis? Voldemort said, leaning forward. This image projection system they're planning on using for the third task looks awfully precarious, my lord, she said. It would be a shame if it were to fail. And if Potter were in the maze, he would be hidden from view the entire time, wouldn't he, even from Dumbledore? Bring down the projection system. Barty mused. It's definitely possible if we have a man on the inside, but there's still the problem of getting Potter out of the maze, unless... He glanced at La Pantera and remembered how they had got to Mexico in the first place. Oh yes, no, wait, yes. Yes. Voldemort said. Master, wouldn't it be more dramatic if, instead of simply grabbing the Triwizard Cup, it was a portkey that transported the winner back to the entrance of the maze? If we convince the organizers to add that feature, we could do what you taught me and add an extra destination. We'd make the portkey right under their noses. This would require Potter to win the tournament, Barty, Voldemort pointed out. I could do it, Master. Arrange for the portkey, enter Potter in the tournament, shut down the magical projection, ensure Potter wins, and transport him here when he does. None are difficult tasks if I impersonate the right person, and I know just the right person to do it. That's completely loco, La Pantera scolded. Except it's less loco than all your other ideas. Might work with the rest of your minions around to cover anything that goes wrong. Yes. Yes, I believe it will, Voldemort said. Barty, you have shown great skill in planning in the past. He nodded at Artemis. I will entrust you with this plan. Yes. I won't let you down, Master. Artie, you're brilliant. Barty kissed her on the mouth. Voldemort rolled his eyes. He could afford to indulge such a valuable servant. The Carrows were more vocal, however. Woo! Kissing cousins. Alecto catcalled. And a werewolf. Amicus added with a leer. Maybe people quit bothering to make up lies about us now, said Alecto. Barty drew his wand and hexed them non-verbally. The next day, the fourth-year Gryffindors and Slytherins were introduced to the next ghost lecturer in History of Magic class. They had reached the limit of the Bloody Baron's expertise and met with someone a little younger. I'd like to introduce Sir Robin Greengrass of Wiltshire, one-time heir to what was then the noble house of Greengrass, better known as the Black Knight, Professor Lupin told the class. You may have heard about the Queen's Royal Court magician Maxwell Barnett, who helped plan the Quidditch World Cup this past summer. Sir Robin was the Royal Court magician to Edward Longshanks from 1272 to his unfortunate death at the Battle of Orwyn Bridge in 1282. He will be teaching about British magical history from 1066 to 1314. Sir Robin. A ghost in dark, ghostly plate mail strode into the classroom. He wore his helmet with the visor down, so he wasn't the easiest to understand, but as he explained at once, the helmet is for your benefit. When you take an arrow to the eye, it isn't pretty. A greengrass? Draco Malfoy thought. Another Slytherin, or at least the family is now. He and Daphne found themselves staring at each other. Lupin's trying to prove himself to us, but what's this about a greengrass working with a Muggle king? What's his game? Sir Robin quickly got to lecturing, though, and what he had to say was nothing like Draco had expected. The thing you must remember, the Black Knight began, is that the time of the House of Normandy and the House of Plantagenet were the golden age of Muggle-wizard cooperation in England, Scotland, and Wales, after the wizards were organized under the Wizards' Council and before the witch hunts began. So you need to know more Muggle history than you might about other times to understand it. Draco frowned, and so did Daphne, he saw. It didn't look good for the House of Greengrass to have an ancestor talking like this. The story really begins in January of 1066, with the death of Edward the Confessor in England. His successor, Harold Godwin's son, was considered to be weaker by William of Normandy, who began planning an invasion, along with his right-hand wizard, Armand Malfoy. "Lies!" Draco blurted before he could stop himself. But the rest of the class gasped, just as disbelieving as himself, except he didn't miss the smug look on the werewolf's face. Sir Robin lifted up his visor, revealing an ugly, bloody hole where his right eye should be. He waded through Malfoy's desk and stared him right in the face with his good eye. "You impugn my honor, boy?" he demanded. "And just who are you?" "Draco Malfoy, heir to the noble and most ancient house of Malfoy," he said proudly, refusing to flinch at that ruin of a face. "And you impugn my honor, O late Scion Greengrass, by suggesting that one of my ancestors would serve a common muggle." The whole class was silent now. A ghost and a student calling each other out over a matter of honor? That was unheard of. Plus, they had never heard this story before. "What?" Sir Robin said, his eyebrows rising in surprise. "You are a Malfoy, but you do not know your own heritage?" "I know my heritage perfectly well." "And yet you don't know the story of the founder of your line? How far a great house has fallen. Armand Malfoy was the greatest political mind of the 11th century. He was second only to Merlin himself in cunning and influence." "Well, that's true," Draco agreed. "And yet you speak slander that he would ever serve a Muggle king. Are you so foolish, boy? Armand Malfoy cared nothing about a man's heritage so long as he was useful. He set himself up as the power behind the power in both worlds. He was a moderately successful wizard in France, but he saw an opportunity and allied himself with William of Normandy, aiding him in defeating Harold and his wizards. In return, William appointed him the first royal court magician. That led to a new round of gasps and Granger frantically flipping through her course book. Armand held the ear of the Muggle kings his whole life long. Meanwhile, he so impressed Merlin with his magical skill that when William consolidated the English and Norman wizards under the Wizards' Council, Armand was made a founding member, and he was an expert at playing them to his advantage. It was his influence in both the magical and Muggle courts that made the Malfoys the richest magical family in England. Surely the heir to his line must know these things. Draco was shaken, unsure what to say. Didn't all that sound like quintessential Malfoy? Better than father or grandfather had ever done for themselves, and they were masters of politics in their own times. And yet he knew his heritage just as he should. He knew about Armand Malfoy and the founding of the Wizards' Council. But he had never learned about this. He thought it over for a minute and gave the answer he was supposed to give, hoping to draw out more information. "The House of Malfoy does not associate with Muggles. We have kept ourselves pure from the beginning." "If that is how you learnt it, Scion Malfoy," Sir Robin said levelly, "then your education has been sorely lacking. The Malfoys have kept themselves in power and wealth by exercising their influence in the Muggle world as well as the magical world. Even those of your line who felt Muggles were beneath them were wise enough to recognize their usefulness." Draco and all of the Slytherins really were left digesting this when Granger spoke up. "Excuse me, Sir Robin?" "Yes, milady?" The Black Knight lowered his visor out of courtesy and faced her. "And your name?" "Hermione Granger, of cadet line to the House of Folly, if it matters. Our history book doesn't say anything about that story. It talks about Armand Malfoy and the founding of the Wizards' Council, but there's very little about the royal court. Magicians and no mention at all to indicate he was the first one." "Oh, really? Then it seems a poor choice of a course book, milady. Whoever wrote it did a rather poor job." "I've met the author," Granger protested. Bathilda Bagshot. She's very old now, but she was an excellent scholar in her day. I'm afraid I must contradict you, milady, Sir Robin replied apologetically. Madame Bagshot certainly never interviewed me or the other ghosts of the castle for whatever scholarship she involved herself in. She didn't? You mean she never bothered to ask first-hand sources? Granger stared down at a history of magic with an even stronger version of the look Draco was now wearing, a look of questioning everything she thought she knew. Draco couldn't properly enjoy it, though, since he was trying to sort things out for himself. Ahem, Lupin spoke up. I think I may have a theory about all this. A lot of things changed in magical Britain when the Statute of Secrecy was implemented. It's possible many of these old stories were lost. In fact, I think many of you will remember a couple years ago when it was revealed that even the beloved tales of Beedle the Bard weren't handed down in anything close to their original form. Somehow, it just doesn't seem to occur to anyone to ask the people who were actually there. Apologies, Sir Robin. I will track down the Cavalier and the Highwayman before next class to see if they can corroborate my theory. They were from around the time of the statute. That ended the debate for now, but Draco was just beginning to sweat, and he could tell Daphne was shaken up too. The tales of Beedle the Bard bit was what worried him, or was worried even the right word? He had been shocked when Lord Brocklehurst came out and revealed, with solid scholarship, that the original form of the tales was much more pro-Muggle than the version Draco had grown up with. That was real evidence that not everything was as the received wisdom described it. That Lupin would be able to find evidence of the Black Knight's tale now seemed plausible, but that called into question everything Draco knew about his family. Had his ancestors really associated with Muggles, even if just for their own gain? Was it really a net loss to deal with Muggles when they could provide something valuable? Was Armand a better Lord Malfoy than the more recent generations because he was willing to work with them? Draco would never have thought to ask such questions before, but now they were nagging at him. He'd never questioned for a minute that Father's way of doing things was the right one, but if the Black Knight was right, they might be missing out on better possibilities. It was a frightening sensation, having his beliefs questioned like that. But he couldn't tell Father, of course. That would never do. But perhaps Mother. She always seemed to be the more understanding sort. Chapter 90. On the 30th of October, the Great Hall was decorated with colorful banners for each of the 4 houses with the Hogwarts coat of arms behind the high table. It was more than they had at the welcome and leaving feasts, and Harry and Hermione wondered whether they had been custom-made for the occasion. The teachers had spent all week trying to encourage the students to look more presentable visually and magically. Many of the girls thought they were putting an overemphasis on uniform standards, banning excessive jewelry and the like, but there wasn't anything they could do about that. At 6 o'clock, the students were lined up outside the east doors by the greenhouses, the traditional location to receive visitors, before the greenhouses were built. It was apparently where the school had received the visiting students the last time Hogwarts had hosted the tournament 200 years ago. It was a chilly evening, and quiet as the students waited, some scanning the darkening skies for any sign of the new arrivals. Will they even come by air? Harry asked. A portkey would make the most sense. I don't know, Hermione said. I'm not sure you can even use a portkey inside the grounds. Maybe we should be watching the path, then? I don't think it's a portkey, Fred Weasley said from behind them. No, not show-offy enough, George agreed. What then? Said Harry. They couldn't fly brooms that far, and carpets are embargoed for some dumb reason. Aha! Dumbledore called over the grounds. I do believe the delegation from Beau's Batons has arrived. Where? There. It was in the sky, but it wasn't a broom or a fleet of brooms or even a flying carpet. Harry was pretty sure it would have needed an exception to the embargo, though. It was a powder-blue horse-drawn carriage the size of a house, pulled by a team of no fewer than 12 Abraxans, flying horses the size of elephants. It swung around to the south and landed just outside the greenhouse perimeter with a sound of thunder, the horses soaring in on the level of the cliff to hit the ground running. The carriage rolled to a stop just after it crossed the path, and a boy in pale blue robes jumped out of the door and lowered a set of golden steps. A high-heeled black shoe stepped out and thudded onto the top step, a shoe close to 2 feet long. It was followed by an enormous olive-skinned woman every inch as tall as Hagrid, though far more stylish. "That's a big woman," muttered Seamus Finnegan. "That'll be Madame Maxime," Harry whispered, remembering Sirius's explanation. Dumbledore and Grayson led the students in a round of applause and then kissed Madame Maxime's hand before she introduced her students. About 20 boys and girls in thin blue robes descended the steps, shivering slightly. Most looked to be in their late teens, but a few were younger, presumably the Quidditch players. One especially pretty blonde girl would have been hard to identify with the muffler she was wearing over her face, except that she was leading a miniature carbon copy of herself by the hand, looking impossibly cute in a junior version of the uniform. "Hermione, look, it's Fleur and Gabrielle," Harry pointed them out. Fleur Delacour waved at him, prompting stares from his classmates, but little Gabrielle tugged at her sister's hand and squealed, "Fleur, say 'Harry Potter. Say 'Harry Potter." Fleur shushed her and pulled her along with the rest of the group behind her headmistress. "Es Karkaroff air yet, Dumbledore?" Madame Maxime asked in a deep voice. "I believe I see him now, madame." There was nothing in the sky, but Lee Jordan pointed to a disturbance in the Black Lake. There was a great bubbling on the surface that turned into a whirlpool, and a dark shape began rising out of it, indistinct in the twilight. Harry took advantage of his feline night vision to make it out more clearly. "It's a ship." As it drew close to shore, the Durmstrang ship was an impressive sight. It looked like a Viking longship with a dragon on the prow, but scaled up to have multiple decks with ghostly portholes. It pulled up to the less steep, but still impassable part of the cliff directly below the greenhouses. "How are they gonna get up here?" Ron wondered. His question was answered quickly when Dumbledore called in a booming voice, "Scalaria locomotor!" Immediately, there was a grinding sound, and everyone looked and gasped when they saw what was happening. The stone stairs that led up from the boathouse to the great hall had detached themselves and were walking themselves along the cliff face to the Durmstrang ship. Hermione giggled. "It's Hogwarts, Ron," she said. "Moving staircases." It took a few minutes for the Durmstrang students to climb the stairs. The first over the cliff top was Igor Karkaroff. He wore a luxurious silver fur coat and a large ushanka on his head. His goatee was equally silver and pointed, and he had a surly look so that he could have passed for Salazar Slytherin, except with more hair. He carried a gilded staff in one hand. Karkaroff greeted Dumbledore in far too friendly a manner for a Death Eater. Dumbledore was polite but a little more standoffish. However, Karkaroff didn't hold the students' attention for very long because everyone was staring at the next person to come up the stairs. Harry recognized the prominent curved nose and thick black eyebrows at once. "What the heck?" he said. "Victor Crumbs at Durmstrang?" "Oh my God, Harry," Ron hissed, jabbing him with an elbow. "I don't believe it." "It's Crumb, Harry. Victor Crumb." "Yes, Ron, I know it's Victor Crumb," Harry hissed back. "I told you I met him at the World Cup. I can't believe he's at Durmstrang. Bulgaria's nowhere near Durmstrang." "We think," Hermione said. "No one knows where Durmstrang is, do they?" "Look how they're dressed," Harry countered, indicating their fur-lined robes. "It's not gonna be in the Balkans." Fair enough. "Well, shall we retire to dinner?" Dumbledore said with a clap of his hands. He turned and entered the castle, followed by the Beauxbatons and Durmstrang contingents, and finally the bulk of the Hogwarts student body. Many people were jostling for a better look at Krum and whispering their plans to get his autograph. "Honestly, he's just a Quidditch player," Hermione huffed. Harry, however, was smiling. "Well, one good thing about this, it'll be good not being the most famous person in school for a change. Hardly anyone's ever asked me for my autograph here. Well, except Colin." Ron laughed. "Harry, you're mental, mate." "It's okay, Harry." Harry jumped when a curly-haired second year popped up out of nowhere beside him and took his arm. "I still like you." Thanks, Romilda," Harry said dryly and gingerly peeled her fingers off his arm. The Durmstrang students looked impressed by Hogwarts Castle, more so than the Beauxbatons ones. That wasn't surprising given that Beauxbatons looked like a Renaissance palace. The tour was designed to impress, though, as they passed through the long gallery, over the stone bridge, and through the entrance hall to the Great Hall. The Hogwarts students sat at their house tables, but even with the large first-year class, there was plenty of room for the 40-odd guests. At a whispered word from Madame Maxime, most of the Beauxbatons students took seats at the Ravenclaw table, but Gabrielle tugged her sister by the hand, whispering, "Fleur, Fleur." "Bien, Gabrielle, bien." Fleur and Gabrielle glided over to the Gryffindor table and sat across from Harry and Hermione. Fleur pulled her muffler off her face, and immediately most of the boys and at least one girl that they could see started staring at her. The rest of the girls were cooing over Gabrielle's cuteness. "Bibi bonsoir," Ron stammered. "Ron," Harry hissed and elbowed him in the side. "Bonsoir, Harry, Hermione," Fleur said in her almost musical voice. "Comment CAVA?" "CAVA bien," Hermione replied. "C'est bon de vous voir." "Gabrielle, tu sais que tu fais ici?" Harry asked. Gabrielle giggled. "J'ai visité avec Fleur pour le tournoi." Gabrielle wanted to see the selection of the champions, and our parents said she could come with me, Fleur explained, switching to English. "I will be heir for the tasks also," Gabrielle said. "If I am selected, Gabrielle," Fleur cautioned. "Excuse me, Mr. Potter. Is this seat taken?" Victor Krum had approached the table and made to sit in the seat next to Gabrielle. At once, most of the girls and Ron stared at him. "Plenty of room, Mr. Krum," Harry said with a smile. He shook Krum's hand before he sat down. "So, you know each other?" Krum asked Harry, motioning to the two French girls. "Oh, right. Yes, we met in France a couple years ago. Everyone, this is Fleur Delacour and her little sister, Gabrielle." Gabrielle squeaked wordlessly as she stared up at Krum. He kissed her hand and said, "Enchanté, mademoiselle." "I am sorry. I do not speak any other French." "You were very good in the World Cup, Monsieur Krum," Gabrielle managed. "Thank you, Gabrielle." "So are you for Quidditch, Mr. Krum?" Hermione asked. "Quidditch and tournament if I can manage it." "Well, there goes my perfect record," Harry said. "We will see, Mr. Potter. I expect a good game when we face each other." Krum glanced to the side and said, "Are they all right?" Harry turned and saw both Ron and Ginny staring at Krum open-mouthed. He elbowed Ron again, who elbowed Ginny. "This is Ron Weasley," Harry introduced his friend. Quidditch fanatic extraordinaire and a pretty good keeper. And Ginny Weasley, our reserve seeker. Ah. Pleased to meet you. Pleased to meet you, Ron mumbled, shaking Crumb's hand. Merlin, this is so cool. Blimey, Harry, if you beat him, you'll be the best seeker in the world. Ron, it's one game, Harry corrected. Whoever wins, a lot of it will be luck. We'll see, Crumb repeated. Looking out at the hall, Harry saw that most of the Durmstrang students had sat at the Slytherin table, and Karkaroff was looking out at them approvingly from beside Dumbledore. Harry thought he caught a patronizing look when Karkaroff looked towards Crumb. He also caught Draco Malfoy scowling at him, but he normally did that anyway. Once they were all seated, Dumbledore rose to speak. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, ghosts and honored guests. It is my great pleasure to welcome you to Hogwarts for the Triwizard Tournament. I hope your stay here will be comfortable and enjoyable. The tournament will be officially opened at the end of the feast. We are still waiting on 2 of our guests. But before we begin, I want to introduce 2 people. And some additional extracurricular activities that you may not have heard about. First, we are pleased to have as a visiting Professor Edward Grayson, Grand Sorcerer, Ambassador at Large for Australia, etc. Professor Grayson is holding a seminar on wandless magic on selected Saturdays and will be available for private tutoring throughout the year. Second, our History of Magic Professor Remus Lupin. Professor Lupin is the head of the Hogwarts Dueling Club, and he will be pleased to accept all comers to a dueling tournament to be held in June. The current dueling champion of our returning students is Mr. Cedric Diggory of Hufflepuff House. And now, I invite you to eat, drink, and make yourselves at home. The golden plates filled with a wide variety of food, most of it a mix of English, French, and German dishes. The house elves had really outdone themselves tonight. It was a fantastic feast. Ah, a dueling tournament, Crumb mused. Those are very popular at Durmstrang. I will have to enter if I have time. Oui, Fleur agreed. I ave not had the chance to compete in one before. So, Mr. Crumb, if I may ask, why are you going to Durmstrang? Harry said, making conversation. It's somewhere in Scandinavia, isn't it? Pretty far from home. Crumb frowned and set his fork down. I take it you do not know about schools in Eastern Europe? He said. Not really, Harry said. A little, Hermione added. You know of Warsaw Pact? Crumb asked. Of course. Good. Traditionally, Bulgarians attended Czarnoksięsto Academy in Poland. It was a good school, attended by most Slavic peoples. But after Grindelwald's War, Czarnoksięsto fell under rule of Konstantin Jugashvili. He made other Warsaw Pact members attend, Romanians, Hungarians, and East Germans. No one liked this. Many were poor Polish speakers, and quality of the school was hurt. He also forbade non-pact members from attending. This left Yugoslavians without a school, and they had to make their own. It is Yugoslav National Magic School, but Yugoslavia is too small to maintain a good school. Teachers there are not good, and few classes are offered. That's awful, Hermione said. Harry didn't even roll his eyes since he had to agree with her. Duh. Even today, after Jugashvili is out of power, many Bulgarians no longer go to Czarnoksięsto, Crumb continued, and not just for quality. Many leave for political reasons. The rich can afford to send their children to Durmstrang, best school dat will take us. But for most Bulgarians, only other option is Yugoslav National. Harry could guess the other part. Hermione might not pick up on it, but he had been poor once. Crumb didn't grow up rich, maybe still wasn't. Quidditch didn't pay that great, even if you were the best in the world. The small size of the wizarding world forced it. You're at Durmstrang on a scholarship, aren't you? He said. Duh. He is, Hermione said in surprise. He is, Ron repeated, equally surprised. Duh, Krum repeated. How did you know, Mr. Potter? It is not well known in Western Europe. Lucky guess. It happens a lot in the Muggle world. Ah. It is true. I would have gone to Yugoslav National if it weren't for Quidditch. Most of my oldest friends went there. But I have loved Quidditch since I could first ride a broom. In Junior League I played as well as Seekers twice my age. Headmaster Karkaroff noticed and offered to pay my full tuition to attend. It was for good press for him, but I still owe him much for it. I was undefeated in my first 4 years at Durmstrang when I was recruited for Bulgarian national team. You see then which why I suggested it to you, Mr. Potter. He nodded. Please call me Harry, he said almost automatically. I'd never heard about all that stuff. You know, I think if I grew up in the magical world, our stories would have been even more similar. Perhaps. And you may call me Victor. Fleur didn't have as much in common with the rest of the group at the Gryffindor table, even Hermione, who was mostly on the Quidditch team because of Harry. But Gabrielle was fascinated to meet another celebrity, so Victor indulged her with funny stories from his Quidditch experiences. Ron was working up the nerve to ask him for an autograph while trying not to stare at Fleur too conspicuously. Neville seemed a little too nervous in Fleur's presence to speak. In any case, the conversation was light except when Fleur brought up the Triwizard Champion selection tomorrow night, and Harry's anxious mood returned. What is wrong, Harry? Fleur asked. Do you have a problem with the tournament? No, I don't have a problem with the tournament, he said. I have a problem with the date. With the date? Oh, of course, Halloween. What is wrong with Halloween? Gabrielle asked. Shush, Gabby. I am sorry, Harry. It must be hard for you. There are always celebrations the day your parents died. It's not about that so much. He glanced at Victor, unsure how far to involve him. But he seemed like a good sort even if Karkaroff wasn't. Harry leaned across the table and motioned for Fleur and Victor to come closer. Voldemort's not dead, he said. Fleur gasped and grabbed her sister around the shoulders, while Gabrielle clapped her hands over her mouth. Victor's countenance darkened. There are not many who will say that name even at Durmstrang, he said. Dumbledore says we shouldn't be afraid to speak it, Harry replied. But he's still out there. I've seen him. He's a wandering spirit trying to come back. Dumbledore says he's getting stronger again. He's come after me twice more since I've been here, and both times he's set his plan in motion on Halloween. I've got a bad feeling he's going to cause some kind of trouble tomorrow. At that point, Gabrielle started crying and babbling in French, and Fleur pulled her onto her lap and held her, whispering comfort to her. Je suis désolé, Gabby, Harry said. Je ne voulais pas t'effrayer. I understand, Harry, Fleur assured him. It's good that we know. You do not think that Voldemort is there, do you? She whispered. No, he's not. I'd know if he was. But I'm sure something's gonna happen. I can feel it in my gut. That is good reason to worry, Victor said. Always trust your instincts. We will keep eyes out for trouble. And so will we, Fleur agreed. Thanks, Harry said, but I'd appreciate it if you didn't tell anyone exactly why. Especially you, Victor. No offense. I'm sure most of your Durmstrang friends are good people. But you must know about your school's reputation. Duh. It is not so bad as people say, but it has its bad points. Our refusal to accept Muggleborns is problem for many in Europe. We will be discreet if you wish it. With that settled, Harry felt a little better, although he still had a feeling there would be no avoiding whatever Voldemort had planned. It was a few minutes later that the doors of the Great Hall finally opened again, and the remaining 2 tournament organizers entered. "Sorry we're late, Headmaster," said the man in the wide-brimmed fedora. "We got held up along the way. Official business. You know how it is." "Not a problem, Mr. Monroe," Dumbledore answered. "In fact, you're just in time to begin. Ladies and gentlemen, to officially open the Triwizard Tournament, I would like to introduce David Monroe, head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, and Ludo Bagman, head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports." The 2 Ministry wizards took their seats with the 3 heads. The 5 of them together would be the judges of the tournament, which seemed a little odd, but no one questioned it. Even now, no one seemed to know who the impartial selector was who would choose the champions, until Mr. Filch brought in a jewel-encrusted chest that contained a large wooden goblet filled with blue flames. "The Goblet of Fire," Dumbledore said reverently. "An ancient artifact of uncertain origin which has been used from time immemorial for the purpose of choosing. Aspiring champions have 24 hours to place their names in the goblet. Tomorrow night, it will return the names of those 3 judges most worthy to represent their schools, those most likely to succeed in the tasks whilst upholding standards of good sportsmanship and international cooperation. I reiterate that only students who have passed their OWLS or equivalent exams may enter their names, and those who are underage must have written permission from a parent or magical guardian. A teacher or tournament organizer will personally inspect all names entered in the goblet to ensure these rules are followed, and I will place a ward around the goblet to ensure that no student is able to access it physically or magically while it is unattended. Finally, I wish to impress upon you that entering your name in the Goblet of Fire constitutes a binding magical contract. There can be no change of heart once you become a champion. If selected, you must compete until the tournament closes, or as long as you are able. So be sure you are wholeheartedly prepared before you enter. Now, I think it is time for bed. Good night to you all." "Blimey, Harry, how'd you meet that Fleur girl?" Ron said as they headed up to their dorms. "We told you. We met in Baton Vert on holiday 2 years ago," Harry said. "The magical world's tiny by Muggle standards. We're bound to run into everyone sooner or later. Still, you're friends with a real live Vila and you didn't tell me?" "She's only a quarter Vila, Ron," Harry said. "And it's not that important." "Not important? Did you see her, mate?" Hermione chided him. "I think everyone saw her, Ron. Boys. I shudder to think how you'd react to a full-blooded one." Harry didn't join in the brewing argument any further. He was busy contemplating the feast. He had avoided Karkaroff when he led the Durmstrang students back to their ship, but he didn't miss the former Death Eater beginning an animated conversation with Victor, nor him quailing under an intense glare from Mad-Eye Moody. Harry also knew Sirius would want a full report right away, just in case there was something he missed. One thing was certain, whatever happened, they wouldn't be idle this time. Sadly, classes were still on the next morning, but that didn't stop aspiring champions from lining up before breakfast. Moody was inspecting all of the entrants, employing his native paranoia to make sure they weren't doing anything suspicious. However, Harry and Hermione were very surprised to see 3 underage 6th years in the line, Fred and George Weasley and Lee Jordan. "Fred?" George, you're entering. Of course we are. For 1,000 galleons, do you think we could keep away? George answered. We'll split it 3 ways if one of us wins, Lee said. It was this or try to shake down Bagman for the money we won off him at the World Cup, Fred added. Long story. And your parents let you? Hermione said. No, I refuse to believe your mother signed off on this. And you would be correct, Miss Granger, Fred replied with a grin. But we didn't need Mum to sign off on it. He held up a permission form that was signed Arthur Weasley. Is that a real signature? Hermione said in shock. It most certainly is. See, we convinced Dad that there's no way in hell either of us would actually get chosen, George explained. Not with our OWL scores. Then why bother entering? Asked Harry. Because we figure a little out-of-the-box thinking is just the edge we need, said Fred. And anyway, if one of us does get chosen, it'll mean we're the most likely to succeed anyway, added George. And how likely are you to succeed against your mother's wrath when she finds out? Hermione asked shrewdly. Whether you get chosen or not? Fred and George flinched a little. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it, George said. There were a lot of rumors circulating the school about who had entered the tournament and who was likely to be chosen. Few had any doubt that Victor would get in for Durmstrang, and he was considered the favorite to win it all. No one knew much about the Beauxbatons girls, but a lot of the boys wanted Fleur to get in on general principle. As for Hogwarts, people were more divided. Some thought Cedric Diggory would get it, even though he was only a 6th year because he was the best duelist in school. Others said he would be chosen because of his alleged superhuman strength and stamina as a werewolf. But there was another contingent who was of the opinion that he didn't deserve to be a champion because of his lycanthropy. Those were mostly Slytherins who were pulling for their own big brute, Cassius Warrington. The speculation went on between classes all day and on through the Halloween feast. Harry was on edge for an entirely different reason, though. Nothing seemed amiss so far, but there was still plenty of time for something bad to happen. At the feast, Madame Maxime and Headmaster Karkaroff both insisted their students sit together, so Harry wasn't able to sit with Fleur or Victor, but he wished them both luck. Finally, the golden plates were cleared away, and the entire school waited with bated breath for the goblet of fire to reach its decision. I will ask the champions, when their names are called, to come forward and proceed into the antechamber behind me to await further instructions, Dumbledore said. We should know the results very shortly. Ah, here it is. The flames in the goblet changed from blue to a deep crimson. Sparks shot out of it, followed by a charred piece of parchment. Dumbledore caught it and read it. The champion for Durmstrang will be Victor Krum, he said. A storm of applause swept the great hall. Victor had fans everywhere, so a lot of people were excited to see him compete. Victor strode forward confidently and into the antechamber. A second piece of parchment emerged from the goblet. The champion for Beauxbatons will be Fleur Delacour. Fleur also got a loud round of applause, although it was much more from the boys. The girls weren't particularly happy about the presence of a Partvila in the school, and Fleur's classmates didn't take it nearly as well as Victor's. Gabrielle, however, jumped up on a chair and whistled loudly, making Fleur smile. The champion for Hogwarts will be Cedric Diggory, Dumbledore called when the third piece of parchment emerged. Cedric was the only champion to get audible boos, although they were mostly from the Slytherins. Hufflepuff was wholeheartedly behind him, they so rarely topped any competition, and Harry, Colin Creevey, and Demelza Robbins all applauded him on their feet. Fred, George, and Lee looked disappointed, but they graciously didn't shout Cedric down. Excellent. Bravo, Mr. Diggory, Dumbledore agreed. Now that we have our 3 champions, I hope that I can count on all of you to give them your full support. But Dumbledore stopped as the flames in the goblet turned crimson again and a 4th piece of parchment fluttered out. Everyone froze. Harry Potter's eyes widened in understanding and horror as he realized what was happening. "Oh no," he whispered. "What?" Hermione said, but then she too figured out what Harry had guessed. "Oh no. Oh no," Harry repeated. A few people stared at him. Dumbledore caught the parchment and read it. He turned deathly pale where he stood, and his eyes flicked in shock towards one of the guests. "Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Harry Potter. Oh hell no," Harry shouted. He sprang to his feet and glared at Dumbledore. There was a brief silence, followed by a buzz of whispers like angry bees. The professors were already up and moving. "Harry, I'm afraid you must come forward," Dumbledore said. Harry stayed rooted to the spot. "I didn't enter my name, Professor," he called back loudly. "But your name has been chosen by the Goblet of Fire," Dumbledore responded. "I'm not old enough," Harry countered. "I don't have permission." "The goblet does not know that, Harry. It has accepted your name and signature. I am sorry, but you are obligated by the contract to join the other champions." Harry stormed forward, up to the front of the great hall. He had had an inkling that this could happen, but he didn't think even Voldemort could pull something like that over on Dumbledore. It just seemed too unlikely to be the real plan. "So much for your great security again," he said aloud. "How was I even chosen? Hogwarts already has a champion." Somehow Dumbledore looked even more uncomfortable. He seemed reluctant as he answered, "You were not entered under Hogwarts, Harry." Harry stopped and stared. "What school was I entered under, sir?" he said. "Harry, I do not think this is the appropriate time." "Why not? It's going to be public record soon enough, isn't it, Professor?" "What school was I entered under?" "I would like to know that as well, Dumbledore," Madame Maxime spoke up. "As would I," Karkaroff spat. "A 4th champion? Preposterous." Harry kept up his feline stare, and Dumbledore acquiesced to the pressure from the other heads. He closed his eyes with a sigh and said, "Harry, you were entered as a champion for the Uluru School of Song and Dream in Australia." Even in the darkest forest, the Animagus knows the path. That wraps up Part 9 of the Accidental Animagus. Harry's world continues to twist and shift, but one thing is clear: the boy who once hid in the shadows is now a force to be reckoned with. What theories are you brewing? Who do you trust? And what's your Animagus form if you had one? Let me know in the comments below. If you're enjoying the journey, don't forget to like, comment, and share the magic. And if you'd like to support even more immersive audiobooks, consider joining the Wizard Army or rising to the rank of Wizard King. No need to mention the price. Winking face. Until next time, keep your wand steady, your heart brave, and your mind curious. You're listening to Grimoire Audiobooks, where stories come alive.